Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, right there. Pardon me, I'm sweating like a pig because it's a heat wave here in the UK. Those are two words you never thought you'd hear in the same sentence. They call that an oxymoron. A heat wave and the UK. You never thought you'd hear those two mentioned in the same sentence, but there it is. I'm sweating like a pig. It's 11 something here. All the windows are open behind me. I'm in my conservatory. All the windows are open behind me, and I'm still sweating like a pig. So there it is, sweating like a pig. But nevertheless, the magic carries on. The magic carries on. So, good day to you. How are you, and how are you doing? Have you missed me? You know, it feels like it was only 24 hours ago that we were together. Perhaps that is because it was only 24 hours ago that we were together. So let's catch up. What have you been up to? What's the 411? What a guan, as they say in South London. What a guan? What guan? So what guan? So what's going on? A lot going on within the Nigerian space, of course. When is there never not a lot going on within the Nigerian space? So we shall take a relaxed, leisurely stroll through the goings on within the Nigerian space. So there'll be laughter, there'll be anger, and there'll be tears before bedtime. That's usually how it works around here. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, just relax into it. Do this. You see the way my hands are now. Let all your hands be in this position. So surrender yourself. Surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. I can say that with that confidence because every single session always ends up being a roller coaster ride. So sit back, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. But before you lean back or kick back or take it easy or relax into it, click on the like button first, just as soon as you're coming in. And if you're not already subscribed, then correct that immediately. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you've not fulfilled all righteousness yet. Fulfill all. I'm keeping an eye on you, Ike and Kaizo. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure you're subscribed. So click on like and click on subscribe. Now the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. That's your ticket to board the train, the one man went to more train. So if you're a voice that we have never heard before, then we're looking to hear from you especially. We want the conversations to be as diverse and as divergent as possibly it can be, and that includes that, and that your voice lending to that makes that a possibility. So come lend your voice to the conversation, especially if you've never been here before. We only have one rule here: don't be a dunce. That's just the one threshold that we do not tolerate. Don't be a dunce. If you're not a dunce, then this is the space for you. I was going to use a tombstone metaphor there, but come join essentially is what all that little monologue was all about. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join, and the link that says buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. Please continue to ignore that, just as you've always done. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come join us on the screen. So all of that. So now, what are we contending with today? Matters Nigeria related, of course. We're still with the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, a gift that continues to give. So we see what is going on within that space. But before we get to that space, we'll open it up with this headline. So this strikes me somewhat as a curiosity. So this strikes me somewhat as a curiosity. Former RCCG pastor who was installed as monarch in Ogbomoso to spend 7 days in traditional rites. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The two polar opposites of possibilities now has to give way. One has to give way to the other. So this now guy, a former pastor, almost certainly a senior pastor within the RCCG structure, he gets the opportunity to sit on his ancestral stool. And the ancestral stool, of course, is nativist practices, Babalawo, Ologun, and all of that, Ogun worship, Shango worship, Yemoja, and all of that. So what it's just that chasm, isn't it? It's that crossover. So this is a guy that was for years on end preaching Jesus Christ is the pathway to all the to any and everybody willing to listen to him, and then suddenly he gets the chance to sit on his ancestral stool, and very quickly he crosses over to nativist practice. So we'll go through that, then see what's in play there. So we go through that, see what is in play there. We go through that to see what is in play there, only to land on this. Osinbajo congratulates Tinubu, says tribunal's verdict great for Nigeria's democracy. And there it is right there. There it is right there. So they say Organa master within the Lagos parlance. Lagos speak, Organa master. The master will always be the master. So this is now Yemi Osinbajo, after huffing and puffing, taking the knee to the Jagaban of GBT. Osinbajo congratulates Tinubu, says tribunal's verdict great for Nigeria's democracy. So we find out exactly what's led him to taking the knee. We find out exactly what's led him to taking the knee, only to go on then to this headline. You must explain why Tinubu's legal team watermark is on CTC copies article camp question PEPC. So unless you've been living under a rock, hold on. Right. Unless you've been living under a rock, then of course you'd have been following this storyline. Sorry, I'm seeing people in the studio. Yes. Unless you've been living under a rock, you'd have been following this storyline. Of course, the Presidential Petition Electoral Tribunal, their verdict comes in. Copies of those verdicts have been given out to all the interested parties. The PDP now querying that there were APC watermarks on the certified true copies given to them, which is to imply then that the APC had foreknowledge of the judgment before it was read out. You must explain why Tinubu's legal team's watermark is on CTC copies, article camp questions PEPC. So we find out exactly what is in play there, and that's essentially going to dominate the session, however the session goes. PDP collected first copy of PEPC judgment. We watermarked ours, Tinubu's counsel. So now, so the accusation and then a swift response. So PDP collected first copy of PEPC judgment. It's not watermarked though, but watermarked. We watermarked ours, Tinubu's counsel. So anyway, when we get into it, we'll get into it. So when we get into it, we get into it. When we get into it, we'll get into it, and then we go into this one. Nigerian election. You'll never be president as long as I live. OMOKRI to PITOBI. So now that fight continues to take on its own life, and we'll just make a pit stop there to find out what the latest installment is. Still staying with matters RENO OMOKRI, PEPT judgment. Peter Obi has made Christians unable to condemn Muslim presidential candidates. This is still OMOKRI flogging and whipping at the obedient space. So we leave that space to go to the Federal Capital Territory and to find out what Wike is up to. Wike invites EFCC to investigate former FCT minister. So yes, there's been all manners of allegations going on within that space that the guy, something Bello, Mohammed Bello, that was the FCT minister for 8 years, I think, running, all he did was just to inflate contracts. There's several examples. So a contract is awarded for 9 billion naira, and very quickly, by the time the contract gets to any level of progression, that 9 billion naira has transmuted into 200 billion naira, and all of those goings on. And still with those goings on, those contracts are never really fully delivered. So Wike now inviting the authorities to have a look. Wike invited EFCC to investigate former FC. Is water trickling down my forehead, by the way, and getting into my eyes. So Wike, hold on. It's unbelievable, you know. I'm in Dartford, Kent, and I'm sweating like a pig in the middle of the night. It's quite unbelievable, and it's just not now. All right. So Wike invited EFCC to investigate former FCT minister. So we find out exactly what's in play there too. So a lot to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button, click on subscribe. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the screen, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned on the comment section. A little pit stop with the Kegites, and then we get into the throes of it.
You don't come home. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chief Wile Latif kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Our former RCCG pastor, who was installed as monarch in Ogbomoso to spend 7 days in traditional rites. So let's find out exactly what's in play here. A former pastor at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Laoye, who was on Friday installed as the new Shoun of Ogbomoso in Oyo State, has begun his set of traditional rites. So now, just to pause there for a moment, when they say that is begun his set of traditional rites, the traditional rites is quite a very complex, it's all wrapped around nativism, which is native practice, which is voodoo practice, however you choose to understand that. So traditional rites is all wrapped around that, and at that level of being installed as a monarch of a settlement, a township, etc. It is quite in depth. So what tends to happen is this guy will be sent into a forest to live there for maybe about 7 days thereabout. That's usually traditionally the practice. This guy will be sent into a forest to live there for about 7 days thereabout, where in the course of that, he will meet with the deities of his ancestral land, ancestral land. So that's usually the practice. So converse that and contrast that with the fact that this guy was a pastor just maybe a week prior. So that's really where the chasm is. A former pastor at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Laoye, who was on Friday installed as the new Shoun of Ogbomoso in Oyo State, has begun his set of traditional rites. The pastor, who was based in the United States, arrived in Ogbomoso early in the morning on Friday in a private helicopter, which landed at the Ogbomoso Grammar School before moving to the palace. The Shoun of Ogbomoso stool became vacant after Oba Jimoh Oyewumi passed away on the 12th of December 2021. The new monarch will spend 7 days in seclusion, after which he would receive the staff of office from the state government. A few days ago, Laoye stepped down as a pastor and handed over to Pastor Olumide Ogun something or the other on the instructions of the RCCG General Overseer, Pastor Enoch Adeboye. Meanwhile, a member of the family opposed to Laoye's nomination by the kingmakers, Mohammed Laoye, headed to court, arguing that the process that produced him was inconclusive. So we won't go into that. What I just wanted to highlight was that this guy in the morning was a pastor, and the evening a nativist. So I mean, of course, that's usually that's not anything unusual within the Nigerian space. But let's go to the politics of it. Osinbajo congratulates Tinubu, says Tribunal's verdict great for Nigeria's democracy. So take the knee, essentially, is what we're talking about here. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has let's take that again. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has congratulated President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima on their victory at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. Osinbajo, in a statement on his official Facebook page, described the tribunal's verdict as a great victory for Nigeria's constitutional democracy and the rule of law. He said, "Congratulations to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, and our great party, the All Progressive Congress APC, on the judicial affirmation of the victory at the presidential election of February the 25th, 2023. So now, this is a marked departure, of course, from what he was saying just a couple of days ago, that the verdict of the tribunal essentially a travesty of justice. So that's a complete departure from that. So what's led him to that? We'll find out in the soonest of. Let's go on to this one. You must explain why Tinubu's legal team watermark on CTC copies. Article Camp questions PEPC. The camp of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, former let's take that again. The camp of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, has demanded explanations from the Presidential Election Petition Court PEPC on why certified true copies of its judgment bears the header of the Bola Tinubu presidential legal team. Correspondents recalled there had been insinuations that the tribunal ruling was compromised in favor of President Bola Tinubu due to the Tinubu presidential legal team watermark found on copies in circulation on social media. So let's start. Let's go on from there to the response by the Tinubu space. PDP collected first copy of PEPC judgment. We watermarked ours. I'm going to stumble over this word all the way through, isn't it? Watermarked. We watermarked ours, Tinubu's counsel. President Bola Tinubu's legal team at the Presidential Election Petition Court PEPC has refuted what it described as mischievous claims over a copy of Wednesday's tribunal judgment circulating online with Tinubu's presidential legal team in the header. The coordinator, TPLT, Babatunde Ogala, SAN, in a statement on Saturday, expressed the need to offer clarification following some mischievous insinuations being made in certain quarters regarding the innocuous watermark of copies of the consolidated judgment of the Court of Appeal. Ogala noted that after the delivery of the judgment in the 3 election petitions by the Court of Appeal last Wednesday, the court directed its registry to make physical copies of the document available the following day. Accordingly, the Tinubu presidential legal team applied for a certified true copy of the said judgment and paid the prescribed fee. Lawyers for the PDP were present at the registry at the time to collect the same judgment, the statement reads. In fact, the representative of the PDP collected the first copy that was made available by the registry. On collecting our copy, we immediately scanned and watermarked with the inscription, Tinubu Presidential Legal Team, TPLT, before circulating the scanned copies to lawyers in our team. So it's unbelievable because this thing now that they are flashing up is going as high up as Atiku Abubakar. It's unbelievable. Are they telling us that the copies given to them, to the PDP, has Tinubu's watermark on it? That's the thing. And are they able to we're back to the PITOBI space again. Insinuations, innuendos, inferred meanings, and convolution. That's just their templates, isn't it? That's their stock in trade. Is the country even able to recover just from the level of reputational damage that these people are inflicting? Following some mischievous insinuations being made in certain quarters regarding the innocuous watermark of copies of the consolidated judgment of the Court of Appeal with the inscription Tinubu Presidential Legal Team, it has become necessary to offer this clarification. After the delivery of the judgment in the 3 election petition by the Court of Appeal on September the 6th, 2023, the court directed its registry to make physical copies of same available on September the 7th, 2023. Accordingly, pardon me, what are needed? Accordingly, the Tinubu Presidential Legal Team applied for a certified true copy of the said judgment and paid the prescribed fee. Lawyers for the PDP were present at the registry at the same time to collect the same judgment. In fact, the representative of the PDP collected the first copy that was made available by the registry. On collecting our own copy, we immediately scanned and watermarked with the inscription Tinubu Presidential Legal Team, TPLT, before circulating the scanned copies to lawyers in our team. The certified true copies issued to us and other parties in the petition by the registry do not contain the said inscription, and any insinuation to the contrary is untrue. Counsel to the petitioners will also appreciate the fact that the insinuation being circulated in some quarters are untrue, unkind, unfair, and unfortunate, as they have the same certified true copies of the judgments as we have. Babatunde Ogala, SAN. So there it is right there. You know, we just have to abandon stations with regards to this election, because the whole of the thing, it's just wild. It's just wild. You know, just to recap, let me condense it into pedestrian language. So we all saw what transpired a couple of days ago, a marathon judgment that landed in all of the allegations, all of the pleas are being struck out against Tinubu's presidency. So that was what happened. So, of course, that was at the appellate stage, and all the aggrieved parties still has the opportunity to appeal to a higher authority, which will be the Supreme Court. So, for them to be able to apply to that higher authority, let me scroll back so that let me scroll up rather so that the headline is showing on this. Pardon me. So now, in order for them to appeal to that higher authority, which is the Supreme Court, they needed copies of the judgment arrived at the appellate stage. So as soon as the appeal court were done giving their verdict, they immediately ordered the registry or the registrar of the court to make available copies of that judgment for all parties. So that was the direction. So that's fine so far. So now, just for speed, they told the registry to make available copies of the judgment the very next day. So that's swiftness again. That's justice working at speed. So now the next day, all the parties involved in that proceeding, they went to the court, to the registry, to pay their fee and get that certified true copy. So that's still fine so far. Nothing wrong with all of that process. So now the PDP, they were first in line. They paid their fee, got their certified true copy. Nothing wrong with that. So now the APC are next in queue, paid their fee, got their certified true copy. Nothing wrong with that. So now, you know that there's a team of lawyers involved in all of these electoral petition processes. So there's a team of lawyers involved in all of these processes. And of course, as soon as the APC got their certified true copy, they immediately marked it with their watermark and then circulated it amongst their lawyers. Nothing wrong with that. So now they circulated it amongst their lawyers, and as is always the case with these things, very quickly, all those copies, some of those, not all of them, but certainly copies of the judgment got online. I have a copy, and I think most of us have copies. So now, the copies that got online were the copies that the APC got, which has their watermark on it. So largely the copies being circulated online are the watermarked copies of the APC. So now, because these now watermarked copies of the APC copy of that judgment is visible online, the PDP is now, through innuendo and inferences, trying to imply that the APC watermark was on the judgment circulated amongst everybody, which is to infer then that the APC had prior knowledge of that judgment before it was delivered. Do you see? It's dog whistling, it's inferences, it's innuendos, it's inferred meaning, and it's just sharp and dirty practice. So to the point now that the APC has come out to, and they're inviting the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal to come and explain why APC's watermark is on the tribunal judgment, but refusing, but conveniently leaving out that they have their own copy, which does not have the APC watermark. So do you see, that's just the sort of set play that goes on within the Nigerian space. So we still stay with that storyline, and we go on to this. We go on to this tweet by Bayo Ononuga, still on the malicious speculations about the Tinubu presidential legal team watermark on PEPC judgment. At some point, we'll get past these elections, but it doesn't look as though it will be at any point soon. Following some mischievous insinuations being made in certain quarters regarding the innocuous watermark of copies of the consolidated judgment of the Court of Appeal with the inscription Tinubu Presidential Legal Team, it has become necessary to offer this clarification. So I think this might well be a rehash of what we've read already. Yes, I think this is I think we read that already. So let's go on next to the next storyline, which is a RENO OMOKRI storyline. And by the way, there's still quite a few spaces left on the studio for anybody that wants to hop on. Let's go on to RENO OMOKRI. Nigeria's election, you will never be president as long as I live. OMOKRI to PITOBI. So OMOKRI to PITOBI, a social political activist, RENO OMOKRI, has vowed that it will never be alive and watch Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, become the president of Nigeria. So I don't think there's any chance in cat's hell, or whatever, however that phrase goes, that Peter Obi will ever be the president of Nigeria. It will never, not in this lifetime, not in the lifetime to come. You know, he had that one, even in this cycle, he never really stood a chance. But the way this politics has played out, with the ethnic jingoism, the religious baiting, and the clannishness that we witnessed all the way through and still till now. So it has now colored him very sharply as a damaged good. Not that it was fit for purpose in the first instance. There's no chance in hell, in this life or the life after, of anything like Peter Obi ever be. There's a chance that an Igbo person will be the president of Nigeria, although that chance is very remote. That chance is very remote. Apologies if you're of Igbo stock and you're listening to this. And by the way, let me just come on screen for a moment. Let me just let me remove this headline for a moment. Dewale, stay there. I see you. Ajale Koko, stay there. Look at that. You've cut your hair. You want to do Fine Boy today. All right. Let me just say this for a moment. There is very little chance, very, very slim chance of Nigeria ever having a president of Southeastern stock. And that's not me being ethnic or anything. There's very, very little chance, you know, between slim and none, but we cling on to slim just to cling on to hope. Very, very little chance of Nigeria ever having a president of Southeastern stock. So Tinubu is going to serve, at least not for 40 years, maybe after 40 years, probably. Tinubu is going to serve an 8-year term. That's just going to happen. You can do cartwheels and bang your head against the wall. That is what's going to happen. So Tinubu is going to serve for 8 years, especially now that the judgment has come in. So the 4 years booked in, he has the power of incumbency. He's going to return himself and serve 8 years. So just settle your mind that the next 8 years of your life as a Nigerian is already booked and tagged. It's already accounted for. So Tinubu is going to serve 8 years. And after Tinubu serves 8 years, the power is going to transfer back to the north. That's the unspoken arrangement that keeps us together as a nation. So Tinubu serves 8 years. The power transmits to the north. The north serves 8 years. So that's already 16 years. So now in 16 years, the power comes back to the south. So now you think in 16 years is the turn of the southeast, especially after all this hula baloo and all this heavy drama that we've just seen play out, but not really no, because the South is really positioning itself aggressively to be in play for that space. So Nyesom Wike is in play, and the South especially is in play, but the Southwest is also in play, because we've already seen now that when power comes to the South, everybody is contending for it. So we've seen that. So there is very little chance in 16 years that that power will go to the Southeast, especially after what we've just saw, after we've just, especially after what we've just seen with our PITOBI and just the vow goings on that we just, after what we just witnessed, the country needs a cleansing period, and the Southeast needs to rebuild the trust, and that's going to take more than 16 years. So in 16 years, when power transfers back to the South, there's a good chance that it will go to the South. So if it goes to the South, so that's another 8 years booked. So that's 24 years. And then it goes back to the North. So you add that again, that's 32 years. So now in 32 years, if the South had gotten the power in 16 years, then the Southwest will get it in. There's very, if you look at the permutations, there's very little chance that the country Nigeria will ever experience a Southeastern president. I cannot see where the permutation works. But let's go back to the readout. Yes, Nigerian election, you will never be president as long as I live, OMOKRI to PITOBI. A social political activist, RENO OMOKRI, has vowed that he would never be alive and watch Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, become the president of Nigeria. OMOKRI said even if it takes him spending everything he has, he will do it to make sure that Obi does not win a presidential election in Nigeria. The former presidential aide claimed that nobody has suffered from the former Anambra governor's ill-mannered followers like myself, like my family and I. So I think it's somewhat of a personal vendetta going on here. Peter Obi's push to unseat Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Nigeria's president failed at the Tribunal on Wednesday, but will now continue to the Supreme Court. However, OMOKRI said he would never leave to see Obi enter the presidential villa as elected president. Peter Obi, I am waiting for you in 2027 and 31. God sparing my life because of what your mannerless fascist horde did to my then 1-year-old daughter and the rest of my family. I have vowed that you would never smell the presidency. Never, he wrote on Twitter after the tribunal ruled in favor of Tinubu. So that's RENO OMOKRI looking for trouble as ever he does with the obedience. Let's go on swiftly to this one. 2 more readouts and then we'll see who is available to take it on. PEPT judgment. Peter Obi has made Christians unable to condemn Muslim presidential candidates. So I think that headline self-explanatory. So let's go on to this one now. We make this one the last readout, and then we come into the room to see what Wagwan. So we come into the room to see what Wagwan. But before we see Wagwan, let's see Wagwan here. Wike invited EFCC to investigate former FCT minister. So let's find out what led to that. Nyesom Wike, the minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, has dismissed media reports claiming he plans to investigate his predecessor, Malam Mohammed Musa Bello. The report had claimed that Wike plans to invite the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC to investigate the immediate past FCT Minister Bello over certain irregularities in the award of contracts. So why would they not investigate him is the thing. However, the former Rivers State governor, in a statement released on Saturday, September the 9th, debunked the claim. The statement signed by Anthony Ogunleye, Director of Press at the Office of the FCT, described the report as entirely baseless and without any more merit whatsoever. So I think we actually read out that thing yesterday, but it looks as though entirely made up. Yes. Okay. So let's bring up the panelists that we have so far. Still plenty of room left on the panel, by the way. This is always starts with a slow start, but if you want to come join now so that we can kick off the conversation. So we've got Kumi joining us somewhere in the United States. We've got Adewale joining us somewhere in the United States, and we've got Adanle Koko joining us from somewhere in the United States. So somewhere in the United States, good to see you. So who wants to kick it off? Adewale, let's kick it off with you. Adewale. Hello. Can anyone hear me? Oh, have I gone off? Hello. Can anyone hear me?
One man, what's up?
No, I was asking Dewale to unmute. I saw him there just a moment ago, and then suddenly he seemed to have disappeared. All right, let's hear from Kumi then. I want to save Adanle Koko till later if it's possible. I think Kumi, are you there?
Is Dewale there? Kumi not there? Yeah, let me go.
They are both there, but for some reason they can't seem to speak. But so have you been following this watermark controversy? What do you make of it?
Greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button. Say I'm subscribed if you haven't done so. I've not been following it until now that you are reading what is going on. I didn't even listen to it well as you read it, but maybe you want to hint me what's going on about it.
All right. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, of course, we all witnessed the verdict, and then after the verdict came in, all the parties were invited to get certified true copies of the verdict. So the next day, that was made available, and then they all went to collect it. PDP went first and collected theirs. Then APC went and collected theirs, and I suspect Labour Party would not probably collect because they don't like to spend money. But PDP certainly went first to collect theirs. APC collected theirs, and then when APC remember yesterday we were showing copies of the verdict. That was the APC copy. So when APC collected their copy, they put their watermark on the copy, and then they shared it amongst their lawyers. So that watermarked copy of the APC, that's now gone viral online. So that's the copy that everybody is sharing online. So the PDP is now claiming that the certified true copies that was released by the courts has a APC watermark on it. And they're inviting then the court to justify that, which is an absolute and a categorical lie.
You know, one man, these losers, election losers, election petition losers, they want to hold on anything to continue to fight. A fight they cannot win, a fight that cannot yield any results for them. So I think they are just mischievous. How do I say it? The court can clarify that to them, and APC can clarify as well if they wish it. If not, they will just leave them alone. They can sue. They can go to court on that. I mean, they know how to go to court over everything in Nigeria, so they can go to court if they believe that what they have seen is illegal. They can sue the tribunal to court, and they will go and the court will go and how do I say it? the court will determine what is actually the truth of the matter. So Nigeria doesn't need to listen to these people. Nigeria doesn't need to listen to them. They just want to keep on saying things and doing things to carry their supporters along. That is, they don't want to accept they don't want to accept their fate as the loser.
Do
So
you think
that is
there's
the
been
problem.
do you think the drama wrapped around this whole process is now getting too much? Every single step of the process, everybody is just screeching and squealing like a banshee, just ugliness and some. Even what's the meaning of that? They gave you your own copy, they gave others their copy, which they watermarked, and you're asking why others have watermarked their copies. I mean, where are we going with this sort of thing that we I mean, I don't get it.
Look, one man, that is the typical character of Nigerian politician. They will never accept any time that they are defeated at election. They will never accept defeat. And that is what they have demonstrated immediately, that this tribunal rule against them with all the fact and every point that justifies that judgment, that everybody around the world watch it live, they still don't want to accept it. That's why you see them going to Supreme Court with everything available, with everything that shows that they lost completely, that they have nothing to prove their case, but still they still want to go to
John Lekoko, it will be a real shame if they are able to succeed in rubbishing this judgment, because the legal space in Nigeria is celebrating it as an epic piece of work. What those justices did, but through partisanship and all this bickering, it'll be a real travesty if they succeed in rubbishing this judgment.
It's not possible. They cannot rubbish it. They're only rubbishing themselves with this shenanigan that they perpetrating. They cannot rubbish it. It's very, very clear that they lost the election. It's very clear they lost at the tribunal, and it's very clear they're gonna lose at the Supreme Court as well. So, look, did you hear what? Did you look? What it pained them to, how do I describe it? Particularly Atiku, he pained him, and he will regret it till God call him over. This election that Tinubu defeated Atiku will regret it till God will call him over. Because of his... Can I land? Because of his,
let him land, please. Let him land.
Because of his, how do I describe it? Because of his arrogancy.
Greediness.
Because of his arrogancy and stupidity of the highest order, that this man, the way he acted through by not uniting people in his party, because of his arrogancy, that he allowed the Wike and his group to go, because of the arrogancy that he allowed Obi to go, because of the arrogance that he allowed, how did you call this man? The Kano man.
Kwakwanso, yeah.
Yeah, all this arrogancy that led to his defeat in this election. In this election, this man will regret it till... Look at what he said. He said, yes, it's a judgment. I mean, how did he say it? He said, yes, it's a judgment, but it's not justice. He said it's some kind. He said, yes, it's a the judgment of this tribunal is a judgment, but not the justice. So how can you look? They don't accept defeat. That is one general character.
Sorry, Prince actually wanted to come in. Prince, you wanted to come in. But I was going to ask as you come in, Prince, does it concern you where this is leading to? Because there is no slowing down in the tempo of this still pushback against an election that's been won and lost. Does it concern you where this might be leading to, Prince?
Yeah, thanks, Woman. Hello, everyone. Does it concern me? No, not really. Just like I was going to ask Angelico, to him, it appears that the judgment was commonsensical and was well presented to the public. So how come someone like Rational Mind, though he says that he's leaning, does not accept the judgment and continue to question it? Because we have people like him all around the world, or in Nigeria or whatever. So
leave Rational Mind now.
It is their mindset, Daddy. It's their mindset, nothing more, nothing less.
Is that right?
Rational Mind is on vacation. Let him enjoy his vacation.
Well, to me, that is pretentious because
there's no rest for the wicked, so it's not going anywhere.
You listen to that. I mean, it was quite clear. Even if if anyone didn't support either party or any of the parties, and you listen to the judgment, it was quite clear. If you just use simple logic and common sense, and they said, look, they're telling you that what you claim, you don't have to be a lawyer, by the way. What you claim to be wrong with the election or your contentions, they never proved them. They never proved them to be otherwise. They stated what they thought in their own imagination, in their own mind.
Yeah, but Prince, that's where my question comes in. Does it not concern you that as clear and crisp and as logical as that judgment was, that anybody, if you bring somebody from Mongolia and ask them to listen, they will say it looks as though justice has been done here. So as clear and crisp as that was, you still had that sort of commentary. Let's leave Rational Mind, but that sort of mindset, it still recalls from that sort of judgment. So, I mean, where does it go then? Where is this thing going to land? That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not, well, just like Angelico could say, it's not going to go anywhere. Of course, in the minds of people like their followers, they're rejected in any way possible, no matter how you can justify it logically to them. They don't care. They don't care at all. And somebody, it was the Emeka guy yesterday, was saying that, and I think other people have said it, is their their lawyers, their attorneys that should be stoned, quote unquote, really, because they did such a poor job. I mean, they didn't give hope to their followers to say, hey, no, we lost because the judiciary didn't care for it, they didn't like us. No, they didn't give them the opportunity. They presented a shoddy job. They didn't do their job, and people could say that they are incompetent. I don't agree at all. Just like a lot of people knew from the onset that these people, they never had a case. They knew that. But it is a payday. They're just getting paid left and right. That's why it took them less than 10 seconds to announce that they were going to go to the Supreme Court, because there's more money to be made. But they just made a mockery. I wish
did they do a poor job, or did they not just have sufficient enough to work with? There wasn't a case there in the first instance, so what more could they have done? So there wasn't anything that they could have hinged the case on.
These people, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what word to use to describe these people, apart from they themselves were criminals. But sometimes, somewhere, if you're a salesperson, which lawyers or attorneys are, you see Ogbeni and enigmatic. You're a salesperson. You sell your product. Even an ordinary salesperson can sell their product in the best way possible to convince the buyers. That's what you do as a salesperson. These lawyers could have done the same thing. Even though we can call that BS. Oh no, that's a BS right there, But their presentation was so poor. They didn't even do, I'm telling you, even
They
if
didn't even attempt to try.
exactly a production of such a job in grad school will get you an F. You're not going to pass. But somehow, somewhere, of course, they work for PITOBI. That's why they will allow them allow that trash that they presented. It was amazing. That's why I was just asking. At this point in time, do people not see through the shenanigans that hey, these lawyers they never even work for their money? They just want you to work hard for your money. They never did. Anyways, thanks.
No, President, the reason why Nigerian people are fed up. They want a change in this country. That's why they're angry. You can't understand. We're fed up in this country. We won't change.
Yes, but Charles, if Nigerians are fed up, we just had an election in February. They had an opportunity to use the ballot to effect change. So why did that not happen?
Because the government controls the election. They also rig the election. That's
They rigged
the election. That's why.
Look at this guy.
No, it's the truth. That's the truth. We can never get change in Nigeria because it wasn't a real election. That's the problem. The government all trying to rig the election. That's no change in Nigeria.
Shall I tell you something, Charles? Yeah. That February election, that February 25th election, it was not rigged. I can tell you that it was not rigged.
I know. I think what's going on. Too. Nigerian people are fed up. Nigeria's been for so many years. We're fed up. We keep letting the same old leaders who were smart, but they have two pillars to this day. We let a batch into all these. We're fed up. That's when Nigeria are fed up.
Yes, but why did they not effect change at the ballot? That's the only way. That's the only way to change the government. If you are fed up with the status quo, then you wait patiently for an electoral cycle, and then you effect change. So why did that not happen? If you are saying Nigerians are fed up,
I think it's happening because they got tricked by Tinubu's farmers. They got tricked.
They got tricked.
Yeah, they got tricked by Tinubu.
They didn't know Tinubu, and he caught them off guard.
Yes, that's happening.
All right. But this idea that election was rigged is something we probably have to take on at some point on this platform. That election was not rigged. That election was not rigged. All of the permutations indicated that the election was going to go in the direction that it went. So there were a few surprises. PITOBI did a lot better than everybody anticipated. Kwakwanso did miserably worse than anybody thought it would. We thought it would hold enough in the north, so that did not happen. So chasms here and there, but essentially the thrust of the elections, it went exactly as all of the permutations said it would. So you can't say it was rigged when it was predicted and it worked to how the predictions had it, how the permutations had it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the issue what people saying because people know how Nigeria is. That Nigeria has been old since time. That's why it's hard to trust the government in Nigeria.
All right. Let's bring Adanle Koko in. Adanle Koko, this narrative that election was rigged, I think it's a space that we have to explore on this platform at some point. Do you concede that election was rigged?
Let me tell you, one man. Anybody?
No. There were. Sorry. Let me reframe that. There were rigging. But would you say the general delivery of the election was a rigged election?
Let me tell you, one man. Whoever that believed that the election was rigged should bring out the proof. That is why election tribunal was established to look at cases of election malpractices and deliver judgment in favor of whoever that prove that he wins the election. So Obi and Atiku told the whole world that the election was rigged in favor of Tinubu, and they couldn't prove it. They couldn't prove it at the court. So, I mean, if we cannot see the evidence and a concrete proof that election was rigged, So how do we just conclude that, oh, it was rigged and it was rigged? There is never a time that all the party in Nigeria doesn't commit any election malpractices in one way or the other to their favor, to favor them at their stronghold. That one, every party except AAC, except Shore Party, that I can beat my chest for, that did not commit any election malpractices. But other parties in Nigeria, particularly these big parties like APC, PDP, and Labour, yes, they did some some irregularities somehow at their song road to favor them. So, but the other parties that have something to prove that, oh yes, there was an election malpractices there in favor of one party there, you can go to court to prove it. But these two parties failed to prove it at the court. And they were, I mean, we saw how detailed this judgment went, how analytical it was, how how do we describe it? Everything was well detailed.
I think this election, this February 25th election, of all of the elections that we've had from independence till date, it is the election yet that has shown a true reflection of the will of the people. There's no election that we have had that has represented the will of the people more than this election. Even the Abiola election, you still query a little bit, but this election, broadly, rigging or no rigging, it represents the will of the people.
Well, I would not say that it really represents the will of the people than the Abiola election, because Abiola election was open, was option A for election that you queue behind the candidate of your choice, and they will count it openly and write the result openly there where everybody will see it. That was more credible election than any election in the history of Nigeria. That was open. They will carry the placard or the poster of the candidate, and everybody will line up behind that poster openly, and they will count it right there. That was the best that the military, that Babangida did for that country. But what did he do? It destroyed it at the end of the day, because Abiola is not his candidate. So I will not say this one is more credible than Abiola election. Abiola election was the best that we ever had in the history of nation, in the history of that country. Devoid violence, nobody died. I cannot remember. Maybe it did happen, but I cannot remember whether anybody died on the election day due to violence in one place or the other. But this one that we had, the Tinubu and this thing, some people died on the election day. So Abiola election is more credible than any other election in the history of Nigeria. So, but for this one, the people that agreed of the result of the election, they went to court, they couldn't prove their case. So they should
let me ask you this question. In this election, do you think the people were cheated out of who they wanted to be their president?
I don't think so. I won't say so. No, I won't say so. Look, let me tell you one man.
No, before you tell me, let me add this. Do you think the people got who they wanted to be their president? Do you think who the people wanted was who became the president?
You see, one man, the election result shows that Bola Tinubu won the election. He got more votes above others. He had, what do you call it? This 25%, which is required in more states. 25% of the vote in more states than others. So he's the majority, is the candidate that majority of Nigerians voted for in either way, whether you look at it by majority vote and the geographical spread. So automatically you could declare it that he's the one that people wanted. Atiku will have won the election if he had not allowed his arrogancy to destroy his chances rather. His arrogancy destroyed him. The only opportunity that he had left was the last election, and he lost it. He allowed his arrogancy to allow his arrogancy to and allow Tinubu to snatch that victory away from him. Tinubu snatched it because his house was divided. How can a party that was divided against itself win election, general election particularly? How is that possible? One man.
It's an impossibility.
Look, how is that possible? One man, for God's sake. PDP is parties that used to be the overwhelming, that always give overwhelming support to PDP. Obi took it away. South, you couldn't have that it was divided. You can't have overwhelming support from there. In the north, you couldn't even have overwhelming victory in the north. Tinubu defeated him, had more states, one more state in the north, and more vote in the north than him. How will he win? Kano, that will have brought a huge vote for him. Kwankwaso took that one away. I mean, look, it was Atiku arrogancy that lost the election for him. His arrogancy took away the victory away from him and gave it to Tinubu. So Tinubu is just a lucky man. That man was just lucky. It came at the right time and it did everything. It deployed all the resources. It worked hard for it. We saw the campaign. I am not a Tinubu supporter, but I saw the campaign. Very impressive. A man that we saw. I mean, we were all saying that, oh, this man is not healthy. So, but we saw almost 24 hours campaign that this man carried out. Every day across the federation, this man did not stop campaign. There was a time he went to campaign.
He worked the hardest for that. Like I think we can all at least agree on that. He worked the hardest.
Come on, this man. There was a day he went to campaign in one part of Kaduna in the night.
There was a day he covered 3 states. Do you remember? Remember when we were doing that?
Yes. In the night, in Kaduna State. In the night. And that local government was the only local government that Tinubu won. In Kaduna. It lost in other local government in the whole of Kaduna. But that local government that he went in the night to campaign, it wasn't APC stronghold. But that man said he would go and campaign there. He went and campaigned there in the night. The Emir and all the traditional leaders said, look, for this man to risk his life, where we have terrorists to come here and see us, we will vote for this man. And they delivered that vote for him. That was the only local government that he won in Kaduna State. He lost other local governments to Atiku.
So, Angelica, then there's no luck in this issue then. I don't see the luck because it's all about preparation. Because just like you said, Atiku had the same opportunity, even better opportunity to win. But because one has experience doesn't mean that they actually learn from those experiences. Atiku is a typical case of that. Atiku is not a leader. I mean, they had this mantra during the election about is a unifier. I mean, we see what we see. And the PDP kept telling us the opposite. It's a unifier. We saw the PDP breaking up left and right? Is it the G5 they call him? Is it Wike? You just mentioned Kwankwaso, and even the other guy from Kanu that came. You know, it was a disaster. Not from the onset, but when they started having friction and breakage in the party, that's when leadership comes in. We all saw how Tinubu handled it. So this notion that Atiku is most prepared, I think one man also falls into that category, that Atiku is the most prepared out of all the candidates. It's a lie. He had the most experience on the federal level, but we saw him on display.
It's the most maybe not for campaign. It's the most prepared to be president because he was vice president.
No. In my mind,
that
the way I look at
it, that the prince don't argue that. Yeah, one man is right. He's most prepared. He was vice president, and he has been consistently contesting for this position before this time.
That's my point. No. To you,
for it. But
I would never accept that.
His arrogancy took that victory away from him and gave it to Tinubu.
Yeah. Apart from arrogancy, apart from that, the man has a lot of experiences. We can all agree. But to tell me that he was the most prepared, I totally disagree. Is it the man that got $16 billion to electrify the country? Is that what you call preparedness? No, stop. Let's stop that. Because somebody has a lot of experience.
No. Don't follow that campaign. Don't follow that propaganda. What do you mean by he got 16% or electrify? Do you mean he stole the money? He stole the money? Is 16, that campaign of calumny that APC and Buhari was spreading, and yet they couldn't try him. They couldn't.
That came from Obasanjo. No, that's not true. That came from Obasanjo himself. It was Obasanjo himself. Yes.
Prince, let me add this, and you cannot disagree with this. Out of all of the candidates in that election, Atiku is the only one that has experience of administering a nation at a presidential level.
One man again. No, that's catch-22 reframing of the question. Are you telling me because question? Did he do a good job? Is that what tell me if he did a good job and
that's subjective. Now that's subjective. That's subjective.
No. It's not subjective. It's based on actual results of his performance.
You know that during Obasanjo's era, that was when the telecom system was recalibrated. And then we had all this internet, social media, etc.
And the credit goes to Atiku.
Yes, because he was the head of the economic team. He hunted people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, additional Akinwumi, and all of these people. At least he claims he did.
And the fire sale of all the government agencies. That's what you guys call. Okay, that is fine. We can agree to disagree.
That was actually El Rufai. I think El Rufai supervised that, didn't he?
No. Atiku do is share also, but I don't see value in Atiku. That is fine.
For BPE, you didn't supervise that.
I'm sorry.
El Rufai was for public of the real enterprise stuff. It wasn't. He didn't supervise the telecommunications.
Oh, okay. There you go. So Angelico, before you get back on, I don't agree because somebody has experience and they were VP and no, it's not true. The man did a poor performance. But let's put that aside. Let's talk about him when they began to have friction and crack in his party. What did he do? Under his nose, right there under his nose, that's when PITOBI vacated the PDP and went to labor. Where was his leadership skill? You're telling me with all his wealth, his experience, and all the people working for him, he didn't know what was going on right underneath his nose. This guy is, I don't see value in Atiku, by the way. And I think rather I would prefer, believe it or not, PITOBI to have won rather than Atiku. I'm telling you, Atiku to me is a disaster. It's a disaster. I mean, it could not. For a man with so many years of experience in politics, you're telling me.
Hold on, repeat what you just said. You'd have preferred PITOBI to win rather than Atiku?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would have.
Really?
Yeah.
You think PITOBI he has presidential qualities? Do you think he has presidential qualities?
Of course not. I don't think so.
Do you think Atiku has presidential qualities?
It has the operation of it. It doesn't have, yeah, it's good. It comes out presidential, but trust me, to me, it's just an operation. It's not the real thing because again, I pay close attention. Just like PITOBI, I don't knock PITOBI. I don't dislike PITOBI at all. I don't. But PITOBI himself, I said before, I studied the man about 5 6 years ago, and everything about PITOBI were the things he himself said, and I put it to task. I put him on the scale, and like this guy is a paperweight, not that brilliant at all. It's not that brilliant because back then when was he shouting China, 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 and PITOBI is good at what he does. It is a good man. It is fine, but in terms of his leadership skills, putting him in the same category as Tinubu, that is a distant 1,000. Let's put it that way. But again,
would it in leadership qualities, would you put him in the same bracket as Atiku?
but I don't see leadership quality in Atiku, so I put him on the same scale.
Don't? Oh,
I don't.
God,
I put him on the same scale. See, when I speak, just like this guy, your favorite guy, Saraki, I'm telling you what I have observed, not propaganda. My observation, of course, I could be wrong, but I'm saying it based on facts. So like just talking, I don't like that person. No, I see this guy. Let's see you perform when the task is given to you.
Let me tell you about Atiku. In the 2019 campaign, this was why I started to take note of that guy. In the 2019 campaign, that was Atiku versus Buhari. Of course, the town hall meetings and whatnot, and he was promoting then the narrative of selling off the NNPC and Nigeria should get royalty. And when he went on to explain that, it made infinite sense to me because what he was saying was that the NNPC is a cesspool of corruption. We all know that. It has never really delivered anything of the level of value that it can deliver to the country. We all know that. So he was explaining then that if we sell off the NNPC, the country will get in at one swoop a Mansa Musa-like level sort of money. So that's one. But then you also get royalty. And then from that royalty, of course, whether the companies perform or they don't perform, the country still gets its royalty. And that made infinite sense to me to set off the NNPC. And then he also had a strategy around electricity, which was around the nuclear narrative. That guy, he has the best plan for Nigeria, I have to say. In my own personal view.
Well, man, it sounds like you seem to get impressed so easily. It appears to me. With that, I'm not impressed at all. The fact that he said it, just like when people call Nigerian politicians and people stupid, I just crack up. I just laugh because just like Atiku made that case, many other people in his position could have made the same case. You know why? They know what to do. Atiku knows what to do, but they are all corrupt in a lot of ways. So there's nothing unique about that. Again, when Atiku had the opportunity, he didn't produce it. He can talk a big game, a good game. Again, going back to his mantra about the unifier, sir, your party was cracking up. Major leadership in your party was deviating from your plan, from the party. What did you do as a leader to bring everybody together and resolve the matter? He couldn't do it. So at any point, we all can talk good game, but give us the job to do it. What we do should be what speaks for us, not what we can just open our mouth and talk about. Angelica, please take over, but not a fan of Atiku, and I'm glad he didn't win. And again, I would have preferred PITOBI over Atiku anytime, any day.
All right. Wait, would you have preferred somebody like El Rufai to have won?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. I was just testing to see if it was an anti-North thing you were doing, but I know. All right. Okay, back to you, Ajale Koko.
Yeah. So, these Nigerian politicians would never accept defeat. That is what they are demonstrating. So they have lost it, but they cannot say it publicly to their supporter that, look, we've lost it. Let us give the support to the current president and let us see how we can work for the progress of Nigeria together. It's very impossible for them to do, and that is why you see them running to the press and trying to destroy the image of the tribunal judgment. So very shameful for Atiku. I'm very shameful for his party. I'm very shameful for Obi and Labour Party too, trying to go to Supreme Court to go and face the worst of the worst disgrace that they never seen in their political career. They will get it at the Supreme Court. The worst of the worst disgrace is ahead of them. That's my take on it.
All right, brilliant. Let me present this this headline, and Prince, you may want to pick this up. Nigeria will become major player in G20 countries, shape new world. President Tinubu addresses summit. So, as you know, Tinubu in New Delhi at the moment with the G20 group, trying to sort of promote Nigeria as a possible, player. President Bola Tinubu on Saturday in New Delhi, India, urged the global north, advanced economies, and multilateral institutions to mobilize resources and direct efforts to where help is needed most in the disadvantaged global south. The president made the call whilst addressing world leaders at the 18th G20 Leaders Summit. Nigeria is poised, able, and let me take that entirely again. I don't quite like the flow. President Bola Tinubu on Saturday in New Delhi, India, urged the global north, advanced economies, and multilateral institutions to mobilize resources and direct efforts to where help is needed most in the disadvantaged global south. The president made the call whilst addressing world leaders at the 18th G20 Leaders Summit. Nigeria is poised, able, and willing to be a major player in this family of the G20 and shaping a new world without whom the family will remain incomplete, Tinubu said, according to a release by a spokesman. By so doing, we will be building a society anchored on the strong values of tolerance and mutual respect, where diplomacy, dialogue, and cooperation takes precedence over competition, conflict, and division, which are based on inflexible ideology and belief system. So it goes on and on in that vein, but essentially, it is really the headline. Nigeria will become a major player in G20 countries, shape new world. And if you remember when we were looking at the projections of Goldman Sachs just a couple of weeks ago, which was telling us then that Nigeria, by their projection, is going to be one of the top 5 economies in the world by the year 2057. So do you see this trajectory? Do you think Nigeria is punching below its power? I don't whatever that phraseology is. Is there any veracity, any merit to this? Nigeria will become major player in G20 shape new world. What do you make of that, Prince?
Yes, Woman. Of course, Nigeria is a big economy. We have the consumer base, and that's why if you get just a slight penetration in the Nigerian market, you're going to do very well. That's why the mobile the cell phone companies, that's why when they came to the market, they became profitable in a lot of ways. Even no matter how much exorbitant fees they paid to the government, they were still profitable because we had the market base. The penetration was much greater. So Nigeria overall, yeah, it's a big market, and countries like India, China, Russia, they know that. Perhaps maybe only the Nigerians don't know that. Of course, that's not true, and we also know that. We just need to be able to to do the right things, and we know the right things to do. We just don't do them because those things, if you did those things, then the powerful people or the people that know how to game the system would not make a lot of money. So it's always good to have Nigeria in a perpetual state of decay, if you want to put it that way. There's nothing in that country that the Nigerian leadership or the smart people there don't know what to do. Of course, we do know what to do, but we're not going to do it. And again, I was cracker when I call these people stupid. They're not stupid. They game in the system, just like that.
Well, can you list 3 to 5 things or steps that Nigeria can and should take to propel us into that space that Tinubu is imagining?
Of course, having constant electricity is number one. So when you do that, you essentially liberate the people to go do whatever the heck they want to do. And it's also this Chinese saying, I can't quote it to you verbatim, but it really means that if you create roads, interlink the roads in the country, that's really the essence of commerce, because people can move freely and conveniently to different parts of the country and trade. Road, electricity, boom. See, and I always say one thing about Nigeria also. Well, we tend to many times neglect the importance of remittances that comes from.
Before you go into that, but that electricity, if Nigeria had stable and constant electricity, just speculate as to how do you think that would impact on the economy?
That should easily triple our GDP. Easily, I say. Triple our GDP easily. Without really doing much. Because really the backbone of Nigeria's economy is the private industries and individuals. I mean, if you really look at it, with the poor job over these years that the government has been doing, left to the government, left to a nation like perhaps Niger, whereby the government has 95% control or contribution to the GDP. Nigeria don't have the same problem, to put it that way, because if the government really collapses in Nigeria, Nigeria can still sustain itself.
I feel if we had stable electricity, it will quadruple our economy in just 24 months.
I would not disagree. That's not, just like I'm saying, it should triple the economy. I would not disagree, because the people themselves, they're ingenious, they're smart, they're going to find ways to be innovative and do a lot of things. And sometimes most of the things they need to do is just simple stuff. It's always a grind. So some things that need to be simple, it becomes a grind for no reason. And so doing, we're going to have a lot of waste in the system, leakages that doesn't serve the interest of commerce. That's what we're dealing with here. All this poverty, we're talking about. I know Angelica famous phrase is multidimensional poverty that he talks about. Well, most of these things will be pretty much greatly reduced or eradicated just on the citizen level, not even involving the government. We can do it, and we've proven that. I mean, there's so much money that comes into the country as a result of the private citizens or people living overseas. And that's why the economy keeps going and going. Most people don't know that the reason why we have this duality in the exchange rate or multiple exchange rates in the country has a lot to do with the money that comes in from the private citizen, the Nigerians themselves. There's so much money coming in. That's one of the main problems. Other countries in Africa wouldn't have that problem, but we do. Because the private sector plays a huge role in our economy, and that's why we have that big problem. If the government,
okay, Prince, what I'm not sure if you have a screen in front of you or not, but what you're seeing on your screen is the biggest economies in the world 2022. So the biggest economies in the world as of 2022, Nigeria was ranked 31st. So we were the 31st largest, biggest economy in the world in 2022. If we had stable electricity, that should propel us to roundabout. It will make us bigger than Belgium, which is 25.
Dude, I see some countries right now. I can easily cancel. I'll just cancel them like right away. No, get rid of Venezuela, Thailand, get rid of even Ireland, get rid of Ireland, Belgium. I mean,
I
even
do not see how
Argentina.
Ireland's economy is bigger
Is
than
Venezuela larger than larger economy than Nigeria?
only marginally. We're 31st, they are 31.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those countries can be like really consolidated so easily, and that would propel Nigeria perhaps to like top 10 easily without doing in less than 4 years.
Yes,
We
just
are not
electricity.
performing. We are performing very poorly.
Oh
Even with
yeah,
Venezuela, that is that is under sanction, that have been sanctioned by European country, and with that they are still better than us. That shows that we are not performing good. We are performing very, very poorly.
absolutely, yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna get to where what did Goldman Sachs predicted? I mean, project.
Top 5 economy.
That's not true. But I mean,
But
we have
if
the
we look at this chart, it's a possibility. We're 31st now as at 2022. So let's go with this as the most current of our. But if we had just that one item that Prince has stated, if we had constant electricity, that would be sufficient enough for us to go at least. We should be above Poland.
Where were we in 2015? Where were we in 2019? Compared to where we are 2022, that will tell us how we are performing. Are we progressing or retrogressing? So if you look at the past, where we were 2015 or 2019, maybe that can tell us whether we are doing good. I believe we are doing very, very bad now, and we cannot.
But if we're doing badly now and we're still the top 30 essentially largest economies in the world, then surely we only have to get a few items right for us to get to where Goldman Sachs are.
Yeah, we are like Abati. I mean, Prince Daddy said, electricity. We have to get our exchange rate right. It has to be stable because that is very important. Because if you don't get your exchange rate stable, then it's not going to be attractive to investors. People will run away from your country to invest because they cannot plan without a stable exchange rate. And if you don't get even the supremacy of the law right, it's not going to be attractive to international investors. They want to see a country where they know that, okay, if anything goes wrong and they have to go to court, they can get a redress as quick as possible. All these things really matter. Exchange rate, electricity, and some other things, infrastructure, everything. A lot of things will be responsible for us to get to what Goldman Sachs was projecting. So, are we on the right path now? I don't think so. A country must have a plan. We don't even have a plan at all. That's the problem.
I think that you should learn from
We don't have a plan. We must have a diplomacy, irrespective of party that get to power. A country must have a plan on what to follow. They must have a plan to execute for development of that country in so many areas, and education is one of it as well. If you don't educate your citizens, you cannot have a developed economy, because when your people are educated, that is where you go to have the best of the best brain that can help you to build your country. But we don't have it.
I tell you that if I told you that we have enough brains right now to reach that level, anything beyond that is just a huge plus. I'm telling you, it's just additional, it's just extra. We do have it, and keep in mind, I don't think Goldman Sachs projection includes any new discovery of mineral resources or anything like that. It's just like you said, it's all about planning and really recalibrating our economy.
Or commercial exploitations of resources that we know we have in a huge quantity, Like we have uranium, we have lithium, all in commercial quantities, all in global level quantity, gas, all of these things.
Yeah, to
we,
the point.
we
We don't have
cannot
to
be
do
with our
much.
brain. Prince Daddy, give me 1 minute. With your Prince Daddy, you're saying that, oh, we have enough education. No, we don't have. We don't have in the field of science. We don't have in the field of technology. And when you don't have nothing.
No, but by Jelly Coco, I'm
That is that
including the
that
people in the diaspora. I'm
that
including the people in the
forget
diaspora.
about people in you don't have nothing.
But
What
India
you cannot
factors
you cannot develop yourself.
but India factors diaspora into their economy. So why shouldn't we?
It's a diaspora into our economy.
No, India, they factor diaspora into their economy. So why shouldn't we?
Are you telling me it's the diaspora that are building that economy in their economy? It's the people at
They
home.
carried it to the point that it is. Yeah, of
It's
course
the
they
people
did.
at home. All the things that they are doing is the people at home.
Janko, do you know what?
The current this thing they launched to the moon are the people at home. Look,
Janko, do you know what? Do you know why?
we don't build nothing. We cannot build nothing at the moment. What are we doing to get the best of the brain so that we can start building our country? When you can't build, you can't take charge of your country. You have to depend on investors to come and do this for you to grow. We should be doing better to take charge of our country and start building our country by ourselves. Until when we start to do that, we can't get to anywhere. We cannot depend on outside to come and build our country for us. And that's the mistake we have been making.
Janko, do you know why it's sad? You know the same Dubai. Do you know Dubai was a village? But why Dubai was the same year Nigeria became a country? Dubai is the greatest symbol. It's our leaders constant problem. We should be like Dubai. Dubai is like Nigeria. It's sad. The same Dubai, there was a village, not the biggest city in the world. How is that possible? We could do the same thing. We should learn from other countries. That will help us. We should learn from other countries like Rwanda, Dubai. We should learn from them to help grow our economy, in my opinion.
Should learn from them. He said to learn from them.
Yes. Do you know Dubai became a country in 1960? Dubai is the best city in the world. How's
Yeah,
that
well,
possible?
I get your point, but let me tell you again. See, the state of Nigeria is not because of lack of creativity or innovation. It's just the will to get things done, and that's why when I'm always taken aback when people like sometimes maybe one man thinks Tinubu may be moving so fast, and some things are draconian. Not at all. See, most of this comes from Singapore to all these other places. They got up and decided to be stringent about a lot of things. If you're serious about something gotta give. There's always a trade-off, opportunity cost. There's always a trade-off. Okay, so if you guys want what you do right now to continue, then you're gonna get what you get. Then don't complain about the government not doing this and that. But when the government comes and say, "Hey, this is what we have to do," this notion that I think a lot of people have not really studied the world economy or countries like Germany. Germany is a great country to study actually, because they've been at the top, they've been at the bottom, they went back to the top. Why is that? That's the kind of country we should be studying. See, nothing is. We can always want the soft landing in everything.
Do you think, Prince? Do you think Nigeria should template itself after a successful country and just try and repeat that model rather than grabbing from here and there, like you're saying Germany now? So if we want to carbon copy, do you think we should carbon copy a country like Germany?
Why it's a successful country? Because it's a country that's been at the bottom. They went back to the top. They went to the bottom. They went back to the top. So why not? Why do you think the Germans they always come back from last and dominate Europe? They've always done that. There's something about the Germans that works. Why not? If we need to copy the Germans, we can do that.
Yeah, but we don't have the German mentality though, and the discipline.
Yes, and I agree because it all starts from the schooling, the education, the mentality, how people think. How people think, what they think about their country. You know, sometimes, you know, things just don't happen by happenstance. You know, it's just like Angelica said, it has to do with planning. What is the plan?
Deliberate
When you,
steps, I believe.
huh?
I said deliberate steps.
Of
Deliberate
course,
steps, yeah.
you pursue that plan. And if it doesn't work, at least you know what did not work, so you can retweak it or tweak the plan and continue from there. But if you don't have a plan, what direction you heading to? What are you trying to do? And the other day when this guy Tunanja was on there, and I was trying to have him explain to me, if you understand the concept of the spirit of a nation, it goes a long way. It goes a long way for people to buy in, just like any corporation, right? You know, if everybody buys into the CEO's plan and vision for the corporation or the company, things seems to work out very well.
Do,
And
do,
if
do,
people,
do you think there's a buy-in in Nigeria? Do you think Nigerians are bought into Nigeria?
no, that's not that. And the question, and I think I asked the question also, why not? How come we're not bought in? Because just buying it doesn't just happen overnight. You know, as much as we want to say the citizens have to play their part, of course we have to play our parts, but there's always sometimes when a leader comes about and rally the people, unite the people, and everybody focuses on the same goal pretty much. And keep in mind, both the rich and the poor, to the point whereby even the poor are willing to sacrifice. There was, well, I can only have one meal a day. Guess what? I'm going to have one meal every 2 days or every other day just to go after this plan. Leadership is important, one man, and I know you know that, and a lot of people know that. To galvanize people to buy into something and pursue a goal wholeheartedly, one man, it's unstoppable. You can't stop any nation as such. It's unstoppable. And with the Nigerian spirit, only if we can channel our spirit, our beliefs in ourselves and the things that we do and pursue a goal. Nigerians are known all around the world. No, it doesn't matter where they go. They always try, they rear their head, and people notice them. There's a reason for that. But fragmentedly, that's how we do it. We're not united. We don't have that. This European nation, this other nation, this Asian nation is the people that buy in. The Chinese model, no matter what you can say about it, they bought into it.
Do you think because largely there's a homogeneity in those countries, they have subset ethnic groupings, but if you look at the Chinese, the Indians, etc., there's one large homogeneous ethnic grouping that pretty much dominates that space and then sets the direction, but we don't have that in Nigeria.
Well, that's an excuse. See, because we don't have that, then should we not find something that could work for us? And by the way, India is quite diverse, actually. I mean, they have three or four levels of classification of the citizenship. Is it the Brahmins? Is it the Dalits? Is it the Trishierts? They break them into different classes. Sometimes when the Indians explain to me, I'm baffled. Like, how does it work? Really? They put some people in the prominent class. I'm telling you, India is a very complicated society. Very complicated. Now, if you're talking about Japan, I understand there's a huge homogeneity in certain groups that dominates, and that makes sense. But let's not make excuses. Let's not make excuses. I think we can do it. Do I have an answer? No. But when we come together, and that's the beauty of it.
I think you have the answer, because what we're saying now is if we had stable, constant, and reliable electricity, that already is going to, and Kulaka is disputing it in the comment section, but I'm still insisting that it will at least triple the Nigerian economy just as that single act. And then you are saying education as well. If we had a good, let's say if we achieved educational suffrage of about 60-70% of the population, to at least have a decent enough of an education for them to have a grasp of what's going on around them. So we're talking about at least to the O-level level in English, mathematics, logic, things like that. So if we had those things, that will propel our economy. So those are the solutions. They are boring, but those are the solutions.
Well, 67% educational penetration. Wow, that's gold. I'll take that anytime, any day.
And I'm not talking tertiary education, no, but sufficient enough, so that at least you are clued up in regarding what's going on around you.
Yes, woman. Do you know in Japan, right? The Japanese, they focus more on their secondary and primary education. Pretty much, tertiary education for like luxury. It's there if you want to go, but they have quality education in the secondary level schools. They do. They spend a lot of time and resources right there. Because if you go to high school and you can read and write very well, you comprehend subject matters, and you can present your argument. What else do you need in college? You just specialization. College is for specialization. What else do you need? If you spend a lot of money and resources in that regards, leave that tertiary education alone. Pursue it at your own ability. We're going to churn out quality students and citizens. We will, and we can then just direct them into different areas of the industry or sectors. We can do it.
So education, electricity, and security. So those are the magic formula that Nigeria needs to get right. Education, electricity, and security. If we had those three, with the Nigerian ingenuity, hard work, intelligence, if you just give them those three, education, electricity, and when we're talking about education, we're talking about a digital education. So education that is contemporaneous to now, not traditional education that lets you know what is going on around you, that you're internet savvy, you understand the world, that sort of level of education. So not necessarily essentially tertiary level, but you have to be, they are actually doing programming hubs in Lagos now and Ibadan as well, where they teach all these children coding from the age of 10 thereabout. So that sort of education, coding, the internet, you know how to use HTML and all of this language, at least sufficient enough for you to know what's going on. So is that not what we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's part of it. Absolutely. And of course, yeah. And of course, I mean, our economy, see, we have this leapfrog mentality when it comes to the way we approach our country, our society in Africa. And maybe we've been spoiled somehow, because when, what was the penetration rate for a landline in Nigeria?
I know we had one, but I suspect you did not.
No, we did.
No, that was a joke. That was a joke. Yeah, no, yes, I know. Remember those things when you dial and then they say we roll back. Hello, Shegun. Báwo ni London?
Exactly.
That didn't come out here. If you look at the leaps that just within our own lifespan, if you look at the leaps in technology, some of the things that we used to think was advanced that we know, I can't remember the last time I went to a post office. All the red letter boxes, they've been removed from the streets of London. There's no phone booths in London and no phone booths in London. You know those red phone booths that they used to, they're nowhere to be found anymore, and they have turned them now into eateries and whatnot. So it's just all these leaps.
Yeah. So that's why sometimes when we don't have that's why it's good to go through a process. The process sometimes is equally or sometimes even more important than the result itself, because when you go through the process and you produce a result, you know how that result came about. But I think that's what we Africans may be suffering from, this leapfrog technologies and other things, because we unlike the West. We didn't have to deal with it.
And we should have a satellite in space as well, a telecom satellite. And Nigeria as a nation should have a telecom satellite, about even 3 maybe.
Yeah, why not?
If they made so I keep the and everybody else can come into the conversation, by the way. It's not just between Prince Daddy and I. But if they made the internet debt cheap in Nigeria and they had electricity, imagine the possibilities.
It's endless. literally, it could be endless, really, because it opens the door for people to be, you know, to be creative and innovative. You know, people, and the Nigerians just need opportunities. That's just let them loose. Let the people loose, unchain the people, and let them do what they want to do. Don't stifle the people with like, bureaucracy or tedious, steps in trying to, create businesses, or dealing with the government. Try those bureaucratic barriers, trying to get rid of those people. Let the people loose. Say it's so easy. I mean, well, I'm thinking from outside, right? Because the people want to be free and do their own things. Many African countries, I don't know, maybe Gabon and some other places, they have a welfare system whereby they tend to depend on the government a lot, you know. But Nigerian, not so the case. Even the West, the welfareism is so huge in a lot of ways. But in Africa and Nigeria, for example, no, the people just want the opportunity to do their own things and move forward. And in doing so, that requires less government, intervention in what they do. It costs the government way less. Only if you can see it that way. The people want to be free to do their own things. Make things easy for those people. Give them good roads, good water, electricity, and they'll do their own thing.
It's unfortunate that we been having bad leadership. I mean, for the past 30 years now, or let me say in this, democratic dispensation that we have now, this Fourth Republic. We have had leadership that continue on the.
It's almost as though they are deliberately holding the country back. It's almost as though they're deliberately holding the country back.
Yes, if we have had an administration after Obasanjo that performed better than Obasanjo, and another one after that, like Buhari, improve on what Jonathan did, I mean, we would have been better off economically today, and the level of our productivity would have improved than where we are today. But the last 8 years of Buhari was a disaster for this country, man. It set us backward 40, 50 years back. Yeah. That might almost destroyed that country. It has destroyed it completely on so many fronts. But some people will not agree. But that is where we found ourselves today. So it's going to take us another 20 years of serious building of the country, commitment.
No, but what Prince is saying is that we can with a technology leapfrog. Is that not what you're saying? That we don't necessarily have to go through the pains of it, Prince, with a technology leapfrog.
But let me tell you, one man, other part of the world, are they sleeping? Do you think they'll be sleeping? They're not going to be sleeping.
No, we can still catch up. We can be where they are, but by just adopting what they have already done and created. So we don't have to go and like for instance, Prince just made the excellent example. The analog telephone, it had no penetration in Nigeria, but the digital telephone now, about 150 Nigerians have phones. About 120 buy internet data. So that's a leapfrog, isn't it? So we can leapfrog into the technology age and just bypass some of the processes that we failed to go through.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we can, but we still have a long way. We must have a plan on how we want to pursue development of that country in so many fronts, on the economic front, on the scientific, on the technological, various fronts for us to be a country that will work on you know, we even on our education, we must adopt STEM education at all levels. You really want that country to develop, we must adopt STEM education, science, technical, engineering, and math. And look, we cannot have a country where you see some part of the country, you know, trying to do good on education, and you see some that doesn't want education in their own part of the country. Does not put that strong commitment, all for the reason of religion. You can't have a country will not work like that. In the north,
you know, it can work if we have a two-tier sort of educational system, because I don't think the north is recoiling. I don't think the north is recoiling from education. I think they're recoiling from Western style education. So if you wrap their education around that sort of religious, Islamic sort of thing.
What is religious education? What will it get for any country today? It won't get you anything. It's a trash. When you don't have the Western education that is responsible for development of country in this modern world. What if religious education want to do? Well, what would we achieve in the religious education? Is nothing. So, and for us to have children out of school in that large number that we have known for a long time, 20 million, it is not a good thing for any country that want to develop. Why can't leaders in the north stand up against religious shenanigans that, look, enough is enough, we don't care, we must have education for all child. Any child that is not put in school, the parents will go to jail. And the same thing must happen in the South as well. And you must start giving the children that sense of belonging, that sense of patriotism, that, look, this is a nation that will be there for you. This is the nation that will provide for you. This is the nation that will be there for you anytime, any day. We must start to give our children, right from baby, that sense of commitment that this is our nation, and the children will be proud of their nation. But we don't have a nation like that. When you have public school, public education, that is not, it's like, it's a left behind kind of education. It's left behind. Except you take your child to private school. That is when you can have good education. A nation cannot grow like that, one man. If we have Britain, if Britain should neglect her public education, Britain will be worse off than any other country. The same United States. But that is what we have in Nigeria. You can't grow, you can't develop without having that foundation. The foundation of education, which is the elementary. When you don't develop it and have children well equipped with supported with everything at that level of education, same in the secondary school, then you can't have an educated society. You can't have a country that can build anything. Why? As of today, Nigeria should be able. We should have done away with Julius Berger. Nigeria should have been able.
I agree with that. Why we are still using foreigners to build roads? They don't know the topography of our land.
Oh my God!
So why we have University of Ibadan, we have University of Ife. Some of the best. We keep boasting all over the world that we have some of the best brains, and we can't even build roads.
We build road.
We can't build roads.
bridges.
And you go and bring Arab contractors to come and build. Who is Arab contractor? What does an Arab know that is building contractor? You know, not even Julius Berger that you can sort of argue Arab contractors. I mean, imagine that.
Oh my God, we can't do any a kind of.
Well, no, but we can't do. It's just that we've not invested in it. It's just that we've not because it's not beyond the realms of the capacity of the Nigerian space to create a road building industry. Just to use that phrase, it's not beyond the realms of our capacity. We have world-class institutions. We have super brains. We know the topography of our land. And all of the resources, all the butterments, everything, we have everything. So it's not beyond the realms of our capacity. So it's just my God, man, that country is done.
That is what you know, a country that is ravaged with corruption at all levels of government. This is what we get. It is corruption now. Nothing else. Corruption galore everywhere. It kills country.
Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you that with all of that, Nigeria is still top 30 economy in the world? Does it surprise you?
Woman, that tells you that if we have been doing the right thing, Nigeria will have been among the top 10, if not the top 5 strongest economy in the world. We will have been the top 10 because God has given us Africa to dominate Africa. God gave us that capacity, that potential, everything to dominate Black world. But corruption kill our ability to do that. Corruption. We cannot even build our country. How do we build? How do we carry other Africans along when a lot of things that we should have done, we couldn't even do it? It's just bad what these politicians have done to that country. It's particularly 8 years of Buhari. It's a complete setback to that country. Complete. So Tinubu is going to have to struggle very hard. And he must step on toes. A lot of people must go to jail to show that, look, this is a country that belongs to all of us. The Commonwealth of Nigerian state must not be looted by some criminals. And that is what Wike is trying to demonstrate. You know the story you brought about Wike?
Yes. Do you think Tinubu has the political will to jail anybody? Because if he has to jail somebody, it will be his party members.
Let me tell you, if Tinubu should fail, if he should fail to allow Wike or EFCC to do their job concerning what Wike have called for, that means that Tinubu is not ready to do anything. Because Wike has shown capacity, he has shown leadership that is ready to step on toes to make sure that his job in that Abuja.
But the Northerners will not allow him now. You know
what do you mean by Northerner? Does the country belong to the Northerners?
It doesn't. Who does it belong to? Does it not belong
to all of the Northerners?
Are you joking? I used to say that the country belongs to the Northerners now.
It doesn't. Look, the Northerners had it for 8 years. How did they do it? They destroy it. We must tell them that you people destroyed this country for the past 8 years. They gave it to you for 8 years. Run it with all your call that, oh, you have been marginalized in this political dispensation. That is what Atiku was be shouting during the time of Jonathan, that if Jonathan should run the second time, oh, that means the Northerners will be left behind. And because he couldn't get it during the time of Jonathan, that's why he crossed to APC to form the APC with Buhari and all of them now. It's because of the Northern interest that, oh, Northerners will be left behind. We cannot allow we can't allow the Southerner to turn us to second-class citizens. and they went to form APC. They join hands with Buhari in Northern. And what has the Northern given to the country today? Failure. It is time to tell them to their face. Step on toes and let us move the country ahead and use the resources of that country to develop. Look at the way they are looting resources across the country.
You know that the Northerners control the engine room of that country. They control the guns. They control a lot of the parastatals.
We must start
they even decide who becomes president, by the way. It's still their decision who becomes president.
It is time to start saying to ourselves, telling ourselves the truth in that country if you want to get things right. I agree what you are saying. I know where you're coming from. When it comes, because the military and all these things, that they dominated the military, they are this and that. But it is time for Nigeria to start.
And Nigeria is still very much held hostage by the military, whether we claim to be a civilian.
You're right, one man. You're right on that. So, but this time around, we must start to do the right thing. We cannot continue in the way we have been doing in the past. It will kill that country. Country.
Let me bring Shebi in, but I want us to go back to some of the things that Ribadu was saying yesterday, and people were trying to shut him down. But let's bring Shebi in. I think he wanted to. Shebi, come in.
Good evening.
Is this your first time here?
This is not my first time. This is probably my third time.
Okay.
Yeah, I come by the name Big Daddy Shebi. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, carry on.
I think when we look at if you want to actually, I looked at the list on this screen, and there are some countries that we can actually surpass in a couple of years. Countries like Poland. Poland was not really.
There's no way. There's no way. Venezuela, Thailand. I can understand Israel, Ireland. There is no way Poland.
Indonesia is quite massive. Mexico.
Yeah, and I can understand Indonesia. Yes.
So Israel even have a stronger distance than us.
But Israel is underperforming still, though. Israel really should be a top 10 economy because.
But judging by the land mass and the population, I think they are really pulling their weight. But if all things being equal, if we grow at the rate we started from,
where India is where we, when Nigeria got independence, they said Africa will outperform Asia. So where India is where we really should be. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I was reading the Forbes, the Times magazine of 1965, and then they talked about the millionaires in Nigeria in the 60s, people like Odumegu's father, the Akintola, the Adeola Odutola's family, the Tunji Braithwaite and the Dantata family. The confidence that people like Adeola Odutola then was actually giving then was so he has a very good optimism about Nigerian economy. Odutola then was saying that by 70s, Nigeria should be producing automobile. That's the kind of optimism we had in the 60s. And of the millionaires in Africa, then Nigeria could boast of like a substantial number. So the question we need to ask ourselves is what went wrong? Where did we get it wrong? Because in the first 6 years of the First Republic, Nigeria had it so good. So the question is, how can we really catch up with the lost years? In all honesty, I don't really envy Tinubu's situation. He's got a lot on his plate to actually deal with. And in my proposition, I think we need to categorize where we need to focus on and how to tackle to gain our lost years. I think we need to categorize in the context of the 21st century. We need to classify productivities into wheat production, which is synonymous to agricultural revolution. But the problem is we've had a lot of policy in the past. I remember the days of Operation Feed the Nation during the revolution. The problem is not that we don't have policy, but implementation is the problem. If we can revisit that area, maybe we can be able to make great stride in agriculture. We should move away from subsistence farming to mechanized farming. and stuff like that. The second one is the extractive industry. We have lots of raw material, a lot of solid minerals,
Mineral resources,
lithiums, columbite, bauxite, bitumen. They abound in the country, but the framework on which to actually actualize, bring those resources into fruition is a missing gap, that kind of stuff. Then we have the economy of the app production, that is the IT, the digital world. We have enormous human resources in that area.
but that's a space we can open up very quickly just through policy positioning. So Prince was talking about leapfrogging. So that's a space that we can leapfrog into within 4 years, even 2 years, even the digital economy space.
I think I'll be like I think I could see the zeal in what's it called in Tinubu's trip to the to India. And then one area is actually talking about is actually to get a sort of help from India in order to actually accelerate that, because India has similar socioeconomic structure as Nigeria, and then we've had enough of a lot of interaction with Indians over time. India is the second largest producer, apart from the federal government, from what they said. They are the second highest employer of labor in Nigeria, but we can actually cooperate with them because they know how to do the outsourcing stuff. Most of the work they do outside the shores of England and West are actually done in the in India. We can actually create a leverage with India in order to do that kind of offshore services, because now India is becoming too big for such things now, because most companies in the UK don't want to outsource their development work and real back office work to India. Because Indians they become loud-mouthed now, so they are going to countries like Philippines, they are going to countries like the East European, like Belarus, Latvia. Nigeria can actually leverage on that, at least to create.
But Nigeria has a trust deficit, though, because people instinctually recall, especially when you are talking about data. Who in the world will want their data in the hands of Nigerians with our criminal minds?
I know that's if you do SWOT analysis, that's a threat to us, and then we need to turn the threat to opportunity. So that's why we need a good image maker, something like Dora Akunyili was doing some years ago, but it not really find success. We need, and that's why I don't really like disobedience, because they cast aspersion into the image of Nigeria.
They really demarketed Nigeria.
We don't need it at this moment, because Nigeria has a lot of huge human resources, especially in the IT space. If you go to the Yaba space, and then before, when I used to do my coding here, all the names you find are Krishna, Vishnu, blah blah blah. Now you are seeing Ade from Yaba doing the good programming stuff, and then I think we can, all those jobs that are taken to Philippines and Latvia, Nigeria could actually leverage on that. At least if you're giving them $500 per month, that's equivalent to 500,000 naira for a bachelor. That's good money. But we are missing on that because of that image. I think Tinubu need to work on that area in order to launder our image positively in a way. But I think the odds are stacked against us in terms of actually laundering our image. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Did they come in?
Yeah. Woman, good evening to everyone from Nigeria. Is it good morning, early hours of the morning now? I believe we are looking at it from a different angle to what the government is looking at it from. We are looking at the symptoms and how to cure the symptoms. I feel in all the commentaries and the discussions I've been listening to since morning, I think it has only been Baba Janle Koko that has addressed it the way the government wants to go about it. But actually, the government is not going about it directly. The methodology of Baba Janle Koko is different from what the government is actually looking at. Now, what am I trying to say? Baba Janle Koko is saying stamp down corruption. if you can destroy corruption, then you will be able to move forward as a country. But what the government is trying to do is to put the system in place. Now, if you look at the reforms, the investigation, the audits of almost all the parastatals that is going on presently, and most especially into our tax collection system, the government is insisting that there is more money in the system than Nigeria is actually getting. And they are trying to see how they can, increase the efficiency of the system by putting up a workable system that can now mop up all these excesses in the system and curb it for future purposes. And I think this is actually the way to go. We can say, yes, we want to fight corrupt people. If you kill one today, he has trained so many in the system. And those ones will still rise up tomorrow. But if we have a system whereby almost everything is traceable, every transaction is traceable, every means of identification is linked together, just like what this Minister of Interior is trying to do with immigration, custom. This is where the loss of Nigeria is coming from. And I really want to appreciate the fact that this is the first government that is setting an economic goal that we can use to measure. They want to use to measure their achievement. They are saying they are trying to go for a $1 trillion GDP, $1 trillion GDP, to increase Nigeria's revenue to that. And if we put that on that list, Nigeria should be around the top 20 if we can actually reach $1 trillion. So I feel it is the system that is lacking. Why Lagos works better than every other state in Nigeria is there is the system. Yes, there is still corruption in Lagos, but at least the government has control over a lot of the transaction going on in Lagos. And this is why I look at the obedience and everybody that has been clamoring and shouting and saying a lot of things. They don't know anything. Nigeria is where it is on that chart that you have just on that list now, that 31st. Nigeria is where it is because of Lagos. If you remove the GDP of Lagos alone from Nigeria, Nigeria is going to crash down the line. So if somebody has done it in Lagos and he set the foundation, and yeah, you can call him whatever you want to call him, he installs the next governor. I believe that is continuity, and that is why Lagos has been progressing. Baba Janle Koko said, if after Obasanjo we had somebody else that can do it better, we wouldn't be where we are. So if Tinubu is leaving tomorrow and he feels that it is El-Rufai or Shetima that can do it, I don't care how they get to that power.
This measure is actually in billions. So Nigeria's economy, they are estimating the totality of it. This is 2022 figures are 477 billion, 477.4 billion. But if you look at Poland, 688.2 billion. So that's a differential of roughly, give or take, about is that about, let's just say let's say 200 billion. If you and they're a working economy, by the way, but ours is just a subsisting economy. So if we had an economy that works, very easily we should leapfrog at least past Poland.
Woman, don't be surprised that after this tax policies that they are trying to come up with, these audits here and there, don't be surprised by the time the system is put in place, don't be surprised that Nigeria might be jumping to around close to 600, because there are a lot of fraud as it is
But
in the system now. A lot of people cutting corners when it comes to paying taxes. Companies, a lot and a lot.
well, how would that translate to our foreign exchange? Because the reason why we have why the naira is crashing, it's like falling in the exchange, is in the markets, is because of our foreign exchange. We are not producing enough. We are
Lack
getting
of
those money
productivity.
internally, but it's not really affecting the strength of naira in the global market. So
No. What I'm trying to say is this. Yes, that is another topic, and that's why they are going after foreign investments to bring in the forex, and also to make us more productive in terms of production. But what I'm trying to say is this: the bane of everything is the system. If you bring all these investment back into this present system that we have in Nigeria, we will still find a situation whereby in the next few years, you will still have problems. So we need to first remove all the bottlenecks to doing business. We need to first go into who is paying tax and is not paying tax. We need to know what amount should you be paying and what amount are you actually declaring. We need to know all these things. Then we now harmonize it.
Jide, sorry. You see, I agree with you that you must have a system. But the system is one thing, another thing is the rule of law. Supremacy of the law. And not that the president is so powerful that can do and undo. That is the system we have today. We must have rule of law where every institution of government can function according to the law, and nobody, either Mr. President or here and there, can do anything in violation of what the law has specified as how the system must run. That is very important, and that is what we lack in Nigeria. Nigerian leaders does not run that country on the basis of rule of law. They don't respect the law. They are more powerful. They are more powerful than the institution. And you can't have a country that will function like that. Rule of law is the basis of good governance and transparency and accountability in the country. But we lack that in Nigeria.
Babajale Koko, yeah, I'm not disputing that the rule of law is powerful. But when it comes to Nigerian economy, it is majorly private driven and it is majorly individual driven. This is a fact that we all know. So what they are now saying is this: as be that as it may, we now have loopholes in the system that some civil servants are using to siphon funds, loopholes in the system that some private entities are using to shortchange the government in terms of taxes and everything. You want to go and look for more money from outside, but you did not block the loopholes inside. By the time that more money comes inside, the loopholes will still swallow the money. So I think the bane of it is this: we put up that system, we get it right. Look at the audit into central bank. Look at what it has been leading us to. Did you see the recent one involving Olam and Emefiele? How Olam was taking dollars and doing a lot of money laundering in Nigeria. So the truth of the matter is we need to block all those things.
You know that's Olam. You know it's an Indian setup.
Exactly. We need to block all those, and that's why when Babajale Koko was saying, "Why is it only Julius Berger?"
And they talk about 35 billion between 2015 and they are holding them responsible for the collapse of the Naira, an Indian company. Can you imagine that?
Imagine, and that is what I'm trying to say. When Babajale Koko was talking about Julius Berger, yeah, Julius Berger will get contract because Julius Berger, we see them as whites, but they are the masters in corruption. But they will not give road to a Nigerian because they know from a Nigerian it can lead to another Nigerian that will now say it in a quarters where everything will now become exposed. But for these white people, it is sealed. So that is why all these people are like that. So, but when we fix the system, when we fix that system, and we can ensure that the loopholes are just so, it's not possible to eradicate it, but it's very, very minute and insignificant, then the money we are bringing in, we will see the effect. Every government that has come in since Obasanjo has been going out to say is looking for what's it called, foreign investors, looking for this. Obasanjo went as far as getting debt relief, grew the economy and the foreign reserve. But where are we today? Because of the loopholes. Because of the loopholes. And it is one of that loophole that the likes of Emefiele have used to the latter. It is one of the loopholes that those people that are collecting money from the government for fuel subsidy and still take the fuel out. Those are some of the loopholes that the government is wasting money, and money is being taken away out of this country on a minute basis. So these are the first thing. We need to put our system in place. Let's first do a forensic test. Let's put ourselves under the X-ray, see where our problem is. Then from the inside out, we can now work. But if we say we want to just go and start looking for, let us create farm, clear the whole of Ogun State, make it a farm. If you don't block the loopholes, these people will destroy that farm and make it unprofitable. You can imagine, you created a train system and people are still collecting cash. But if you make it automated, just like the Blue Rail in Lagos now, almost all the buses in Lagos now, we use card. There's this cowrie card that we use. Once you just clock in, you just enter. The government knows how many people boarded.
I saw that. It's a bit like the oyster system that they have.
Exactly. The government knows how many people that boarded the bus on a daily basis. The government knows what came in on a daily basis. Let us first block the loopholes.
But to block the loopholes, we need high digital penetration into the country. I think they can leverage on the BVN NIN card, migrate those data, identify who lives in its Nigerian space. And then from all you said now, you only focus on federal government. Remember, we have 3 tiers of government.
Sorry. I think what it's actually saying is to digitalize the processes.
Digitalize the process, yeah.
Yes. And I agree as well, because where it usually goes awry in Nigeria is when you have human contact. As soon as you have human contact with anything Nigerian officialdom, then that's when it starts to fall apart. You know, so you pay online, you print out a receipt, and then they tell you the time to come and collect it, whatever it is, and then you don't have any real contact with, you know. They need to digitalize the system.
One man. Let me paint a scenario. Let me paint a scenario, please. Sorry. I sometimes ago, some of these Hausa people that used to follow truck, those guys that load tipper, they were running to meet up an empty tipper so that they can, you know.
Up a bit more. Your voice sounds a bit low, somewhat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Yeah. So these guys, they normally compete to get to the truck. So the first person that throws his shovel into the truck will be the one to load the truck. So I was driving from office that day, and this guy just saw the empty truck and he just ran. So without looking, just crossed the express. Before I knew it, I knocked the guy down. The one Hausa guy like that, he broke one of his thigh and one of his limb. So we had to rush him to the hospital. So now I had to rush him down to FMC Abeokuta. When we got there, when we got to Abeokuta, I was to go and pay money for different things at different locations. You know, they have different departments. When I got there, somebody is on an emergency. First thing was they told me there was no bed. There was no emergency bed. I had to call somebody that I know inside that place before they sent an emergency bed out to take this guy. That's one. When I got to this location, the money that the government said they should collect in that location is 3,500 for that particular service. And the lady looked at me and said, "Oh, 5,600. And I was like, but this is 3,500. Ejo, because in network, glory, can
all right, we've got
some cash.
Right. Oh, okay, Karen, you're back.
That
you are dipping in and out, Jide. All right, I think we lost him. Let's say from Adewale. Adewale, are you there?
Very much here.
No, it's on that. Yeah, hold on, Jide. Yeah, he had his camera on.
I was just a minute late when woman called me, and I was about to start coming. He called another person, and that snowballed to almost 2 hours now. Good job, woman. Good job.
Yes. Come into the conversation. I think we are just free flowing at the moment. It's not really. We were talking about Nigeria being the 31st largest economy in the world, in spite of all our. It's a subsisting economy and it's still that high up. So we were talking about if we possibly can get it right, how high up we could go.
We could go as being number one in the world.
I don't think so. I don't think the Americans.
See. Look, that is the spirit I don't like. I don't like to talk down on us as an entity. Look, we have the potential, woman. We do. It's just that we have to have a determination and build, on what we have. If we make a determination that we can get there, why not? Why not? Those people that are number one, number two, they don't have. There's nothing that they have that we don't have. It's just for us to be able to harness that. We have to increase our productivity. We have to increase our export. We have to look inward, away from fossil fuel, and look for something different. Every nation that is powerful, economically powerful, they have something different. Technological wise. And they'll be able to, like America, will be able to consolidate, till tomorrow. I don't care what the BRICS are trying to do. They've tried, other nations have tried it in the past, but American dollar still stands strong, right? So we can get there. Why not? We can. That is the optimistic spirit we should be able to, as a country, as a people, we should imbibe, oneness. To me, I don't see a reason why we can't get there. As long as we can harness what we have, use that of advantage without the frivolous spending, unnecessary, borrowing and all that, we can get there. It's commonsensical. I'm glad that the current incumbent administration, realized that there's no point borrowing. Why should you borrow when you have nothing to pay back? You put generations to come in debt, so you continue to pay debt to the dial. Why can't we task ourselves, maximize what we have and utilize the money?
Adewale, let me say this. Give me just 1 minute. I'm sorry. Look, I don't know how they want to maneuver it without borrowing. Nigeria is completely broke.
We don't have to borrow. We do not have. We
And,
just
and Tinubu says he's not going to borrow.
and
Well,
he has already
we want to
determined
hold
there's
him
no point.
accountable. We want to hold
See,
him accountable to that. I
you
want
see,
to see how they want to do it. We
look,
Nigeria is flapping.
the money here, Mark, from subsidy alone is enough to build infrastructure. Point blank. If we were to do it, with openness, the money that's going to be realized, your probably here, Mark, for subsidy in the past can be used for infrastructure. We can build infrastructure with that. There's no point borrowing. Remember, we're still going to service the one we already borrowed, right? So, what kind of economic are we practicing? I'm glad the current administration realized that there's no point borrowing. They know if we continue to borrow, at a point it will become a Zimbabwe.
I'm looking like sorry.
But they are borrowing with style now. Are they not the one that sent what do you call NMPC out to go and borrow 3 billion now from Afribank in exchange for crude oil? They are still borrowing now. They are just doing
If they borrowed against crude
going
oil,
backdoor to do it as a boju for us.
but Banja Lekoko, what do we have that we have in abundance? In the past, government has not been open in collaboration with the NNPC. Everything has been shielded in secrecy. If they borrowed against crude, all right, we have this in abundance. As long as there's openness and the government is ready to be open with the country, why not? But see, when you are borrowing, a long-term debt that generations will continue to pay, that is where I have problem with. Okay, at least whatever you are borrowing the money to build, let it be tangible that people can easily see it. People will be open to contribute, to pay more than the fair share. But when the money goes into the pocket of just few individuals, that is where the country, the Nigerians, have a problem. Okay, there's no problem borrowing. To borrow is for a purpose, and that purpose must be real, or something that people will see and they see their money, going to work. But when that money is going to the hands of few people, privileged people, now that is where problem comes from. In the past, even the money borrowed from the is it World Bank for the cushioning of the withdrawal of subsidy. I mean, we haven't seen how that money. Well, the state governments will have to account how they'll be able to spend the 2 billion that was given to them. So with that, people ask questions and there's a concrete answer, with the fact to buttress whatever they're presenting. Why not? But I don't see a reason why we should be borrowing. There's no point blank. We are broke and we should limit our, expenses, our expenditures, and also build on infrastructure. Whatever we earmark now should be going to infrastructure, not for overhead costs, paying salaries and all that. For crying out loud, the states, well, government can't continue to employ people. We should encourage small scale businesses. We should encourage entrepreneurship in our institutions so that people will learn, how to make money outside government.
You see, the issue in Nigeria, we're too tribal and we keep letting the same people that's holding our economy. We keep letting the same old people who doesn't care about us. That's a problem, getting deceived by them. They also the beautiful story in election, but when like they lie. This is beautiful story how they do that, but they all lies. Like Tinubu was a good example. Tinubu is a beautiful story, but Tinubu wasn't not ready. He wasn't ready to be president. Nigeria economy is going bad. The same Tinubu, the guy did a beautiful story. That's a problem. Same leader after the beautiful story, but it always fail every time we elect them.
So
Is Kulata talking to me? I have no. What is the Joseph has to do with Kulata? Kulata has gone to drink the Bacardi, isn't it?
it's so you're dreaming. People say Nigeria can be number one.
Why not? See, why not? The cynicism spirit is what I don't like that. I like to be, I recognize that we are in deep hole, but at the same time, we have to keep that optimism spirit alive. And that is one thing that this administration needs to work on.
Nigeria can never be number one. Nigeria can probably
Because
maybe top 10 and maybe 7. There are countries that will always be ahead of Nigeria, like the United States, for instance,
China.
I don't know about you guys, but I
And
don't
China.
like that limitation spirit. No, I don't. You see, everywhere Nigeria goes to, we always excel, right? We always number one, number two, and economic wise, all right, social wise. I don't see a reason why we cannot be the torchlight in Africa. Why not? We can't do that in isolation. Number one in Africa, even in the West Africa. Unfortunately, the coup and all those things happening around us is going to set us back, especially in the West Africa a little bit. But we cannot do that in isolation. The countries around us also have much to contribute to that. But why not? Why not, woman? Why not? Does
Well,
United Arab Emirates have two heads? Look at where
But
they are today.
we can do a lot better than we're doing, but we cannot be number one. We don't have a technology base, we don't have science or anything, we don't have industry, and we're not likely to get it to the level of the advanced countries anytime soon, if ever.
Somebody shared video clips with me on social media today. I saw a young man, very young, probably in his 13 or 12, as he's 12 years old. What did he do? He converted a regular bicycle into a motorbike. Okay, he converted a regular engine, to a motorbike engine, and was able to ride it.
Those are rudimentary,
No.
rudimentary
See,
stuff.
I know we are going to use that and say, well, those are the things that any other ordinary person can do. But this is just a regular guy, a regular village boy who did that. I want to talk about somebody who is more comfortable, who is well fed, who is not thinking about paying school fees, but is able to think beyond what you think is capable of doing. If we are pushed to the wall, we can do much, much better. You can imagine someone like that in an environment that enables and provide for him. Okay, in a very good environment, that young man will be pulled in, and helped in some ways, But those are the things where we can tap into our potential and be greater. We shouldn't be limiting what we're capable of doing. We're talking about technology. People that are building technology, they don't have to head. They're just human beings, right? Yoruba will say to be back. Don't say my rhetoric is just a mere rhetoric. No,
For that,
it is about the will, political will, economic will. We can, okay, we can. It's just about we look inward and see where we can excel and be great. You know, as to me, we shouldn't be limited. We shouldn't look at the what we're going through today to limit what we could be capable of. Maybe in the next future, in the next 10 years, we could be greater. Not just in Africa but the entire world. I'm optimistic, woman. I am. I don't know if I'm the only one in this group on this show that is very, very optimistic, but I am.
No,
oh,
your level of optimism is what you cannot defend, like obedient cannot defend the stolen mandate. That's where the problem is. Nigeria can grow, but we should have some kind of expectations not out of this world. Because if we are saying Nigeria can be number one, how compared to which country? To China, to United States, or to which particular country exactly? What are we doing to even guarantee that? The dream of what you are saying, for example, how realistic is that dream even in the next century? So that's what we're saying. You can be optimistic, but be optimistic within the realities, not just something from virtual, from something that we cannot even achieve. So to me personally, I've listened to different people on this Nigeria issue. We need to learn. Like someone said, we should learn from Germany. Yeah, I had to read that we should learn from China and we should learn from India. You see, India and China, they were crawling until they opened the economy and liberalized the economy. As a matter of fact, India, they were like almost, they were just few years in terms of the liberalization. That decision taken within few years, less than 10 years in comparison to India, that really helped China to jump. They had this aggressive and super marginal jump ahead of India in the way they move the economy. So now, when we talk of foreign investors there, I've listened to people discount the impact of foreign investors. When you want to grow, do you really have this money to grow? Do you really know how much it's going to take Nigeria out of the current abject poverty? We are talking of a country where our population growth rate is far ahead of our economic growth. So, how are you going to compensate for that? So, it is something that is very difficult without forming some kind of alliance and partnership. How much can you produce within the country in a year? For example, you say you want to grow and you need some airline, for example, to operate within your country. How much fund can you raise to even put all those structures in places? Okay, assuming you wanted to continue building your local economy and you will not have MTN of this world in Nigeria, for example, how are you going to get that telecommunication sector right? So it's a combination of factors. No country, including the United Kingdom, even including America, including Canada, including China and all the Argentina and Brazil, you can't do. So what we are saying is this: foreign investors will come. They put their structure on ground, their investment on ground. Who are they going to employ? They are going to employ Nigerians. The more you employ Nigerians, the more you reduce poverty in the land. The more you reduce poverty in the land, the more you start solving the problem of insecurity. So all these things, the way they work in some kind of ecosystem, in some kind of it's just for kind of a complex interaction that will just trigger economic growth. So no matter, even if we go back to school and lock ourselves up now for the next 10 years that, oh, we want to localize everything, we want to grow at that one rate, we are still going to slow down because you still need capital. That is where it is important just to now. It is true that the government policy we have as we have now, we know the policy is slowing us down seriously. We cannot argue that, we know. But at the same time, if we get the basic things right, the only thing that can happen with corruption in our land is if we are supposed to grow maybe at 25% rate, maybe corruption will just slow us down to like 13%. That is the situation we have now. When Tinubu is saying it's not going to borrow, I think it's the right direction to go. Why do you borrow? Oh, you say, oh, you want to borrow, you want to build your rail. Okay, perfect. Flip it around. What if I have someone that can build that same rail? I bring his own money and I ask the person to operate for 20 years and transfer. What about that option? Without Nigeria carrying any debt or any debt body. And look at how these guys, they be demonstrating the same thing when you talk of Lekki Deep, Lekki the Deep Port or whatever. So you need all these to do, but you are now borrowing. You are building rail. You are borrowing. You are developing Ajakuta. You are borrowing. At the end of the day, all these things you borrow to build, you are still handing those things over to the same bureaucracy that destroyed those institutions to start with. But when you liberalize your economy, you take government over-regulation. If that's the right way to say it, over-regulation of the sector, you take those things away. When you take government over-regulation of economy away, then we are fine. So why can't we go to, okay, we are doing it already, because Dangote proposed it before, but we are not doing it fully. That, okay, he wanted to construct our road for us, but what you are going to do for this guy is you give him tax break. Why not that option? I would rather give the investor our roads to build and give them tax break rather than say, okay, I want to see billions of naira in the purse for the members of the National Assembly to share. So these are the kind of innovation we need, and I think we need to move our country forward. To me, Yeah, Adewale, I like your optimism. Me too. I want Nigeria too, but but I just want to stay within what I think, in quotes, is realistic for us. So I don't see, personally, I don't see how this guy is going to fail in his approach, to be honest, because if we continue to borrow, it's not going to sound very well for that country. So the best you can do is look at your policy. We are talking of India today. When we are talking of India, what's the India? Like I said the other time, they are generating over 400,000 megawatts of electricity, and yet they are
And
still
our
not.
own is under 4,000.
But they still have power cuts in India. Like
They still
power.
have power. They still have power, but the thing is this: we used to have power problem in the 80s in Nigeria, right? But but the little we have that time, we could serve our industry. We were operating efficiently. That was the time we used to have good production base. One economist, I don't know the name. I know it's not Rewan. I'm trying to. I don't know the name. Up to
Aluko.
1985. When you look at it, when you look at it relative to your country, Nigeria was adjusted to be ahead of China in manufacturing. I don't know how he arrived at that, but then just let's assume that what he was saying was true, because we were talking of those days that Bovita is Bovita. They will do everything in Nigeria, Magna, Bata, everything. The
NASCO.
value chain for our products.
NASCO in Jos. Yeah.
You understand? We have Nina. Is it Nina that was producing Steyr? That we have Pocho, and we have all those local
You have
productions.
Dunlop, you have battery making industry.
Petrol industry in Kaduna.
Exactly, battery. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
you have Oluwa glass in Oshun Abiondo.
Vegetable
Oluwa
oil
glass in Igbokoda, in a pump brick. So to me, the problem we are having in that country is, like, it's even good now that at least the guys that were fighting for that liberalization, they are there now. If Tinubu can't get this thing right, then I'm afraid for that country. Because if you could take the federal government on that power issue, now power has been decentralized. Now railway has been decentralized. Now schools, maybe we should be looking at how to move our schools away, because all this idea that, we have to grow at the same rate. No. Like some people say they want to give their people Islamic education. You give them Islamic education and let them go.
What will that achieve? What will Islamic education achieve for any country? What are they? No. Where in the world as an Islamic education? Where in the world? What has he ever achieved for any country in the world?
Ajani Koko, hear me out.
Education.
Ajani Koko, hear me out.
What area? You think it's Islamic for what?
If you fail to develop your economy, there will be migration from where the economy is not developing to where they need people. That's what is going to happen. If you are giving your people Islamic education, and the Western and Eastern regions, they are giving their own Western education, and they're developing the economy. But what you need to do is give all those regions financial autonomy. What do you think will happen? Those people that you want to constrain to economy, to Islamic education, they will come to where they will get something to benefit themselves. What is important, where they are going to, is for those regions to be able to expand on their capacity, to be able to accommodate all those cheap labors that will be coming from those regions to come.
Then why do we have Ministry of Education? Why can't we have an educational policy that will be on the ground across the federation, and we all, every children will develop along the same line? I mean, according to the educational policy. Why should some be running on Western educational system, and some are running Islamic educational system? How do we are building a nation where we cannot see things in the same way. It shouldn't be like that. Our children should be able to, they should be able to give them the same education. They grow up together in that educational system, and they can see the future the same way. The future opportunity for them, they should be able to pursue it, with the same mindset. And not some people will be looking at, oh, it is Islamic, everything have to be done. If it's not done in Islamic, we are not accepting Western education. That's a recipe for Boko Haram continuity. Because the meaning of Boko Haram is, what's the meaning? Down to Western education.
Western education is sacrilege. That's what it means.
Yes.
See,
I mean, all these leaders, look, Ola, please, I will yield. Give me all these goddamn leaders you see in the north. Is it not Western education that put them in the position of leadership as governors and everything that they become? Who among them that have their children? Who among them educated their children with Islamic education and not Western education? Who? That is the question we should ask them.
Okay,
what kind of nation are you building? What kind of society are you building for now and the future?
Can I respond?
Yes, continue, Ola.
If Awolowo had waited for the northern region for the northern region so that they can flow along with the western region, today probably you and myself will not have the opportunity to be educated the way we are now. Probably our parents too will not have the same type of education too, because we'll be waiting for some people to drag us down just because we want to grow at the same rate. You see, as you elders will say that way, let everybody go and do his own thing. What I'm saying now is this: if you look at American system, if you look at the Canadian system, I don't know how it is run in the UK. You will see the federal government don't control the education. You allow all those regions to do whatever they want to. The federal government don't own universities. You allow the cities, mostly, even in some cases, the state, the way you practice in your own a private individual, to run the organization. But we are talking of Nigeria that they want to make sure that they dilute everything you are doing. If you are carrying something at 100%, someone's child just won't come to you and say, oh, 100% is too much for you. We have to dilute you and drag you down to 20%. How does the quality of that affect us at the macro level? That's the quality of what we are seeing in Nigeria today. So what I'm saying basically is this: take education away from the federal government. Allow the states to run the education. Take away all this silly idea of quota system. Let those people that want to have Islamic, I still repeat, let them go and have their own Islamic. And those people that want to have the Western education, let them go and have their own, and if they lie, let them reach the development at par with India or with China. At the end of the day, yeah, I know that whatever insecurity they're having in their area can escalate to the southern part. But at the same time, if the development in the area, in this southern area, is such a way that it can even accommodate some of those people. It's just like we have Nigerian diaspora now that we are telling our people at home that that's not the way to do it. It's going to get to that place too, within the country, that those immigrants from the northern part to the southern part or to the eastern part will be the one that fight back the economic.
Immigrants in their own country?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yes, we can still have immigrants, but the nature, the level of the immigration is so different from this time around. So to me, we don't need to, we need to move away from all this centralization, the more demonic ideas, and face is squarely. So is Baba, there's nothing to me. Oh, that's the way I see it. Oh, I could be wrong, but there's nothing wrong there because Awolowo has done this. I think Ipeme, if I remember very well, did the same thing. Or is it Ipeme or Para? Sorry, did the same thing. Even as at that time too, the like of Satamodu Bello tried to make
But
life
Ola,
better
but Ola,
for the
but, you know, the system we were running then is different from what we are running now. We are running regional, where every region develop at their own pace. They do things in their own way, you know, and it was completely different from what we run now. We are running one Senate, one National Assembly, one president, and you know we are driving a nation towards one direction. That is what we have in that country now. So if we don't make it as a matter of law that all children in that country must be given the same educational system, then we are running a divided country. We are running a divided country.
But
Because
Aja, let me comment, please.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with you, but when some people don't want to run at your pace, what do? You leave them behind and forge ahead, or you drag them along?
But look, what I'm saying is that if those leaders in the north who occupy the position of leadership today, by the virtue that they went through Western education to occupy what they are doing or where they are, why don't they want the children all over the north to have the same education?
Yeah, you know what? Why I asked that question, Aja?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday we were discussing here, and let me name him. He's not here now. About Abuja, and he said, "What's his name, Rebadu?" And I was shocked when I heard from him that some people in Abuja do not want a progressive program in their own space where they are built illegally and everything. And I think one or two persons on the platform asked him, who are these people? Talk about the big families in the north, the very rich people. And I go way back. I remembered that, is this not what has been dragging us back? Don't we have need to jettison this system? Let our focus be on our states. Let's remove our eyes from Abuja. Let Abuja distribute the resources accordingly, and let everybody face our state and by extension, our local government, so that let us develop in our own pace. Those who don't want to run, let them continue to crawl, because it is dragging some people who don't want to run. That is why we are slowing down in our country, and that is not good enough. Because, and this, I'm sorry to say, but I'm just being blunt this evening, and these are the people that are in customs, that will bring rice, supposed to pay maybe 5 billion duty, will end up paying 2 billion. These are people who have Indians as friends, like the Honda people and now Olams, who pay nothing. They give them cover. We don't collect, our treasury is almost empty. So let everybody, it's kind of indirect regional rule. Let everybody hold their states. Let's share money from Abuja every month and you go back. Don't hold Abuja responsible for anything. Hold your governor responsible. If they want to feed Niger with their own share of the money, let them continue to feed Niger. Let them give their subsidy palliative to Niger. This is my own take. I'm just tired.
Yes, you see, what you are prescribing now is what is the same system that we are running now. And the same system we are running now is what has given us insecurity in the north. Insecurity as a result of insurgency that we have and banditry. All those guys were not given education. So if we continue in this same direction, then insecurity will never end in that country.
But when their leaders, example, somebody like Gumi, sorry, Aja, somebody like Gumi is a medical doctor, Che Gumi, and he's a retired, I think, brigadier, and he's telling us to negotiate with bandits. It's absurd.
Yes, this is what I'm thinking. We must have leadership that can stand and say enough is enough. This shenanigan of Islamic education never gave us anything good in that country. It's Islamic education that gave us this insecurity we have in the north. We must give the same education to our children across that country, irrespective of where they come from. Irrespective of
you're not listening to me. They don't want.
Because the problem that the north will experience at any time will affect us. We affect the country, whether we like it or not, because we are in the same country. a level of insecurity there will affect this. Is it not affecting the whole country now? Do we have insecurity in the southwest? In fact, as a matter of fact, the whole, international community, when they describe insecurity in Nigeria or alert warning to their citizens, they never included southwest. They never. But can person from the southwest travel by road to the north? A trader that used to carry obi, kola nut from southwest to the north, can he do it as he used to do?
See,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, see, this is what we are saying. Let's give an example. Like, I don't know the gentleman that just spoke now.
That is Baba. That is Baba. Yeah.
That was Baba. You don't know Baba. That tells you how long you've been away.
He's been away for a long time.
Who doesn't know Baba?
He's been away for a long time.
Run for my head now. The prayer on me now. You know it's nothing though.
Well, yes, the work have been work.
Have you wanna say PhD?
No, maybe he's doing the rational mind. Only
So the thing is this: someone found himself in a robbery scene, and by intuition, someone wanted to run away from that place, and another person is saying it's not going to run away, and you see bullet fly. Will you wait for the person? You don't even know the mental state of that person, and you want to risk yourself, and you want to get yourself involved in that person's foolishness. It's not going to happen. You want to run away first. When you run away, then you can come back and help your brother. When you liberate yourself, first of all. That is what we are talking here. But this time around, the brother that is falling out, he say, "Oh, I will drag you along. You cannot go. You cannot go. You have to take you have to stay with me, even within this." See, before Buhari arrived, before the arrival of Buhari, let us face this fact. The western region of that country was relatively safe compared to other parts of the country. The insecurity they imported to the southwest was as a result of politics of becoming the president comes to 2023. Otherwise, our situation will have been totally different from those people. Why? It's just because, number one, our level of education the way we are developing our environment. Look at Lagos State, for example. Lagos is not waiting for anybody. Lagos is coming with different innovative ideas to force the hand of the federal government to make sure even the investment that the federal government is even sitting upon, they are forcing the federal government to partnership. Okay, don't worry. Oh, we know you are the one controlling the seaports. What you want to do, you are going to have share there. But we want private people to conduct this, to build this thing, and we transfer. We have it there now. Whether we like it or not, who will be the people working Lekki Deep Sea? Who will those people working there? They'll be Lagosians. And someone working there now, you will not say the person will not want to protect the investment where is sitting. Even as agberoism that the last man people can be, they are still protecting the last man, even though we see have some miscreants among them, just to make sure that the investment succeed. So like I said, what will still happen is those people not developing their people, they will still come. But by the virtue of the economic activities and value realization within the Lagos State, the security there will still be relatively okay compared to where they want to be giving themselves the education that will not even liberate their people. And then how do you do this? Don't wait for those people that say, I don't want to move. Why are those people saying you cannot go? It's just because the framework of your governance. All those crazy exclusive lists that is being dismembered or whatever. How will I express it now? So that's what we are saying. Education.
Yeah, I agree with you.
People have the education and they control the education. They've already controlled our development. That is why we now have substandard education today. Because they don't allow those of the same quality mind to flow together. It's just a way of saying, oh, because your population in the south is just 40%, okay, we are in the institution you build.
Ola, can I interject?
That our regional forefather built. They were not imposing. You want to say
just
something?
Quick interjection. What you are saying is not unusual. What you are saying is even the norm in the United States. There's the disparity between the educational standard in the East Coast versus the South of the United States. I feel it. Sometimes I want to move back to the East Coast because I know the educational standards are way better for my own kids. And so in Nigeria, you can't, is either you make the entire country rot or you let a section of the country that don't want to embrace progress, live their lives out and manage a problem rather than let the entire country be slowed down because some people refuse to adopt. So we have to move on. We just have to move on.
Exactly. In addition to what you say, no, Ajale, just a minute, please, if you don't mind. Now, I want to give some kind of funny analogy. And it may sound foolish, but if you look at it deeply, you will see. Look at, can you quantify the ratio of entertainers? When I say entertainers, whether music industry, whether content makers, whether this thing, that are coming from our private university for now. Talk of Covenant University, talk of Babcock, and talk of those institutions. Now, when you look at the ratio, look at the number of private universities and look at the number of federal universities, look at the product these people are bringing out that are serving within the innovative industry compared to what our underfunded federal government institutions are giving us. If not for the likes of Obafemi Awolowo University and maybe University of Lagos, you will hardly point. It is very difficult for you to point to some institutions that are producing quality human resources to even cause some kind of interruption or changes in our community. So that is what the liberalization, that is what, because if those people in the private universities are giving you better, they are serving you better, they are meeting the dynamics of the day. It simply means that if you allow the state to run, everybody will run the way they want. Nobody will be slowing them down. That is exactly what we are preaching for here. Take our institution away from the federal government, because our federal government, they've shown the sign, they've shown aggressive sign of irresponsibility over time. Let the states and the local governments manage the schools, then we will know who to face.
Yeah, my friend, you know why let me interject a little bit. You know why I'm postulating this idea? Because in the West, right now as we speak, they are planning to run a railway track system from here to Ikiti. Ogun, Oyo, everywhere will be involved in all of this. And when it comes on stream, you know what the people up north they do? They will come down, take video, send it back, start to show it amongst themselves that is where all the Nigerian money is going, that the federal government develop it, so they don't give them anything. This is a trick they've been using over the years to suppress their people, to believe that the South is being given much more money than the North. So all this
is that true, Ribadu? Is that true, Ribadu?
I was etching to. I don't know. Is that who make that statement? Is it
Baba? Surprisingly, Baba.
Is Ribadu there?
It just came in. It was hearing you talking smack about the North, and it came in.
He has to come back to rebuke everybody.
I'm happy that he's here. I believe.
Can I finish? Can I finish so you can come in, Ribadu? You've not only just had the half of it, because Jide, for instance, a short while ago made a very poignant description of how this federal government collects their revenue, and how Lagos State, the railway, for instance, the cowrie card, you snap yourself in, or you tap yourself in, you tap yourself out. The same railway starting from Alagomeji to Ibadan, they take cash. Where does the cash go to? Individual pockets. Individual pockets.
Is that the federal government rail?
Yes, the federal government rail. They take cash. Lagos State sells cowrie card. They don't take cash. They don't touch it. So that's an example of what happens. Some of the banks where you even pay custom duty to for your imports, they are not even releasing the money to the federal government. I think one bank is involved in 10 billion scandal about that right now, of federal government money they are hoarding in their strong room. Why? So everything has to change. The old ways will not work anymore. Nobody is going to blackmail anybody. We will run the country as we desire, as is run in other civilized spaces. We are not going to slow down for anybody. If there is a disagreement, we let them know our own grounds. If they don't want it, then we start to do a rethink. This is simple, because we cannot continue like this at all. Right now, we're on the right track. At least if we can get the full export of our OPEC allocation of 1.8, upgrade from the present 1.2, more money will be coming in. Coupled with the subsidy removal, we have more money. Distribute the money at the end of the month, and let's publish it in all national newspapers. Lagos State got this, Kano State got this, River State got this. And the VAT money, for instance, the VAT money, we will not distribute the VAT money by population anymore. No, it is very wrong. The haram money we eat in Lagos from prostitution, from gambling, from beer, which is haram. But when we collect the money, Kano State collect more of the VAT, twice or 3 times what Lagos State collects. The so-called prostitution, gambling, haram money, that's not going to happen anymore. We are in court, but I don't know what's happening to that case. Well, that case has to be reopened. I think Lagos, Rivers, Delta, or one
I think Wike is championing that cause. He started championing that fight during his time.
Yeah. We have to run our country the proper way. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I don't know if I have the permission to come in at this juncture.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're not. You're not. I don't have permission to come
We're
in.
waiting for you, Ribadu. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, my people, and I would like to register my loyalty.
How long have you been listening to us, Ribadu?
I just came in, sir. I just came in now, and
all right.
I fumble on. Anyway, first of all, let me say, let me pay homage and respect to the elder in the platform, Ajanle Koko. Good evening, sir. And I don't know who is making that statement about the note because I find it quite provocating. In fact, who is it?
I'm the one.
It was Baba, but you know the beauty of what goes on, Ribadu. You know, all of the stereotypes that we have about each other, now that we're all sitting together, we can start to, look at them. So that's a stereotype right there. So you have the window now to correct it.
Yeah, definitely it is. Definitely it is. And I quite, well, I'm trying to hold my emotions now, actually, to the extent that my voice is shaking. You see, it's quite naive, really. It's really, really naive that if you think simply if any zone from in Nigeria will do a project, a collective project, and you think some people from the north will come and take pictures and take it and say otherwise, it's quite naive. Because believe me, we have a lot of informed people in the north that knows the difference between the state government projects and the federal government projects, and also the projects that are done by multiple states. And I can give you a few examples here because in Maiduguri we have flour mills that is owned by 3 states: Adamawa, Yobe, and Maiduguri, which is running fine. So we are quite aware of all those policies, please. So I would like the person to take the corrections. It's quite uncalled for him to use such. It's provocating, really. So that is it. I just come in. I don't know really the topic of the discussion. I will hold on to the chair.
What we were talking about was the watermark or no watermark. I'm not quite sure if you have been following that space. With the PDP now saying when they got a copy of the the petition tribunal judgment, that the printout had the watermark of APC on it, which is to infer that APC had foreknowledge of the value. So we were talking about that, and we were also talking about Osinbajo congratulating Tinubu, which is to say that he's now taking a knee and is now, having to bow to his master.
No, but
yeah.
We deviated from that to educational system.
Move on.
And then we deviated into I'm not sure if you can see the chart on your screen. The world's top 50 largest economies. So Nigeria is 31, it's the 31st. So we were wondering then, because there's the speculation by Goldman Sachs that Nigeria has the potential to be a top 5 economy. So we were speculating as to what needs to happen for Nigeria to propel up that chart. So we were just generally just talking.
Okay. Let me give my limited opinion. I think for this
sorry, Ribadu, before you start, we were also talking about the embrace of Western education. Why the North is not fully embracing Western education. Not really that, actually. It's more like, should the country have the same standard of education, which based on the South will be predominantly Western. And I think there were opinions about, well, maybe the North can do madrasa and the South should go on with whatever they're doing. we should not have the same standard. The result of that is development in the country will be skewed depending on the education that is embraced. And Ajahn Koko was of the opinion that no, we should all have the same standard, but it's more like, okay, will it slow the entire country down? So something along those lines.
Thank you. That is a very concise and very educated. I think I will channel my energy on the education topic because it's something very dear to me. Well, you see,
And Rebadu, yes. Like Kolata mentioned, I am of the opinion that we should have same educational standard. Islamic education should be eradicated because it fits for no purpose. It cannot give us anything in this modern world. Our children should be given same education. They should be prepared for the same challenges in the future. They should be given that educational a system that will give them that same mindset of, what the future holds for them, and so that when they grow up, they can relate together, irrespective of where they come from, with the same, mindset. They have the same educational background, and we can forge ahead a country with a country with one purpose for the future, and not divided country where one side is Islamic this thing and the other side is predominantly Western education. How could we come together as one country? What are we building for the future? Is it not the same this Islamic education, or not investment in education that gave us this insurgency and the Boko Haram that we have across in the north? We cannot continue like that in the country. That's my own suggestion, that we should give them the same. Islamic education to be eradicated. It fits for no cause in this 21st century where we have technology and all this advancement that is.
You mean in the schools?
In the schools, yes, in the school. In the school, we don't need it. Yeah, that's my position.
What about Christianity?
Christianity. We don't run schools on the basis of Christianity anywhere. It's purely
there are schools that were created mainly by Catholics and whatnot.
But
they teach Christianity in schools.
No, that one is just a religious studies. That's religious, but the education is there is based on Western education, science, art, and all these things.
But,
yes.
We need to really understand the context. Sorry to interject. Can I interject?
Yeah, please let me get your own view. And
when we say Islamic education, is it going to be more like Islamic theology, or is it going to be an education that is informed by the mode of the language of study is going to be Arabic? If the language of study is going to be Arabic, that means they could actually teach physics in Arabic, teach mathematics in Arabic. It still boils out to the same thing, but that of Islamic theology, Nigeria being a secular nation, should not allow that to take place. That should be like an extra curriculum stuff. That's from my own understanding. I don't really understand it. That's it. I just want to shed more light. Is it Islamic theology or Arabic? Yeah.
Rational mind. I appreciate all of you for this, and I think I'm in a better position.
That's not rational mind, though. That's not rational mind.
What is that?
It should be.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All the same. Thank you. I all candidly understand what you're saying, and I think the word eradication is not the right word, but I understand what he means. Okay. And I totally agree with him. I totally agree with all your submission. And let me start giving you example by, on myself. Because when I was writing WIEC, I did not write religious studies. I instead of 9 subjects, I think I wrote only 7 subjects. When my principal asked me, Ribado, why that? Why are you not taking Hausa and why are you not taking Islamic studies? I said, that is my choice. As long as it's not mandatory, I'm not going to write them. And I did not. I did not write them. In fact, I'm a purely science student, but I borrowed economics and government and inculcated into my examination. And eventually, I went to university and studied economics education. So I understand. I understand it. You see, the problem is it has to do with the history and culture. Okay, you see, when the white man came to our shores, I think Yoruba nation were the people that benefited for a lot of decades in Western education before it's spread to the other part of the countries. That is why today the Yorubas are the most educated people, single tribe or single nation that are most educated in the country. This is one of the factor that it is so. And you see, when Christianity came, the missionaries founded a lot of schools. Okay, but eventually they were able to create the difference between missionary schools that are primarily for the clergy, okay, and then Western education itself. They were able to draw that line. So that is it. After secondary school, if you choose, you can go to any of the seminary schools and the Bible colleges. Like in the north, in my state, we have a Bible college that even after university, you can still revert to that if you so choose to be a clergy person. You understand? So that was the advantage the Southern or the Christian Nigerian has because of their culture and the manner to which the education reached them, the system that was used in that region. It was easy for them to divide between the pure Western education and also the religion colleges. Okay, but in the north, it was a bit complicated. It was quite complicated, in fact. Before the white man comes, it's only the madrasas we have, and some of the people were exposed to Arab institutions like Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and so and so. So when the Western education come to the northern part of the country, they made, I don't know the wisdom behind that, but they kind of because already there is substantial number of educated people as in Arabically that were educated, they can read Arabic, write Arabic, because there is difference between Arabic knowledge and also the Islamic knowledge. Islamic knowledge is purely on religion, while Arabic is more like a French language or French literature. So they inculcate it into the curriculum of the Western education in the northern part. So because there is no distinction between the governance, the state, and the religion in the northern part, this is what caused these challenges. And as it evolves, we used to have the madrasas, where you see people, this Almajiri system. Most of people up to now, currently speaking, at this very age, there is a lot of people that you find in the rural area that did not subscribe to Western education. They feel it's going to spoil their religion or their culture, and there are so many philosophies that you will find here. But unfortunately for us, the system, the government, the system that we practice in our governance and our economy has no room for the madrasas graduates. You understand? Even if you memorize the entire Quran in your head, you can write it with off memorization. You have it all in your head. Still, you cannot function in the economy. There is no room for you unless if you will take teaching as a profession, or maybe you become a preacher like the sheikhs. You understand? And still, unfortunately for the elite in the north, because of their interest in governance or politics per se, it is one of my ever dying regrets that we lack the will. We lack the political will to say, okay, now let's find a solution to this. Let's put let's because the issue is the primary issue is sensitization. People need to understand that if the people keep going to Almajiri schools, those kids doesn't have future as far as the Nigerian state is concerned. But the elite, I think, intentionally or in a cowardice manner, refuse to sensitize the populations to know. Because today in the north, I'm telling you, it's quite painful for me, a northerner, to express this, but it is the truth. It's very painful, that the politicians cannot stand to the occasion and say, okay, these things that we are doing is wrong. This is not the way to do it. Because today, if you stand up and say, no, 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 this is wrong, we have to abolish these schools or we have to reform them, a lot of people are going to put you out of that religion. And in the north, if they put you out of that religion, it's a political suicide. I think few weeks back, you see what happened to Kashin Shatima. He just mentioned just a statement. But do you see the way it was twisted? He was misinterpreted. He was misunderstood. You understand? If you had the insult that they were raining on him, it was quite uncalled for. So, to me, the issue is not about eradication. Rather, it's about change of philosophy. Because these are malams that are running this Almajri system. Is to me, if you ask me personally, I'll tell you it's just child abuse and child labor. That's just what it is. You understand? And some lazy parents are trying to run away from the responsibility of raising their kids. And those malamis are those malams that are running the almajiris are exploiting those kids. During the rainy season, they send them to farms. You see them not working, relying on these children, which is very pathetic and very, very morally wrong. But what can you do?
That's child slavery.
You can do plenty, Ribadu. You can do plenty.
So Ribadu, I'm happy that you are analyzing this thing and you are telling us, that the leadership in the north should be held responsible for this problem of not sensitizing or doing a orientation for their people to get absorbed into Western education. How long do we continue to wait? How long do we continue with this system when you see children building children, raising children that have nothing for them in the future due to the kind of education you are giving them? We are just building a disaster for the future. Why can't government? Why if we have leadership, if not that they have their ulterior motive due to maybe politically on some or other reason, if all the leaders in the north, the political leaders, the traditional leaders come together and say, look, we must put a stop to this thing and start building a better future for our children. They can do it. And, you know, if politicians across all party line, if they can, because politicians are more connected with political leaders and all of them, what they can do it. They just need them to come together with that political will, and they can change it.
Aja, please let me just come in here. You see, when you talk about the politicians, because I'm coming from what Ribadu said yesterday, he said two things very significant, because I pay attention to everything everybody says in this panel. He talked about these so-called politicians, these so-called elders, who will not yield to Abuja development. You know, we discussed this yesterday, and it gave us a lot of insight. That is where I am coming from. That you build unauthorized land in unauthorized space, and because you are big, you are from the north, you're untouchable. And he talked also about a certain Jukun, who the north will continually show appreciation to until he goes to his grave. I know that Jukun. I know this history of what he was talking about. Maybe nobody is following. You understand?
Correct.
And I look back. You said?
I said you are very correct. I said you are very, very.
It could fly a lot above a lot of people, but I caught onto it. You are talking of Danjuma, not so?
God bless you, sir. God bless you.
I'm a student of history, and I'm a witness to history. So when you drop that hint, I knew exactly where you are going. But that certain general, I will tell you what his brothers are doing, or maybe I just shut my mouth. Because we have come to what I will call the naked square. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Look me in the face as a Yoruba man. Tell me my shortcomings. Let me look at my Igbo brothers and tell them their fault. That is what we have to do now. If we have to progress, if we have to remain one as a nation and be a force to reckon with in the committee of nations, we have to reset our country.
Can I ask Ribadu a question? When you're done, Ribadu, continue. I'll ask you after you're done.
All right, please. Hello? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ribadu, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, you see.
Don't put Ribadu under too much pressure. Maybe if it doesn't turn up tomorrow, I'll blame all of you.
Okay,
no,
I'm
this
sorry.
one is
I'm sorry.
This is
I'm
a learning
sorry.
experience for me. I don't want to put him under pressure. I want to learn, because areas where that I don't fully understand.
I'm only joking. Ribadu is a big boy. He can handle it. Yeah, carry on.
One man. I so much respect this last speaker, because the hint I gave yesterday, almost nobody noticed it, you know. And I'm quite happy that he was there and he took notice of it. You see, this northern Nigeria that you are seeing, we have become a monster that we are consuming ourselves. You understand? It is so complex, you know, our problems are so complex and so dynamic. You understand? That I don't know. I'm kind of a person that I consider myself a competent when it comes to issue of being patriotic. I feel like I'm capable of being that patriotic that would that will think outside the box, that is willing to take the risks and bring something new that is encompassing, that all Nigerians will feel, yeah, this guy is really doing for the Nigerian project. But you see, whenever I sat and analyzed the issue, the problem of northern Nigeria, believe me, one man, is very, very challenging to find a solution in next 100 years to come. Because you see, these Almajiris, starting from Maitasine, I know almost all of you were in Nigeria then when my Tasine happened. From my Tasine to Azazaki of this Shianism, you understand, and then to Boko Haram, you understand. All these things, if you put them together, mind you, these guys, they don't have any formal authority. One, they don't, you know, they don't have any special recognition from the government. In fact, they don't even have association that is recognized by government, if not the Shias. You understand? But the sheer power that these people wield, it's terrible. And the political class, the political elite are afraid of them like hell. They rather stand in all the newspapers of Nigeria and insult the president. It's even better for them to confront all the hell that the presidency is going to give them that from those people. Do you understand? So because of the fear of losing the support of those malams that are killing us from inside, you understand? They decided to keep mute, to keep their mouth shut. And it is so large, so intertwined that look at what Goodluck Jonathan did. Goodluck Jonathan really wanted to make a change. He was the one who brought about the reformation of this Almajiri system. He decided to build new modernized Sangha. I followed it after he left power. When I read his book, I followed it with Rim, Maiduguri, and Yobe and Gombe, where those projects were cited. They were all, in fact, they gave the money to the Malams to execute those projects. In some cases where there was one or two schools now, they are not functioning. So, please, let us not be naive, okay? Let us not be naive here, please, because I'm serious. We are talking business here, okay? You see, it's a problem that it's a Pandora's box. You understand? It's a problem that require multiple dimension solution. It's something that one policy cannot solve it. It's something that one administration cannot solve it. It is that huge. And unfortunately,
Ribadu,
yes, sir.
can maybe this aligns more with the question I wanted to ask. So can the source of the inspiration be the solution to the problem? And this is what I mean. If you go to the Islamic world, I mean, you go to Saudi Arabia now, what they are practicing, the way they're educating their kids is not, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm pretty ignorant about this stuff. Like, I do not think it is this Almajiri system, because I think we are kind of like forked the religion. When I say forked, we've separated it, we've created our own version, and we turned it to a cultural thing that is no longer recognizable in the source in Saudi Arabia, in modern day Saudi Arabia. So the solution has to be cultural. Can't the inspiration to that solution come from Saudi Arabia based on the modern things they're doing in Saudi Arabia now to influence those ulamas or those teachers or those something that, okay, this is what the religion accepts as it is practiced in Saudi, practiced in United Arab Emirates, practiced in Islamic world where the religion is not stifling the progress. Do you get my drift?
I got your grip, but you did not get mine. Though I appreciate your question.
No, I get yours. What I'm trying to say is, it's not a policy solution. It's a cultural solution. How do you impact the culture? You can, I mean, what has worked? There's been a blend of power and religion ever since Danfodio. I think you alluded to that too. So what I'm saying is, can't we get a new influence, a new inspiration that impacts the culture from the way things are being done in Saudi Arabia now?
Yeah, you see,
a new movement. I mean, the way you have Boko Haram movement, You can have a new movement, a new reform movement.
I got you. But you know, when I started, I think the first statement I made was about culture.
Yeah.
That
And I'm saying,
right.
how do we impact the culture? That's what I'm saying.
The issue is these Malams, they did not even recognize the Islamic the Islamic school that is being practiced in Saudi Arabia. Do you understand the problem?
Yeah,
They
but can't they
here.
be who can influence the Malams? The Malams are not God unto themselves.
You
Are
see,
they?
no, they are not. Definitely, they are not. The only easier way of finding the solutions is a rigorous, intentional social reorientation. You understand? When you can have a wake up reorientation in national TVs, active debates in radio stations, you understand? That will kind of, in a very sublime manner, kind of try to portray this system as evil and also a way out. Because these kids are really suffering, you know.
But
And even
Ribadu, I'm thinking of a system that does not drop the religion. I think it's fools. It's unrealistic to tell anybody to drop what they think is going to take them to heaven or not to heaven or whatever. That's not going to happen because I've been in Islamic countries like Malaysia back in, I can't remember, 7 years ago or something, and I saw their schools. The schools did not shy away from the religion, but at the same time, the schools did not shy away from teaching Western. Don't even call it Western because a lot of what we call Western education came from the Middle East anyway. Teaching appropriate education.
Are we not really saying that religion should not be central to the educational system rather than religion not being part of it at all?
Yeah.
If the central theme is still a standardized global educational system, but with religion having its own
exactly.
So that works rather than just what Ajaleko was saying to keep religion.
If I'm a Muslim now and I believe I have to cram the Quran, and I feel if I don't cram the Quran, I'm gonna miss out on one or two things or something, I will never listen to you because I was born into that. I was brought up into that. Nothing is going to take me away from that. So rather than say, get away from religion and education, no, let's just make sure that.
But even the capacity to cram the Quran, as you said it, that in itself is indicative of it's a learning tool, isn't it? So if they are already capacitated to learn in that format, then you can use that template to impact other learnings because they are already capacitated in studying something and memorizing it and understanding it.
Hello, woman. Ribadu. Mr. Ribadu?
Yes.
Do you mind if I just chip in? I won't be too long on this, but I found the topic so interesting, and listening to you talking about it. If I can just make one or two sentences because I'm still in a morning mood, but I can really say something about this. Can I?
Who died? Is it a man and a date? Is it a man and a date?
Obidi Lule.
Obi don't fall down.
Oh my God, you guys will kill me, man. But anyways, let me just stay on topic. One man, I was born in Kano State, right? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you. I was born in Kano State, and I always tell people, remember on this show, I said it on this show, that the difference between me and an Amajiri were my parents. One man what is happening in the north is not different from what is happening in the whole of Nigeria. The only luck we had were the likes of Zeke, the likes of Awo in the south. It couldn't have been any different. Look, he said that it's going to be it's a Pandora box. The social side is a solution, but most importantly, the poverty side of it. There is no way you are going to let an Amajiri, in fact, for most of them that even go there to cram those Quran, you cannot tell me 100% that all of them want to do it. But do they have a choice? They do not have a choice. The government of the day, and when I talk about the government, I'm talking about the leaders of the North, are playing these people like pawns. They use these people during election, they use them because of their numbers, and they know that an educated society is a threat to their leadership. So they rather keep these people down. So if you have to correct this problem, it has to start from the top. Who are the Malams? Who send people to them? Who allow people to go to them?
Yeah, but it's not in the interest of the top to stop it, though.
That is what I'm telling you. That's why I say
it's a very difficult.
That is why I liken it to what is happening in Nigeria. You cannot allow you cannot think that corruption will just go. It cannot happen. Why? Because there are people that feed off it. You cannot give a child a candy and want to take back that candy. Go and look at what the resistance is going to be like.
Joel, quick one. I don't want you to lose sight of the cultural angle. I don't want you to look, as you talk and all, as we pontificate, let's not lose sight as a cultural thing, because it's almost like telling you, an Igbo guy, to start prostrating to elders, that's the right thing to do. How long will it take the entire Igbo clans to start prostrating? So it's a cultural shift. So when you talk about it, you have to think about how do you, you can't take that culture away. So let's get real.
No, I understand. I understand the culture because it's something they've been doing for so long a time. Then it becomes a norm. What I'm saying is that if you want to break that norm, Kulata, right? I remember during the election when people like Obi were talking about massive agricultural development. If those people start, and if those Amajiris, because we've lost them. If an Amajiri is above 15, 16, in fact, if an Amajiri is above 12 years old, we've lost them. We've lost that person. So the only thing we can do for those kind of people is putting them to work. If they can earn money for themselves, enough that they can provide for themselves, I believe totally that we must have solved this problem by at least 50%.
Joel, Joel, just 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
Heaven, one side, work another side. Which one tips the scale?
If you ask me, right, I would say food on my table first. Well, I need to survive to go to heaven.
Well, but the culture is not the way you think. That's the one.
But Kulata, this is the point I'm trying to make you understand. They have not seen that option. That option is not available to them. That is my point.
Guys,
if that option is available to them, it would be different.
Guys,
go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern, all of you. And let me just summarize it, because what I'm supposed to say and make you understand how really it is, I cannot really say it here, because I cannot even dare start saying it here. Okay? But God, you see, today there is no politician in the northern Nigeria. There is no politician in northern Nigeria that will dare, in his right senses, start saying he's going to confront those people. Okay? Nobody, no matter how powerful he is, even if he's the president today of Nigeria, the moment he open his mouth and say, okay, I'm going to cancel this Almajiri system, or I don't want you to send your children to Almajiri system, or let me give you money to do this policy, believe me, he's not going to, in next 3 months, he will be impeached or something horrible will happen. So you guys, I want you please to understand where I'm coming from. It's a difficult issue. I myself here now, if you are to give me power with all my willingness and my patriotism, it will take me a lot of sacrifice. It will take me a lot of risks to even go and bow my head and try to suggest change in a diplomatic way. This is how dangerous it is. And it will shock you that, or it will even surprise you that I'm talking like that. But believe me, sincerely speaking, this is the reality. This is what it is. See, don't you think we have educated people in the north? You think we don't have people of capacity? Look at Rufai, how as hot-headed as he is. Did you see him touching those people? Look at
Ribadu, Ribadu, please just let me help my other brothers here. Let them to understand. I want to break it down what you are trying to tell them culturally. Let me help you, Ribadu, just 1 minute. Folks, take for instance a rich Hausa man, an importer with warehouses. You see him in the evening. He will sit with these people we are referring to as talakawas or almajiris. He's going to eat the same chuzafi with them in the same bowl in all his glory. Then the next morning they sleep around everywhere on the mat. The next morning the trailer comes to load and discharge. They do it almost for free for him, happily. That is the Hausa brothers. 2, they have these places in others, like in the east and the south. We call them Songo in the west. What they do, they bring them in trailer loads from the north, buy them Okada. They work for the Seriki, and loyally, if they work 20,000 a day, they take the whole 20,000 loyally and give to the Seriki, who will now give them small chop money, and they will all eat together. They do it happily. It's cultural. That's why I feel it's pain, because when something is cultural, it's very to win people away from hundreds of years. Am I correct, Ribadu?
Yeah, and also at the same vein, what I'm trying to conclude here is this, okay? All these 19 states of northern Nigeria, among them, maybe minus your Benue or Jalingo, okay? All and Plateau State, all these states, they have emirs that in their own right are also religious leaders. We have Sultan of Sokoto, that he is the spiritual leader of Nigerian Muslims. Okay, we have Emir of Kano. All those people are highly educated people, highly reached. Some of them has been into the army, like Sultan of Sokoto was I think Major General retired. But have you ever seen them utter one single word against that Almajiri system? I mean, come on, let us use our logic. Let us just use our common sense. Look at Dangote. Dangote was able to build 50 units of houses for victim widows that Boko Haram killed their husband in Maiduguri, and he was able to give them those keys individually to make sure that nobody cheat them out of it. But did you see Dangote ever make attempt or say anything about Almajiri or Bua or chairman of Bua, that I think is the second richest man in Nigeria today, or Dan Tata? These are people that are from the north and they are highly educated and super rich. Did you see any governor from the north that is saying something about these guys? Okay, let me shock you. There is one sheikh in Bauchi Sheikh Dahiru Bauchi is a well-known person. Sheikh Dahiru Bauchi is not a politician. He is not a businessman. He's nothing. He is just a malam. May God save my ass for saying this, okay? But
Sorry.
have you ever seen a governor that went to his house and sat down on a chair? They all sit on the ground to greet him. All the governors that are going to his house. And if you go to his house every blessed day, you see trailers of rice from this senator, trailer of sugar from that governor. So it's a quagmire and it's eating me up, okay? But it's something that is as slippery as on a razor edge. You understand? If you do not hold your tongue and if you do not know how to humble yourself as a northerner before these people, okay, now is I told you I don't want to talk because this is something that I can say. I do not dare say this in public, okay? But the only solution to this problem, we did not, is our own responsibility, especially we the younger generation that are coming up, that we know the negative of these programs or this system that have been running the northern country for a while now, for centuries. It's only if we can reach to parent in the rural area through radio programs, through dramas, through we educate them that this is not the way, and only if the government will be fair enough to make education not just accessible but also desirable. You understand? With all sort of little incentives, build good schools close to them, find good teachers. Okay, even that it will take the glory of God and not in maybe next 50 years to come before we can solve this issue. But believe me, I have to apologize here because I know what I should have said to make you guys understand. But believe me, I'm not at the liberty to say that. So this is my submission. Please bear with us. It's a very terrible thing, and we fully hold ourselves responsible for what the aftermath of that.
You know, but as the world gets increasingly modernized, there's a concern that sorry, who's laughing? Is it, sorry? There's somebody. Oh, that's Chevy. As the world gets increasingly modernized, there's a concern that people might be left behind and they are subsisting in days that are already gone, and this is really where the concern is.
One man. Before you, but
What
there's a
what
response.
can you do with what can you do with a man that needs saving, but he don't? You know, a man needs saving, but he don't want you to save him. What will you do? Do you understand my perspective? They don't want to be saved, or rather, the system is put in place that you, as an individual, there is nothing you can do. So yeah, the North will continue being backward because this is how the system is. You understand? It's only necessity, as you said, as we keep modernizing, when necessity is only necessity that is going to enforce change, because eventually everybody eyes will open and we will come to see how backwards the North is, and then we will know, when the reason is obvious for all of us in the North to know that this is it, then maybe that time something progressive might happen. I think it's a painful conclusion, but this is my summation.
One man. I don't know what Jafar is doing at the comment section, but it will be good for Jafar.
You know Jafar, and I've told him to come on. He will be throwing jibes in the comment section, but I'll send him.
It'd be good for him to come on.
It's a conversation that we can have if we manage it delicately, you know.
So,
and I think Rivaldo has the maturity to handle it.
Oh yes,
But
I think
Jafar and I have talked
that
about this before. He
I,
talks
I
about
think I
it.
can relate to Jafar to some extent,
let me learn. So Jafar, if he can come in to participate in this thing, would be good. And the reason why I'm saying this, I want to establish um, a fact, whether this thing is possible or not. Because I remember during the campaign, the last presidential campaign, Kwankwaso was saying that when he was giving them free education in Kano, they make it compulsory for every child to be in school. And they passed the law that whoever that does not drop a child in the school will be punished. I'm not sure if he achieved it, but he was saying it that he passed it into law, and and that was what helped him to bring in so many children into the school system, because the education was free, everything was free, even to the higher institution. So if Kwankwaso can do it in Kano, why is it not possible in other part of northern Nigeria? Because Kano, we have cleric there, we have what do you call this, mullahs, or what do you call them? Islamic area. They were there. Yes, sir. So if Java can come, or if Ribadu, you have anything to say on that? So enlighten us on what Kwankwaso did, because he was using that as a point of campaign during the election, before the election.
But it's just a policy. But did they enforce it? They did not enforce it. He did not dare enforce it. That is the pain. As a politician, they will all do this so that they will have the authority to stand and talk to people, all sort of nonsense. They say, I did this, I did that. Yeah, he went to Almajiris, put their schools into on the umbrella of Ministry of Education, gave them uniforms, gave them books, but did he change the actual thing? When you find a beggar on the street, you give him new clothes, you give him new shoe, you give him new set of dish, then you still leave him on the street. What do? You still left him a beggar. That's just it. Yeah, he went to the Almajiri schools, give them new clothes, give them new books, bring all this press to say that, no, this is how we are going to modernize the Almajiri schemes. This is it. But did you?
Hello?
Did it? What happened to?
I think it may well have dropped. I think it may well. Oh no, it's there. Well, I think his system just.
Ribadu.
It is there, but it's not.
The system is not connected.
Yes.
Is Ribadu okay? Because he's been afraid of saying so many things. So
No, it's okay now. He's only talking.
You have to be mindful of what he's saying. What he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm here, one man. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm glad that we have the quality of people we have here. Not so we can have this sort of conversations. Yes. But Mike, please check your Instagram. Yeah, carry on, Ribado. We lost you for a moment. Hello? All right. So, who wants to come in?
I think Ribadu, at the end of the day, Ribadu are still managed to confirm all those things we still saying, although not explicitly, because for even the leaders to even promote the system they promote, it's just because they still have incentives, they still have reason, they still have value realization for doing whatever they are doing, until we find a way to remove all those stuff. Because like you rightly said, why would Sanusi Lamido speak against Almajiri system, but with no, truly I've not heard Dangote made a statement. So, to me, I think we still need to find a way to take the incentives that make these people promote that Amagiri system away from them. If we take those things away from them, then they will have to find the alternative for them to keep making the people. And if they want to do that, maybe that one will create development that will eventually set the people free. So to me, the situation is a
Is Jide the
complex
one
situation.
talking now? Jide?
No, not Jide. This is Ola.
Who?
Ola.
Ola, okay. If you permit me.
Sorry, Baba, 1 second. Mike, please check your email. Carry on.
Ola, you know I'm laughing. What the elite couldn't do, you want us to attempt it? Have we forgotten that Jonathan even tried when he had schools on wheel following them up and down? That is even the Fulanis. It didn't work. The problem here is actually, do you know, for instance, I'm not too sure how many oil wells we have. Let's say, for the sake of this conversation, we have 100 wells in Nigeria, oil wells. 70 of those are in the hands of the Northerners. So apparently, they are about the richest group, but these are idle money. If you absent the Dantatas, the Dangotes, the Ubrabu, the bulk of the money in their hand is idle under their bed in their warehouses. And that is the money they're using to foment trouble in the land. And they need this low cadre of people to do their bidding for them. So technically, with great pain at offending people like Ribadu, these are the people holding their people hostage. And absolutely, there's nothing they can do about it. Nothing. That is why people like Dangote and all the rest, they stay clear of that issue. They stay clear of it. Even loudmouth like Sanusi, Lamujo Sanusi, he cannot continue in that light. If you find out he's not been talking about that anymore.
No, Lamido Sanusi spoke on it, remember? When he was saying they have to, they dethroned him for saying it.
It's a very sensitive thing. That was why, in my exasperation, I said, look, let us move on.
But someone correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Kano and Kaduna have spoken about it and they're actually trying to do something about it. I thought some 2 states have banned it in the north.
It's just rhetoric. You understand? These people, these madrasas owners, are very, very powerful. Very, very powerful people. All they have to do is wait for Jumat service. That is where they can rile them. Whatever they say during that Jumat, if they enter the street in their millions, trouble. So this is the problem.
You see, Baba, like I was saying the other time, sometimes you don't need to make pronunciation, but you let your actions, long-term actions, start shifting these people. As human beings, we have capacity of learning from experience, that even if you are telling me something, I may just decide to ignore you and face what my environment is telling me. Look, I'm not saying we should do anything for them. That is not even what I'm saying. I'm saying we should find a system that will not allow us to depend on people that refuse to move forward. That's my point. Now, probably today, the like of Dangote and that all the elite we are talking about that managed to escape that poverty system. Maybe if they didn't have that opportunity, they won't be where they are today. And the children too, by default, will not even be exalted. So I'm just saying, decentralize. Don't band us together. That is my point now. I don't care. So if after decentralizing, let them go and do whatever they are doing. Anything that is saying you create wealth in Lagos and you take to Kano, I want those incentives to be taken away. If you do not give incentives to lack of productivity or to what is going to promote anything that will not give productivity, even the elite grade, we make them do the right thing to still certify their own grade. But for the system is allowing them to do the wrong thing to certify their own grade now, it's why they are doing what they are doing. That's just my point. Okay, it's good. Good example you make. You make example out of the oil we are talking about today. I agree, but there are so many things. By default, if we develop our economy, oil should just be like maybe a very micro part of maybe like just 2% or 3% of our of what we can bring out of our economy. So there's a particular category of economy, there's a particular type of development that move people from the east to Lagos or to Abuja. The same way that move people from the north to Lagos or Abuja. Those are the things I'm saying. Let us start looking at what we can do individually and ignore. Don't let us waste that, because sometimes this thing we are discussing about a market system can be some kind of distraction. When we focus about 80% of our energy on distraction, then we set backward. So if all those areas that are ready to embrace, don't anything that is holding them, that is not allowing them to move forward, remove them. That was okay. I gave example of Lagos that is not waiting for anybody. Okay, Imota, rice mill, for example. I see some people criticize, oh, it's not working. They just some kind of story. When it starts working, what capacity of job can it create? Who are those people that will work there? Now, let some people take that initiative. Don't focus your energy on the market system. Now, start creating value within your region and start training people to work for you within your region. It's just a matter of time. Those guys they are using, they will just automatically wake up. It's just like when we wake up in our country and we start running to America, we start running to Europe. Exactly, that is what is going to happen.
That's what I'm advocating. What you are saying exactly is what I'm advocating. That we talk about region. We have states now. Let everybody be in their space, in their state.
Now,
and hold your governor responsible. That by extension, you hold your local government responsible. When you develop, your neighbor will want to emulate you, or their own people will look up over the fence and start questioning their own landlord. That is it not the same money you are going to Abuja to collect? This one is collecting too, and they are progressing. Look at their roads. You understand? So that those far away too will be looking, and we will emulate each other. It's a kind of a competition, healthy one now. I propose. We don't have to wait for anybody.
Exactly.
But then every month, let us publish what every state collected. Let the whole country sees it. Thank you.
I pray that all this VAT issue can be won, so that, yeah, it is true. You don't like beer, you don't like money coin, you don't like party, you don't like allotry or Oloshoism or whatever you want to call it. You don't like all those stuff. Good. But we keep the money for Olosho, for where Olosho operates. We keep the money for the drunkard for where they operate. Now, the elite now, when you stifle them of those resources that they normally feed upon, they agreed we made them to want more, right? Not only that, the people there, all those Amajeris, we start questioning them. They too, by default, because they want to expand their territory too, they want to emulate, they want to find another structure for them to dominate. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, look at Dangote, for example, now. Who is disturbing Dangote today? Dangote is making his money. Dangote may decide tomorrow, okay, this is that I'm saying now, I can go and emulate the thing in my region and provide work for my people there. I can go and do my backward integration to bring back our hide and skin, to bring back our great granite pyramid, and you start doing the production. See, when you have some entrepreneurs that are not just sitting on oil money there, whatever investment, whatever factory you are building in that particular region too, you have the tendency of training people. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to stop our education. They can even be some kind of training that whatever industry you are building there, I give it to these people too. It can be technical, it can be anything. The more you bring people out of the streets, the more all those smaller that are creating a marginal system, the more they lose out. But how do you do that first? You have to these kind of economic activities, because this one is not limited to the northern elite alone, because the southern elite too, they are culpable. Take as much thing you can take away from these people, take it away from them, and let all those states be responsible. Stop robbing Paul to pay Peter. Don't collect money on drink on beer in Lagos and go and feed someone that will break the bottle and will destroy your breweries. Those are the kind of things.
My point, yeah.
So to me, I think we can get it right with the right policy. But the right policy is discourage this idea of we must grow together. No, even within a family, two brothers, two sisters, there's no reason for them to grow together. Otherwise, you kill the spirit of competition. What is happening in Nigeria today is some people manage to kill the spirit of competition. I don't want to focus so much on Amagiri system. I learned that from OBJ. When OBJ was talking about Sharia, it caused some northern early say, well, I know you won't go to Sharia court. You won't go to Sharia court. You know what he told him? Say, politics. That Obasanjo should keep quiet. That's politics. Obasanjo look away. So we can look away from whatever they are doing and focus on what will bring progress to us. Like I said, I'm monitoring the power sector now. There's no excuse now for Lagos not to find its equivalent of Aaron and build power in Lagos and generate. That there's nothing stopping Ogun State from doing the same thing. I've seen what the former governor of Ekiti State, I've seen what he has done around Cassava Revolution in Ekiti State. So I've said what all these governors are saying. If Lagos State can be so creative, you don't have lands, but you form partnership with some other states to go and be planting rice there just to feed your factory in Lagos. Those are the kind of innovation.
Even invest in the rice paddies.
Exactly. So over time, when the thing I just said that take the hands of government away. Government should stop. Apart from even the road we are building today, if MTN of this world, if Zenny Bank, if all those who want to build the road, we should have some kind of policy. Give them that to go and build. Don't wait till you collect that tax and you now start looking for someone that will build it for you, and someone will now sit and be allocating money to themselves. Allow those corporate organizations to build for us and give them some kind of tax holiday. By that, if you can maintain some kind of forward-looking policy for like 2 decades, honestly, we won't find a situation whereby
we have tolls everywhere, and we have to pay tolls till death. Is that what you are suggesting?
What's wrong with toll payment?
Tolls.
What's wrong with toll?
Let's bring Zita into the conversation. She's been unusually quiet. Zita, are you there? Zita, are you with us?
We have to pay tolls till death, right? Hand over everything.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering if she's there, but she's there, but she's not saying anything.
Or maybe she's away from her phone.
All right. Okay. All right, carry on.
So we should have tolls everywhere. And I have to, because I want to travel around my city or from one city to the other, and I have to be paying tolls.
If the roads are good, your tire you buy every year, you buy every 2 years. You buy every 2 years, so it's saving. Bam bash.
Ajale Koko, the way you are looking at it is just because of we are just praying that our country should be raised far away from poverty. Look, most of us say, but let me just talk of myself, for example, that we are incorporated. We pay corporate tax and we pay personal income tax. Sometimes we don't care because I will even prefer to, because sometimes you want to grumble, right? Because you have to pay your corporate, you have to pay your income. It's just like in Nigeria, you call it multiple taxation. That's what you want to call it in Nigeria. But just because the infrastructure is there for me to survive, I'm able to meet my need. So if something happens today, just by the virtue of my incorporation, I can seek help of the government just to build me out in some capacity. Even though my business is just I will call it a bill. Well, it's not proprietorship, but it's still a small business, right? So the idea of paying toll is you have to look at the values around your country. If you don't pay tax, then you are not ready to build your country. The problem is when you pay tax and you are not seeing the impact. What did I just tell you this time around? I said instead of putting the taxes in just one pot for some people at the National Assembly to start allocating funds to themselves, okay, let these people from the source, let them build and start applying the taxes. And start applying the taxes to the road construction and to the road they were constructed. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean you are going to pay tax. Sometimes you will need to pay tax, but don't forget that I link the same thing. Dangote was the first person to bring this idea to Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe someone did it before when he was part of the economic team under Goodluck Jonathan. He proposed the model, and everybody ignored it. It was when Fashola came that revived that idea. So we have organization in Nigeria that will give us this. We give all this, and you now give them tax break. So in some situation, okay, when people around Lekki, for example, are telling you that they are paying toll, I don't, to be honest, I may sound so crazy or anti-people or whatever. Honestly, I don't see what is funny there. If you can buy house in Lekki, and some people at Agbado Jaye, they don't have the type of infrastructure you have in Lekki, but you at Lekki, you don't want to pay toll, and you want to be living the same life. You want to be living free life like someone that is paying like maybe 2,000 or 5,000 rent in somewhere in Agbado Jaye.
Very ridiculous, very ridiculous. And they say it with pride.
Ola, what about people living in Lakowe compared to people living in Lekki?
The question is this: those people living in Lakowe, are they going through public transport or they are going through their private car? Because two things: if I'm able to buy G-Wagon, for example, for around $200,000, and I'm complaining about maybe 300 or 500 I'm going to pay in toll, how does it sound? So because you can't match the logic of those people trying to, because these same people that are telling you they are paying toll gates, the same people that
Ola, let me make you laugh. That's the mentality. You give a driver, you are paying 30,000, a 200 million car to drive, and at times you send him to go solo to buy petrol. Are we not foolish?
Exactly. So this is our mentality that run away from taxation when we are really making money. If you are not making, I understand. But if you are making the right money and you are not properly taxed, okay, if you don't, okay, let's do it this way. If it was saying I mean the Lagos State today, I will say, okay, I'm not going to allow you to pay taxes again, to pay toll gate again. Then I will increase the property tax and transfer the property tax to you. Will it make any difference? So
Ola, don't mind Baba Ajale Koko. He's doing that deliberately. He is a target headless to us in Nigeria. All those past government has been prison. Were they not the one that erected target along Lagos by the Expressway 3? So why are we bothering ourselves? It's not as if we have not experienced that one in the country. When we even claim Nigeria was good, there were toll gates everywhere. There was toll gate along Shagamu Road. There was toll gates along Lagos Ibadan Expressway. There was one in Lagos. There was one in Shagamu. I mean, what's they call it? There are about 3 or 4 toll gates along Lagos Ibadan Expressway. So what are we talking about? Why are we always thinking that everything must be free? We don't have it. There's nowhere in the world that those things are being practiced now. Earlier, people are talking about education Almanjiri. I don't even know what you mean by Almanjiri system. Even in the the so-called Islamic country, they don't practice such a system. In Saudi Arabia now, if your child missed 10 days, 15 days of school days, you are going to jail. So it is. Let me tell you, everything that we have, as you normally said, Ola, I think I agree with you today. It's not about religion. It's about what our people are preaching to ourselves. Wrong thing that they are preaching to our people. That is limiting our progress in that country. And I agree with you. If some part of the country are not ready to move, let everybody just go on their way. Because these days, and what I'm hearing from that axis is even making me very angry. I'm very sorry to say. You can continue what you are saying, Lola.
I think Ribadu is back. Let Ribadu come in.
Can I throw a question at Ribadu? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Come in.
Ribadu, if you can answer this question, I will understand. But I've been doing. I kept quiet. I was just doing some research. There's some names Japa mentioned. There's an old cleric that is extremely powerful. I did not know about that cleric. That reversed all the ban on Al-Majiri that those governors did. And those governors fear him. They fear him. The cleric is probably close to 100 years old now, and he's still active. So my question is this. Izala movement, as it is the start and the entry of Izala movement in northern Nigeria, is it the cause of the shift towards maybe more extreme practices? Because, except I'm wrong, back in the 70s and the 60s, I don't think things were going in the militant direction, aka Boko Haram and the other extremist factions that we're seeing. Because it's not just due to poverty, it's also due to ideology. And I did some read up on the Zala movement, as brief as a read up can be. And I saw some prominent Nigerians there, including an ex-minister, Fatami. So can you answer that question?
Yeah. I hope I'm laudable now.
You're gone again. Ribadu?
Is he there?
He is here, but I think connection issues.
No, us to dwell on this.
The connection is not good at all. Maybe you can go out and come back in. Maybe that will correct the system.
I think it just did. Ribadu?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. We have you now. Carry on.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, we can now.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what's the question he's asking? If the Izala movement is what?
The Izala movement, has it contributed to this unwavering shift towards more strict interpretation of Islam and more adherence to things that are a bit more fundamentalist and more rigid interpretation of the religion, and maybe also the grip that the clerics, or some clerics, I'm going to say some clerics, that's why I mentioned that movement, some clerics have over this traditional belief, Al-Majiri, more extreme stuff. I mean, is this? Can we say this is the influence of the Izala movement?
No, quite the contrary. And
Okay.
please, I beg the indulgence of the people on the platform. I don't want to sound like I'm dominating the platform, but I consider it as a opportunity to kind of inform some of you that are not aware of this culture in the North or Islamic religion itself. So please bear with me.
And
I will
also,
be
please
as
shed
fast.
some light. Also, shed some light on the Sheikh Bauchi. I don't know the middle of his name, but it's the old guy that
No,
told El Rufai not to come to his house.
please forgive me. I cannot go that lane. But let me.
Okay,
I do
fine.
not
I
dare.
understand. That's fine.
Okay, you see, the Izala movement. Okay, basically, what is Islam? Okay, basically, Islam says is the total surrender to the will of God. Okay, and then what makes person a Muslim is the belief in God, His prophets, His angel, and how will I uh God, I don't even know what word of English I would use to qadar, as in when something happened to you, you just take it fate. That
Rivaldo, you can speak freely. If you are speaking with honesty, then you can speak freely. Then nothing should, yeah, which you are. So don't be afraid.
so you see, the problem we are having, okay, is the Islam movement said that let us practice the Islamic version, that there is only one God, and then we you pray 5 times a day, you fast during the month of Ramadan, then you go to Hajj, okay, and then you worship God only. These are the basic pillars of being a Muslim. You understand? And Izala says also their philosophy says, okay, you shouldn't take any imam or any sheikh. You shouldn't give him so much elevation that it is not worthy of him. In a sense that in order
All right, Rivaldo, I don't think we're hearing you at all. In fact, we are not.
I
All
think
right.
Roberto is being calculative in what he's saying.
No, he's been mindful with his words
Yeah.
for understandable reasons.
And
Yeah.
you are here saying you should speak
sect of
freely. He
Islam,
lives with
you will
his
see
people.
into Islam, into the religion.
Oh, okay. I think we've lost him. I think we've lost him, but the conversation can still carry on. Do we have Mike there? Mike, are you there? Mike, what's going on today?
All of them have gone with the wind.
I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, my fact, they tell you.
So, in the absence of Thomas, who has gone to do his religious duties, I'll hand over to Mike.
One man, hold on, one man. One man.
I'm here.
You don't go to church, you don't go to mosque. Where are you going to?
I do go to church. What do you mean I don't go to church? Of course I go to church.
Oh, really?
He started the Sunday school teacher now.
No man is a
He
deacon.
started the Sunday school teacher.
You gotta
But
be
I wonder
kidding me.
what one man will be teaching those children.
I wonder too.
The Bible now. The
They have
Bible.
to go and get their dictionary around. I got and all
No,
the
man,
other
why you're
vocabulary.
laughing?
Eh?
Oh, you're laughing.
I am from Oyalafi now. They have Christianity in Oyalafi now.
Jehovah Witness,
Yeah, I know from
Jehovah
your
Witness,
laughing. Real, you're
Jehovah
laughing, man.
Witness, Jehovah Witness in a one man.
Oh,
I
I
want
see.
to witness. I want to witness you.
There you are. And so at least you pay attention. Okay. Let me acknowledge the super chat. The James Bond guy in the bow tie, Ike Ogiame. So there he is with the hefty super chat. Of course, Ayo, you know he always gets a mention, and he as always holds AK-47 to the super chat. So that's Ayo rattling off around. Before he mustered up the courage to come and join us on the screen, Kulata was speaking to us via super chat. Prince Daddy acknowledges his presence there, and there's a Kulata prodding at Dewale, and there is a DG nodding in the direction of Kaito. So all that. So Mike, it's just a free flowing session. I'm not sure that we have any particular topic. We're just talking. So just go with the flow and see where it lands. So it's been just a curious little session today. So the curiosity goes on under the guidance of Mike. So Mike, over to you.
The way you claim while you're laughing, I thought you were only Shongo. So you're really fake or you're laughing, man. One man will say, oh, you are laughing. I'm like, only Shongo never buy you. Man story.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, is Kulata still there?
I'm here.
Kulata, the question you asked Ribadu, I am very sorry. I don't think you can get an answer.
I know. That's why I shut up. That's why I just said stop it.
You know, let me tell you.
What was the question, sir? So I can understand.
It's a complicated question, Mike.
Well, relating to what?
Kulata, let me give you this for free. Let me tell you. In as much as we continue, let me just say, because we are talking about Nigeria and just a part of Nigeria. In as much as they continue with that kind of mentality and the kind of doctrine that they have adopted, to me, I would say is a very wrong doctrine of Islam that they have already indoctrinated into them. And to me, I don't think there's any chance of them being changed. Even the so-called elite among them are enjoying the status quo as it is now. And let me tell you, Kulata, if you go to the north, that is when you see the rot in that place. And when Ola was speaking earlier on, he said that, okay,
Simba,
even if you have regional government, yes? Yes.
Please try to be sensitive, okay? It's not just when you're talking to the north, please be respectful.
Let me jump in. In fact, I wanted to jump
You
in on this.
understand?
Mike,
No, let me answer. Let me this guy, please. Okay. See, when you are saying rot, it's quite an unsensitive.
It's even
like
a
that.
fallacy, to be honest. Like when you talk about rot,
You understand?
I would say the South is probably more rot. Like when you guys use the word, hold on, about to give me a second. Simba, when you talk about rot, is it culturally?
Yes.
Is it which anyway? Where would you point? Where would you consider that's going more rot? Is it in North or the South? What is the progress in that?
Let me tell you. We talk freely about what happens in our own region. So you cannot say
that's the progress. That's
yes.
the on rot that we have in
Simba,
the South.
listen.
Who is talking now?
This is Ribadu, okay?
What
let me.
Ribadu, you're not going to. I'm not someone I will give you all that privilege.
No, don't worry.
I mean,
it's
if
not
I'm
there.
talking,
You're there now.
Talking, you have to.
He cannot even keep me quiet. He's just trying to.
Mike, Joe, we're trying. I want to learn. I want to learn.
I know, but
okay, give him the opportunity. Let him talk. But you should not say I should not talk. Let him answer your question. You understand what I'm saying, Kulata?
Okay.
I will give him space. Let him answer your question.
What was the question, first of all? Okay.
Nobody said you should not talk. Okay? Nobody said you should not talk. All what I said, sensitive because people are here. You cannot just say what that will hurt people's feelings. At least I expect that from a person as me.
I don't know what is actually, we are talking about the truth. What will lead to
Hold on.
development? You are talking is hurting your feeling. What is
Simba, give me
hurting
1
your
second.
feeling?
Simba, hold on. Simba, have you been to the north?
Yes.
Have you lived in the north?
I cannot say, I live in northern region, not really in the core north. I
Where
live
in
in
north?
Kwara
Where?
State.
Kwara.
Yes.
You lived in Yoruba land. No, we are talking about the north that you are describing. Have you lived there?
Let me tell you.
No, simple
I've
question. I'm going somewhere with the question.
not living there, but I've traversed majority of the north. And as I'm talking now, my immediate younger brother is in the north, living in the north.
Sorry, Mike, 1 second. So let's just moderate the language that we use to handle this conversation. It's been going very well all the way through, so we can have the conversation, but let's just moderate the language so that nobody feels jarred. We're trying to learn from each other, so let's just keep it within those words.
Okay, thank you, Mama. Ribadu, no, just hold on, Mike.
Hold on, relax.
Okay.
I'll go somewhere. Now, here's the thing, and I can relate to why Ribadu said what he said. In the South, it's like growing up, this way they describe the North, and they talk about the North, that we start to regurgitate as kids growing up, and a lot of it is fallacy, to be honest. A lot of it is just fallacy. And also, it becomes normal to just talk the way we talk about that place, stuff, and the people. But until I moved there and lived there, and I actually realized that most of the things we learn about the North are just a bunch of fallacies. You understand? No. Now, people's example I will give, when people say they reject education, that's a lie. There's just as many government schools in the North as you have in the South. The only difference is there are more private schools in the South. That's the only thing. As far as government investment in schools, it's the same. They have schools in the North, just as we have in the South. Same we have they have universities in the North, same we have in the South. There's really not much difference. And when people say, "Oh, this idea of people are out of school," there are millions of out of school.
Yeah, you are
in
not
the South.
following the direction of the decision. You have not been listening to Ribadu. If you have listened to Ribadu carefully,
well,
you won't be saying what you are saying.
I'm not going by Ribadu's opinion. Ribadu has
what do you mean? Whose opinion do you want to go by? He lived there, he grew up there,
experience and my own
telling
opinion.
you what is going on in their own place, and you are saying.
Okay, I can say the same thing.
You cannot listen to people that knows.
One voice.
I mean,
whatever he described, I listened to what he described as going on in North, the whole out of school thing, poverty thing. I can see the exact same thing.
Why are you doing this, for God's sake?
No, why am I doing
somebody from a particular place?
I have a right to give my submission. You guys have been talking.
If you don't, what you don't know, you don't have right.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, but let me give respect.
I mean, what you don't know, you said you have right to speak on it. You don't know.
I don't respect the fact that I can give my own opinion.
It is not opinion. We are looking for facts.
Mikey, you are the moderator, so you can. So be careful.
Mike, you got into the middle of the conversation. So
that is the problem.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't matter. I'll come in and say
moderate. Your work today is to moderate.
Maybe I'm
your work today is to moderate, Mikey. Your work today is to moderate. Mike so let's Ribadu talk.
One voice. 1 second. Let me give my submission, please. Give me a second, and people can respond. Just give me a second to give my. Where I'm going is a lot of people from the South. For example, even Ajay he can't deny that he's never lived in the North. A lot of people from the South never been to the North. They never lived in the North, but they have this perception and view and just this, sense that they understand. They know the North. They don't. You really don't. Solomon was there the other day saying he'd rather live in the North than in the South. He enjoys life better. The entire North is not just poor like that. They are very beautiful
Somebody that's living in Abuja, you are talking to living in the North.
Give me a second.
Someone lives in Abuja.
Man. A lot of
Abuja is in Abuja.
Kukura now. One voice now. Let me learn. You get your own time to talk. I just came in. Let me just give. I believe this to you guys the whole time. I'm just coming. The reason why Jafar, someone like Reno, being in the comment section, getting angry about how you guys are talking. You speak a lot out of ignorance, to be honest. Satanas. I used to be like that until I moved
We
to
are
the north.
not
Actually
speaking
lived around
against
them.
the North. You are not following the discussion from the beginning. We are not
Okay.
speaking against the North. We are talking
I'm
about
not saying you. Did I say you speak
education,
against the north?
Western
I didn't say you speak against the
education
north.
against Islamic education. That is what we were talking about.
I'm
And we
going
are
there.
saying
If you
that
allow me to, I'm addressing. If I'm going there,
we are
just
not
allow me.
speaking against the North, but that is what you are
Allow me to
accusing us
talk
of
now.
now.
If I get to the land, you can tackle everything I'm saying. I just started with the point when he mentioned that the word
Mike,
the word Simba
Jassy.
used
Mike,
is the reason why I started
Jassy.
from that point.
Mike, Jassy.
Huh?
Jassy, get to it.
Thank you. The word, the reason I started from that angle is because the word Simba used that robbed, what's his name, Ribadu the wrong way, and also some Northerners are probably listening. They felt the wrong way because I was growing up. I used to just talk like that, just say Aboki, not just talk anyhow, because that's the way our people in the South usually just describe them, particularly Southeasterners, and talk. And usually in the South, there's usually not a Northerners around us to correct us, to say anything. So we grew up to accept it as a normal way to talk about them. And after I lived in the North, lived around Northerners, realized that these people are not the way they are being described by most people in the South. They're just not like that. And they're not as foolish as you think they are. I used to grow up hearing a lot of Igbos telling me that Tafa Balewa didn't know how to speak English. It was Namdaziku that used to translate for him, that the guy was a backward man, he didn't have sense, things like that. Until internet came, when I went to Google, look up the man was a very eloquent speaker, very educated man, very brilliant man. So all these propaganda things that we grow up consuming is what makes us express the way we ourselves, the way we express ourselves in the North.
Mike,
And
can I
we
ask
have
a
to get to a
second
point where we need to stop. Now, let me talk about the education part. First, this idea that the North reject reject education is a lie. Back then, what they were rejecting was Western indoctrination. Back in those days, the people that were building schools were more like missionaries. And it was more of a Christianization movement than education movement. And that's the part that the Northerners were rejecting. The westernization of their people, not education.
They are rejecting that, but all those leaders can get Western education. What are you talking about?
Okay, the schools in the North, are they burning
All
them
the
down?
leaders in the North that are in position of governorship or all these political leaders, all of
so
them. So
they are not building schools. Is that what you are telling me?
They are resisting, or they were doing it deliberately not to give their people education so that they can continue.
So your own people that don't have education in the South, are they, wait, your own people in the South are not, they're out of school. Is it deliberate?
What are you talking about? Are you comparing the level of education
no one is
in the
deliberately
South?
denying anybody of education.
I mean, what is Mike talking about, for God's
sake? What are you talking about? I'm asking you a question.
What are you
talking
explain
about? What you're talking about.
Okay, Ajale Goko, please.
Mike. No, there are schools in the North. There are government schools all over the North. There are government colleges, government schools all over the North. So what is this idea that somebody is denying their people education? Yeah, we can argue. Wait, hold on. One voice, please. We can argue that maybe. Wait, we can argue that maybe they're not doing enough. Same way all over the South, they are not doing enough. The same thing. But there are schools all over the North. And people are getting educated.
Mike is correct. Mike is correct.
It's correct. It's correct. Very correct. 100%. Yeah.
Now, hold on. Let me get across. Let me get across. I'm not done. Let me get across. Now, what I can say is this in the South that makes the South a little more different is economic activities is more in the South. Industry is more in the South. And why is that? It's because of their close proximity to the ocean. We can't sit down and be talking as if in the South we are just this industrialized people that are manufacturing everything. We just a consumer economy. We import everything and then we sell. That's all it is. And if economy is based on importation, then of course the region that's closer to the ocean will benefit the most. That's the advantage you have over the North. It's not because the Northerners are just these backward people. That's why they have more power.
The question, no, Mike, don't ask my question, though.
If the ocean was bordering the North, it will be looking the same way. The North will be looking more industrialized than the South. That's all it is. So let's stop these things, man. Okay.
Thank you.
Please, if you are still there.
I'm here.
Please continue. Let
Don't
us
know.
hear from you.
No, it's just that seriously, Simba affected my mute. Gaskiya. Very ignorant about the note. It's very, very obvious. Okay. But let me pass this. You see, Ajala Koko is here. It's not like we are talking about the generality of the talking about the issue of this Almajiri system. The main point is the thing. And I, coming from the north, I felt it bound, duty bound to try to at least benefit to know that this is what is happening. And I did that with all sincerity of purpose. Okay. Simba was trying to take advantage of my sincerity and rub it on my face, and which is I'm not going to take that. Okay, of that, please. And was Ajan Lekoko who was asking me a question about something like that, and I was telling him, it's not like I cannot talk about it, but you may not know how delicate it is. We have political exposure. My uncle is the national security advisor. Now, if I speak something here, you understand? I have almost all my relatives are holding high position in the government among them. So even for their own interests, at least I should be able to watch my tongue. I've narrated how the problem do not are happy about it. But these guys on the neck, the right time for us to come openly and oppose them. Because if are you guys with me? Hello?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah.
We do.
We are listening. We are listening.
And also I met these governors, all the emirs, all the billionaires we have in the north. Nobody is going against these guys. I mean, why I say so? At least you people doing something. If all these big men that are supposed to say something, I keep him mute. There must be a reason. Market got bond. Dangote gave hundred of millions. Even this Maiduguri based billionaire. But have you ever seen them mention of intervening in Almajiri system to decentralize it or to advocate against it?
Is
There
it
is a
centralized?
reason we
Sorry.
have.
Is it centralized? Amajiri, is it centralized?
What I say so, you will see some children coming from Sokoto to and vice versa.
Everybody, I have a question for you. Couple of questions.
So please,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't
Okay.
want to dominate the platform of this very subject.
Yeah. We'll go to the
Please.
next person.
No. We're enjoying you. I mean, this is a very educative, interactive section here, and
Okay.
you a lot of things that
Coco, let
we
me ask
don't
my
know
question.
that you are educating us about this evening. So you are not dominating the platform.
Okay, everybody.
It's just important that you tell us more about what we don't know.
Yeah,
Let
thank
me
you,
ask my
Angela.
question. Okay, so now the Amajiri system, is it all across the entire north, or it's just in certain pockets of the north? That's one. And then two, the Amajiri system, from my understanding, it's a community kind of thing, like community organize themselves just to give children some form of education. Now, this Amajiri, is it that they will tell a child that has an option to go to a regular school? Because from what I know is that a lot of kids that don't have the access to regular school and want to go to Amajiri. Now, The ones that have options to go to regular school, is anybody now denying them that they can't do that? They must do Amajiri. So those are the two questions I have.
Delicate. Okay, let me tell you. You see, from the child don't even have a choice, because when you take a 5 or 6 year old boy from Sokoto, you bring him down to Maiduguri. Who is going to make that decision of his school fees? Who is going to pay for his lunch box? Who is going to pay for his books?
So what?
Want you to know to
Roberto, can I say
yeah?
something?
Who's that?
My name is AI.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Roberto, there was a time I tried to look into that Amajiri stuff some time ago. In as much as it's more or less shredded in secrecy, but there is one thing I know you will agree with me. That Amajiri stuff, in as much as people think it's something like religion, I don't really think so. It's a system created because some people want to control. It's more of control than what people are looking at. Secondly, let me say this on this platform to my favorite Northerners. If you are excited about something and you hold on to it and you are using it to control people, it cannot change. You cannot just come and say, I want to change it for you. But if you bring something more exciting than what they are holding on to, definitely you can penetrate. So now, what is happening in northern Nigeria is not all about religion, blah, 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 all these things they're saying. It's because the Western education we are talking about has not been made very interesting and exciting more than that thing they are showing those children. At a particular time, if Western education boom in Nigeria, some of those children will run away. So it has nothing to do with religion, this, that is control. And they use it, they get to a point, they use them for politics, they use them for everything. It's just control. It's not that it's difficult to break, no. Everything has a price. If you present something better than that, even those imams, even those parents will go for it. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
So, Madam Zita, if you say you present something better, better as in what? Because if the aim is religion, then it better be a better a system that gets them closer to God, as in that better, because that's the aim of the system, is to get them closer to God by Almajiri education. It's supposed to be education, by the way.
No, Lata, let me say this. I was even, oh, you're here. I remembered you and Fatai sometime 2 weeks ago. What happened? Let me just say it is just different from what we are saying before I come to your point.
Not from my vantage point, nothing happened from my side.
Ah? Hello?
But let's continue. Let's continue.
I said I bought mangoes, a box of mango. And on the box of mango, it is written, product of Norway. I was mad. because this place is extremely cold. So what is mango doing here? Somebody told me that they grow mango here. So I traveled to Southern Truma to go and see the mango myself. And immediately I walked into the farm. You and Fatai was the first person. My mind went to you. You remember there was a day here you made a comment, but why I said you and Fatai is that from time to time, two of you are struggling to find an economic proposal that will work for Africa. And whenever you struggle, you do this, one day you made an exclamation. The door of the ship has closed and the ship has moved. I want to tell you today that it didn't just move. It went far. Because if something as little as mango can be forced to grow here, I wonder. I know why they're growing it here, just because of the seed. But it is what it is. They're not just growing for consumption, they're exporting. But that's by the way. Now, Kulata,
They
you
are
said
growing
something.
mango in Norway.
Yes.
Voila.
Well, I did. Anyway, you said something. You were talking about religion and education. Can you repeat that again, please?
No, I said, I mean, you know, those kids, they've been indoctrinated, right? So anything better, as far as they will be concerned, has to be something that gets them closer to God, or whether is that's in actuality or just by how they perceive it. Because I think that long suffering, doing this, doing that, they've been bred. I mean, no, let me not use insensitive language. They've been taught that that is the way, the truth, and the light. So it's more like if you're going to bring something, perhaps it has to be something more extreme. And
Okulata,
is that good or bad?
the religious indoctrination in the South, is it not the same? Like people have been
Kulata,
read that
let
Jesus
me
Christ is
say
light.
this. Let me say this. Islamic religion and Christianity, Christian religion, is not of Africa. Do you agree with that?
I agree. I'm not practicing anyone now, so I agree.
It came to Africa. You agree with that?
Well, for when we talk Africa, Christianity has been in Ethiopia more than Europe. So that one is a little bit shaky.
What I'm saying is it came. That's the word I'm using. It came.
It came to Nigeria through Europe.
No.
To Nigeria, yes. In
No.
Ethiopia, I think it evolved as part of the history.
No. Please understand me. I say it came. So if you go to trace the history of Ethiopia, how they started the Muslim religion, you will know that it came. Now, let me say this, because if you've been to Tunisia, I know a lot of you go, everybody here, almost everybody here go to World Economic Forum, so you will understand what I'm talking about. If you go to Tunisia, the Arabic they use to read their Quran is different from that one, the general one the Saudi people use. And when I ask questions, they said they coined their own when this one came. You can make your research. Now, it came. Let me tell you something. Let me answer your question first. They can garnish it. It's not making it extreme or making it less of a teaching, but it can be garnished. And if it is not for control, it can be garnished. After all, they are not more extreme than Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, there are places you don't dare enter. If you must enter, you must dress in a particular way. It is that bad. Ask Simba that is sitting there. He knows what I'm talking about. So it should be garnished. That's the word I want to use. But let me say this. Africa as a continent, I will say Africa. One day we will discuss intensively on this platform so that people, our young ones, can listen to us. And maybe probably they will be forced to make a research. Africa as a country, when a country, a nation, a family, an ethnic group, a group of people, if their basic requirement is being replaced, they do have a problem. Because it is requirements that drive economic development, social development, upgrade is requirements that drive that. But when a society, their basic requirement, I didn't say change, I said replaced, because our akara is still there, our kamu is this there, our popo gari is still there, but it has been replaced by things like cornflakes, cereals, and other things. So I didn't say if their basic requirement is changed. What I said is that if their basic requirement is replaced, I'm not talking about psychological need. I'm still on the basic. Because in Africa, our basic requirements were replaced totally. And you know what happened? We opened our hands wide, our legs wide, and embraced it. To the extent that it became a thing of class. It became a form of living. It became a thing that must be done. And for those who cannot do it, it became a wishful thinking and a wish list. So I ask, where are our basic requirements? So that's all that is happening, both in religion, both in our society, in an economy. That's what is happening. You cannot be eating akaranda kamu in the morning and somebody just show you confidence. I remember my colleague in those days used to irritate me because she ordered pizza. She usually ordered pizza from London. And that thing is irritating to me. She has to go to the airport to pick it. For what? But it's a thing of class. It's a thing that must be done. And that's why it seems as if Africa is struggling. When you do that one that used to be our requirement, will they accept it? Will it serve? But there is a way around it. Talking about the Amajeris, garnish it. Something will happen. But they won't. Because I noticed that that thing is 85% of control. So since it's something to control, we wouldn't ask anybody to liberate them. Both the parents and the kids. So it is what it is. All this story up there, all this story go there, all this story go there, it has nothing. Because no force is impregnable. After all, the way they're doing it in Nigeria is not actually the way it is done in the people that the whole of their nation is practicing that religion. So why is our own different? Because somebody garnish it. So re-garnish it again. It's as simple as APC. That's all I have to say, Rubado. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma, I agree with you. Yeah.
You see,
Who is
I
mod?
mean, every I mean, everything is always about control. Now. Every government wants to control everything. It's always about control. With the in the South gone, it's about control. Now, the only question I have, Kulata. So before Westernization or Western education came to the North, was the Amajiri system there already?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, it was there. Okay, so now this this new schooling system now came. So don't you think it's just that it hasn't uh taken over yet? Because I mean, so one have to leave one to get to the other one.
I think both can coexist. That's
But
what I
isn't that
think.
what's going on right now? Are they not both coexisting? Because it seems
To the
like what I'm
depth.
hearing is like people are making it look
Okay,
like
Mike, let me
okay.
give you an example. In 2018, I know it has changed now in 2023, but in 2018, guess the number of students that registered for common entrance in Zamfara State in 2018. Just guess, a wild guess.
In 2018, I registered for common entrance in Zamfara. Depending
Just
on the
any number.
population. What's the population of Zamfara first?
Any Nigerian state is something million. So let's just say Zamfara is 2 million. I don't know.
Yeah, there'll be up to at least maybe 50,000, 100,000, something.
That register for common entrance. Is that your final answer?
Well, yeah, you want to shock me that it's less, maybe.
Is that your final answer?
Maybe, like I said, well, I
No,
don't know.
just throw a number. Let me go. Just throw a number.
Okay, yeah, you want to shock me by saying 2,000 or something like that?
Just give me a number.
I don't know. I can't tell you. It depends on the population.
Give me your best estimate.
Honestly, I don't know too much about Zamfara, to be honest.
Is it around? Okay, as far as you know, it's just a Nigerian state. So someone, okay, I open it up to anybody on the platform.
But just know as Zamfara is not the same as the entire. You can't
I
just pick
know, Mike.
example.
I know, and I said it has improved lately. But I'm particular about 2018. Just show you the impact.
No, Zamfara is around 2.8 million, just like the way you said. It's around so in population.
Okay. Let me just say, in 2018, 28 kids registered for common entrance.
28. How many university? How many secondary schools do you have in Zamfara?
I have no idea.
Where this lady came from, this journalist, Ahmed Kadira.
Benny, yes, but 28 in 20, but it has improved now. It's improved greatly now, but maybe it's because of the disgraceful numbers that they were having. In 2018, there was 28. So you see why it's a massive problem.
Was it just 2018 because of the banditry going on, or
the numbers around that time they were like that. 2017, I don't think it was that better. But now, for sure,
is it 28,000 or what?
28.
Is it? What do you mean by 20?
I mean 20 plus 8.
I don't believe it, because even if they only have
let me look for the link. Let me look for the link.
There's probably one lies, man, because even
if
there's only one.
Kulata is correct. See, I think, don't make me say common entrance is what Kulata is saying, not what.
As a common entrance.
From primary
school to secondary school.
Only 28 candidates register for common entrance exam in Zamfara. 28.
Maybe, okay, are you saying only 28 people were trying to go into secondary school?
That are registered for the exam.
Okay, registering for exam. Maybe, sometimes you don't have to do common entrance to go.
The rest dropped out. The rest that maybe went to primary school did not register for the exam. So they maybe either dropped out or, mostly dropped out. You can say,
the standard is different from the south. From the south,
it's not different.
What I'm trying to say is this: like in the south, there are certain requirements that are always there for you to maybe enter secondary school.
Is it that you write common entrance, or you write if you're going to a private school, or one of them? Because is that common entrance for government school? State schools may have some qualifying one, but for common entrance, it's just 28.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Kolata.
Maybe
Yeah.
they're not required to do
Hello,
common entrance to get into their secondary schools there, Zafara. It's possible. Because the reason why I find it hard to believe is because even if there's only one
But
primary school,
like I said, in 2023, I mean 22 now, that
Why?
number
Why?
vastly has
but,
improved.
but the reason why I say that is because even if there's only one primary school
Colata,
in wait,
Yeah.
give me a second, let
Colata.
me land now, one at a time. Cool down. Even
Eh,
if there's only one Ribado, wait, even if there's only one primary school in Zamfara, you still have more than 28 people going into secondary school. So that's why I find it difficult. And you can't see here and tell me it's only one
No, I
primary
was
school in the entire
specific.
state.
I said common entrance. Common entrance exam.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't mean that that doesn't establish the fact that maybe there's no school there or
I
something.
can bet my life that all of us currently, the 10 of us on this, or the 8 of us on this platform, all wrote common entrance exam.
We're from the south.
Not
That's
because
what I'm
we're from
telling
the
you. The
south.
standard in the south is different.
Mikey, what are you? Is it because you want to put out your point earlier that how can you say you don't need common entrance to enter secondary school in Nigeria? So how do you enter secondary school then?
There are some parts
You
of the
just
north
walk in,
where
say I want to go to school, then you just enroll you like that without having a form of examination. No, just listen to
Colata.
yourself now.
I want to make this point.
maybe
Mike,
in places like
are you
Zamfara,
there?
they don't require it, or maybe we don't know. But
Mike, you are
the
sounding
fact that okay,
ridiculous.
let's
You are
Google.
sounding very
But
ridiculous this morning.
I'm not sounding ridiculous. So
Let
you believe there's only 28
let
people
let
in the entire
Rebadu
Zamfara
complete.
state?
Eh,
Eh,
It is.
Hold
It
on.
is.
Let Rebadu complete.
wait. There are. Well, let me learn. What I'm asking is, he said it's only 28 children. They were trying to go into secondary school,
Google
or
it.
they enter secondary school.
You have access to computer there. Just Google it
Let's not
yourself.
push this, yeah. Let's move on.
I love that. He has
Okay.
access to computer.
Um, I just want to make one point, then I will take my leave. Okay. I don't know where you get your statistics, but let us just use common sense. You see, in Zamfara, we have a very big Air Force base there that are having more than 800 uh, staffs, and they have a wing of a fighter aircraft there also. So, and then we have a brigade there, and then most of those brigades, the soldiers are not from the north. Almost at least 60% or 65.
Your internet is bad. Kulata, I just Google amount of primary
can I
schools
Percent
in
quickly
of
say
Zamfara.
children.
something to
So
now?
Give
what
me a
I'm trying
second.
to say here is, you see, it is not possible. It's just not possible.
It is in the chat section if someone can share the link.
Ribadu, spokesman for Education Minister, if you remember, says so. So is coming from the
That just
right authority, Ministry of Education. So it's not ASA. You understand?
Check
It's not
the
ASA.
chat. I just posted the punch, the
I
news
Googled the
article.
amount of primary schools in Zamfara. It's 1,420.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people that are enrolled for the exam. You can go to primary school and not enroll for the exam. That means you're not going to secondary school. Or if you're going to secondary school, they're skipping your exam. So what's the
Yeah,
quality
that's
that
what
they're
I'm
going
saying.
to
Maybe they are
produce?
skipping the exam. That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not denying whether it's only 28 that start or not. But what I'm saying is that I don't believe there's only 28 that enter secondary school. That's just my own argument. So.
We said wrote common entrance. We're not saying enter secondary school. They're two
Oh,
different.
okay. I'm not denying whether it's only 28 or not. But what I'm saying is I find it hard to believe whether if you are trying to prove that it's only 28 that enter secondary school.
Mike, you are
You can
I
very
see
don't
it.
dangerous.
It's,
Ribado,
see
Ribado,
the punch. See the punch, Mike.
Ribado,
Punch.
can I come in? There is something Ribado said that I wanted to clear. I said about Kano.
okay.
When we are talking about Kwankwaso and the kind of things he put in place during his own time, it wasn't sustainable, right? That's what you said, if I'm right. Is he still there? Is Rubado still there? Who can remember? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Who can remember? Who was on the platform then when he said it? I think he said it was not sustainable, right? So, talking about sustainability, one day I would like to talk about that, because on several occasions on this platform, we've spoken about the things Obasanjo did that were not sustainable. And there are a lot that has been done in our country that are not sustainable. The reason being that I remember when I came to listen to this platform this evening, somebody was talking about a guy in Nigeria that converted a bicycle to a motorbike or whatever. And he said that is a head up. And then, is that all we want to hear? The reason is that actually nothing can be sustained. So the only thing we have now, according to Kulata, not me, it's Kulata that said the ship has moved. I only said it went far. I'm just kidding. So we don't have institutions. Before you sustain something, there must be an institutions, well-funded institutions that do research, upgrade, update every minute of every hour of every day in a year. And if you are a country, you don't have institutions that you pump money into to keep researching on certain things, you will keep borrowing. You will keep doing other people's idea. That's what I mean by borrowing. You will always do what they have done. And they will always tell you what to do and how it is being done. So far in the world, America is if not the only or the most institutionalized country on earth. Those institutions are not sleeping. So what are you going to sustain in Nigeria when somebody has already researched on it, updated it, upgraded it, is ready to sell the idea to you? So those are one of the problems Africa is having. When a government comes, they will do something. Yeah, it is nice. It's supposed to be sustained, but it can't be sustained because there is no institution. So when he said the man did something is not working, I want to let him know that the problem why it cannot continue is because there is no institutions. I remember everybody used to say, it's a common saying about America. For those living in America, they will say, anybody can rule America. Most people just say it, but most people don't understand why you say that. It's because it is heavily institutionalized. You can sit in the White House and be saying your jargon. It doesn't. Because you dare not come to those institutions. They will take you to Supreme Court. Supreme Court will open the window and throw you out. They are not sleeping.
I want to do today.
So that is why Obasanjo can do something. I say, what all those things he did, he couldn't put it, he couldn't keep it. No, he can't. He can't. That's just the truth. He can't. Because somebody's working on it somewhere, heavily, no sleeping, they're doing shifts. Morning people will come, go. Afternoon will come, go. Evening people, night, overnight. They are researching 24 hours in a day. On that thing you think he did small that should be sustained, if way past, the ship has moved. So it is what it is. That's just what I want to explain to the brother. No, now we're done.
You are welcome.
But sorry,
Thank you,
if
madam.
I may ask, this so-called Almondiri education, do we really know the content of this educational system? What are they teaching in Admajiri?
Let me explain to you. I don't want Roberto to be talking about it again. Please, you guys should let him be. Because too many questions might bring some kind of
I think
answers.
others has left anyway.
Ribadu is no longer here.
Okay. Let me explain to you. Because you know why I can be able to explain it to you. I'm a Catholic. An ardent Catholic. But that didn't mean I've not ventured in some other things as a social scientist. I become a member of some certain things to see actually what they're doing there. Now, Simba, let me tell you this. You see, it's just like the only difference between what they're doing in Catholic and Catholic is that these ones, they start, because their own is more of a control, they start it young. Actually, it has nothing to do with those kids. It has a lot to do with the parents. Because it's the parents that control, and the parents now control the kids. The kids, they're just kids. So who packs their food, who tell them where to go, who tell them what to sit down and listen to is their parents. So the control is in their parents. But the difference between them and Catholic is that Catholic, as a teenager, they indoctrinate you to make a choice. You know, Reverend Sister, Reverend Father stuff. Then when you go to places like, what do they call it? What's that church in India that came from India? What's his name? Who will remind me now? That religion, Hare Krishna. When you go to Hare Krishna,
Is it
you
Hare
find
Krishna?
that,
Yeah, I'm talking Indian movie.
I said Hare Krishna, that's a religion. I'm just using that one because it's kind of extreme and they made their way into Nigeria and left. That's why I'm trying to use that one, because apart from Muslim religion, I believe some Nigerians will be conversant with Hare Krishna. That's why I'm using Hare.
I remember some Nigerian guys that are trying to introduce that religion to Nigeria. So, in last the test of time.
So it's the same thing they do. It's not actually the kids, it's the parents. Those are the ones they convince.
Sorry, Guru Maharaji. Guru Maharaji.
It's not Guru Maharaji. I'm not talking about Guru Maharaji. I'm talking about Hare Krishna.
So those people, no. I mean this Hare Krishna. These people that used to stay at the Ikaja, flyover now under the bridge. They used to cut their hair somehow and sell books.
Maybe the Mormons is what you're talking about.
Yes. Okay. Right on.
It's just being dumped into Africa. Man. Even the black Hebrew Israelites in America, then to the Nigeria now, and we are just accept everything. We accept them all.
Let's let her finish our thoughts now. So that no.
So,
Madam Zita, are you finished? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain to you that it's not. What will I say? It's not that. It's actually that. What do they teach them? I remember. Let me say this now. I remember my younger brother that is supposed to be a reverend father. He came home one day. Why did he leave? He said, when he went in, he was like, okay, Jesus is coming soon. So let's pray and keep ourselves till he comes. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. He's about to be a seminarian. He was like, no, this Jesus is not coming. It's not as they told me, you know. So that's exactly what happens. They teach them that it's just round the corner. And you are looking at it every day. That's what they said, fear. They put that fear in those kids that, look, oh, this is the way you're going to do this thing because this guy is coming any moment from now. So that's what they teach them. It has nothing to do with, it's not peculiar. to Muslim religion, but is peculiar to that of
Abraham.
control, that they look left, look right. There is nothing to use to control somebody. They use religion. But let me say this, why I say it's not peculiar to Muslim religion, let me say this in the church about Christianity, for those defending Christianity. Let me say this, most people's life as a Christian was destroyed because they were sitting in the church and listening to what their pastor was saying. Let me say this again. We can always talk about Muslim religion, but we are not looking at what is happening in our Christianity. Some people's life was totally destroyed because of Christianity, not because Christianity. Let me
Mike, can I
finish,
interject a
please.
bit? Mike,
Let me finish before I
no,
lose my
no,
thought.
Madam Zita, good evening,
Let me
Madam.
finish before
Look,
I
please,
lose my thought.
there's difference. There's
Let me
difference between, look, the conversation has been very nice this evening so that the Northerners can make some correction, but right now you are trying to, say that they are not doing the wrong thing. The Christianity don't cut people's hand. They don't, educate all those kind of alien
I
justices.
don't know where
Like,
you
no, hold
got.
on, madam, like Sharia court. And then we in the Southerners, we have been confronting the Christendom every day on daily basis. And then we are putting them to the right, places. So don't justify what Northerners are doing. There's no comparison at all, madam. Please let the conversation. You didn't talk about the Amanjari. You see, Ribadu came and they talked very big sense here today. And then that if you look at the comment section, Ribadu is the only Northerner that I'll say thank you. I love him, and I said that please, by the time we share this country peacefully, he should come and get a piece of land in the southern Nigeria. And then you are here to justify or to compare Christianity, evil, and versus the northern this thing. Do you know that in Yoruba land, we don't know who is a Christian, who is a Muslim? We take the African culture and tradition first. This is what you have to be looking at. Most people never even live in the Yoruba area or like all these those states where where the Muslim and the Christians and the traditional people they live together peacefully. But in the north is opposite. You can't go to any Yoruba family without a Muslim and Christian. Alhaji will marry a Christian and then he will go to the church on Sunday with his wife. You know what I'm saying? You don't see that in the north. That's what we're trying to say, madam. So don't compare at all. So I want you to speak to this evil of these northern leaders. Like Ribadu came to say tonight, that those people, nobody's ready to step on their toes. That's the area that that we want you to be providing some solution to, madam. Good evening.
Madam Zita.
Who is the moderator? I think it's Mike. Mike, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have the right for people to interject, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then why did this happen?
Hold on. You said
Why did this happen?
what happened? You mean him interjecting?
Yes.
He asked if he could interject, right?
And I told him he should hold on.
Next time, hold on,
Apart
if you
from,
want to interject, you ask, and they say no, just hold on, let the person land.
Apart
Okay, I
from
get you.
that,
I get you. So I get you, Oga Mike. So, madam, continue. Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much.
Don't force interject. If she wants to, if she's has the floor, she's talking. If you want to interject, she said no, just wait.
Apart from that, Mike, there's something I said in this platform some days ago. I said I believe in one thing for my country. And I want to say it again now for those who want to interject me when I'm talking. Can I say it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I know that my country is not running. I know that my country is not working. I know that my country is crawling. And that crawling, the pace is slow. I know also that Nigerians have lost hope because our expectations, some way or the other, have not been met. I saw that, I know that, I feel them. I know also that people are hurting and are hurting badly. I feel them. But there is one thing I know, that in as much as we are quarreling, if we stay steadfast, we might get there earlier than we thought. Probably we might walk. Probably we might run. And I said this in this platform. If you belong to that category, when I'm talking, you can interject me. But if you belong to that category that doesn't see anything good about Nigeria as a country, and I made it clear by saying that I am not against anybody criticizing what is going on in Nigeria, but I said, call them by their names and say, what Mr. B did is wrong, criticize him. But tearing down our institutions that we are struggling, that is a heavy load we are struggling to build, tearing down our nation, Nigeria, I will not take it from anybody. I have had enough. So if you belong to that category, whenever I'm speaking, please, I beg you in the name of wherever you watch it, do not interject me. We are building a country and want to be interjected and interject and rub minds and speak, discuss, converse, debate, argue with those who are looking forward to a better Nigeria. Do not call them by their nation, by their tribe, or by their institutions. Call them by their name. If what Jega did you don't like it, say Jega. Don't say INEC, because INEC is an institution. Jega will go, another person will come. INEC will remain there. But if you look and go around the internet, tearing down my country, Nigeria, and you think that I will sit down and have a conversation with you, I am not in for it. Please, otherwise I will stop coming here. I don't want to have interjection from those people. I have had it up. They have attacked Chicago State University. They have attacked the governor of Illinois. I have had enough. Please. And I am with no hard feelings. I respect your opinion. I respect how you feel. You have freedom to speak. You have freedom to type. You have freedom to run from one YouTube channel to the other, to say what you want to say, to write from one social media to the other, newspaper to the other. That's your right. Hallelujah. Praise God for you. I get that part. But please, I am on a different lane. And don't cross it. I don't need your interjections. Please. Thank you.
But madam, I hope you are not going to me because I'm a Tinubu man. So who are you? Who is going about? If you ever had my voice on any platform, I'll be hammering on why should the drug case or whatever come about when somebody was already a senator, somebody was already a governor. So we are talking about Northern. How do we synergize with the Northerners? That is the topic for tonight. And you are just
all right. Tony, no, don't start attacking her, man. Let it go, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not attacking her. I wanted to give us the solution.
She already
because
just made it clear.
because we have back on the horse's mouth.
So
the battle came tonight to tell us that they don't want to step on people's toe there. That's why our country is going backward. That I really feel sorry for for the battle, and I love him now. the first northerner for me to be,
Tony, we've heard you. We've heard you.
Yeah,
Enough
thank
is
you,
enough.
Baba. Thank you, Simba. So, Madam, so continue. Give us a solution to the northern problem. How do we strategize? How do we
Tony,
cooperate?
cool down, man.
Yes.
She said she's done. Why you going after her? Let it go,
No,
man. She's not interested in engaging you. Engage someone else. If you can talk, engage, go direct to someone else. Talk to someone else. She doesn't want to have conversation with you. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about, talk, but don't have conversation with her. She's not interested in talking to you, man. So you can submit your own view, but don't direct it towards her. Just you can give your opinion about the topic or anything else, but just don't direct it towards her. That's what I'm telling you. So you can talk, yeah, but just don't talk to her about her or to her or anything direct towards her. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So is it my turn to speak a little bit now?
Yeah, go ahead, talk. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I don't want to. So I just came into the show tonight just to thank Mr. Ribadu and Baba.
Hello.
Hello.
Is AI still there?
Who? Yeah. Oh. No, Ribadu is no longer there, but I hope that he's listening.
I'm talking about AI. Madam Zita, is she still around?
She's there.
She has not concluded now.
No, let me just make a short submission. Then I will.
Wait. Tony, wait. Let me ask.
Okay.
Let me ask her. I thought she said she's done, but unless she said
okay.
She's muted now. She said she was done. I heard her say she was done. She concluded. She finished.
Madam Zita, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, I can continue your.
Did you say you were done, or are you still?
She's not done. She's not done.
I heard her say she was done now.
I think it's because Tony interjected.
No. Simba. She said that 3 days ago, few days ago, that he was having problem. That's
Wait,
what he was talking
Tony,
about.
you don't need to tell us story. Tony,
yeah, let me do my own now. Let me speak now for myself.
No, you cannot do your own. You interjected her, so let her finish.
Okay, what I was saying is that a lot of lives too has been destroyed in Christianity. So it is not all about a Muslim thing religion. It's all about some people want to control some people. And that's exactly what is going on in the North. I've said this several times here this night. Some people want to control some people, just as some pastors put fear in their congregation to control them. But it's unfortunate that in that area it's being done to adults. But these ones pass through their parents to the little ones. So that's just the difference. So it's a control. It's something of control. It's not peculiar to a particular religion. That's just what I want to say. Una, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Zita. So, but quick clarification though. There's control and then there's control. In the South, there's all this Pentecostal control. Like, it's like someone uses a zombie for them, that they go and donate all their salary and all that. But now, the detrimental impact, I think that is the difference. Because while we have Pentecostal zombies, apologies to the born again Christians. Me, I know sense. Let me be sensitive. It doesn't stifle things like basic stuff like education. Like, I'm not going to say an Oyedepo lover that then I won't go to school on time, or I will eventually not go. I may go to school at the end of the day, dedicate my life to, I don't know,
Kulata,
whatever they do.
Are they telling them that they shouldn't go to school?
Okay, let me tell you. I asked that question specifically, Kulata. The main core of Al-Majri is only about Islamic education, nothing else. To read Quran, to teach them that this is what you're supposed to do to go to Al-Jannah. That's all.
Okay, but
it doesn't develop them in any way apart from that. Do you understand?
Simba, we get that. But you are blaming you're basically saying that's the reason why they're not going to regular school at all. But that's not. It's not like their marginal system is telling them that, hey, you must only come here, don't go to regular school.
But
No,
That's
Mike,
why.
you know, let me tell you, Mike, people look at it as if it's a replacement.
No, they don't. No. Remember,
Okay, why should a government be promoting it if it's not as a replacement?
Which government promoting it?
I remember Goodluck Jonathan. He spent a lot of money on Nigerian system.
Okay, that's Goodluck Jonathan promoting it, not the Northern. I don't know why he did that, but
Mike, do you understand? Mike, do you understand? Mike, look at it. Your parents will send you to some guy that will be your spiritual teacher. So where do you get the opportunity to now do 1+1?
So it's the parent then. But here's the deal. The reason, wait. The reason why I believe the reason why that parent is sending that child there because that parent couldn't afford a regular school.
Not quite. No, not really. I think
it's the belief.
Okay. Also, another point which is very important is it seems like you guys are making it look like this Amajiri was created to counter Western education, counter regular school, and that's why I asked Kulata, was Amajiri already in place before the Western? The regular school came in place. So the Amajiri system was already in place. It's already been there. So it's been their culture, it's been their way of life. Kind of like Kulata, kind of like in our Yoruba society, we have our teachings, right? We call it the Ile. You go to the master, they teach you you gotta learn your tradition, learn your Ifa, right? We have it. But some people, they still do it today, but it's like someone not coming to me saying, oh, that's the reason why somebody's not going to school. No. If you are going to your teachings, no one is stopping you. If you're not going to school, it's because you can't afford to go to school. That's why. So you can't say because people are going to Amajiri to go and learn Islam. It's the reason why they are not going to school.
Mike, listen. There are practical aspects in you sending your kids to far away places. So it is really up to that Islamic teacher or cleric to say that, okay, once you've learned Quran for the day, and you've done whatever you're supposed to learn from a religious standpoint, now go to Lagbaja school, because a parent will send their kid from maybe Maduguri to like Sokoto or to Kebbi. So the kids are not even within the vicinity. So it's really up to that cleric's conviction or that cleric's discretion on sending that kid to a normal, regular school. So a lot of those clerics just don't do it. So those kids, after they learn the Quran, then a lot of them go to the streets and beg. And so they never get the opportunity to go. Some send maybe responsible parents or parents that are concerned about regular education, while they send those kids to Amajiri, they still make sure that they go to normal school.
So the
but
parents,
not all parents make sure.
So it's the parents.
Yeah, but you leave the kid is not within your vicinity, is in another town.
No.
Kulata. The teachers themselves.
The teachers themselves are illiterate. Discretion to send the kids to
the teachers are illiterate. So the teachers are illiterate. But if your kid is almost like you send your kid to a boarding school, that boarding school, all they learn is Islam. And that boarding school, maybe the proprietor of that boarding school, at his own discretion, I don't know, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because, like I said, I'm ignorant in this stuff. Maybe at that person's discretion, can also decide to teach you the ABCD 1+1. So a lot of them.
Kulata, you know the way they see this cleric, they see them like, I'm very sorry, like small god. They submitted their children. They submitted their children to them totally.
But
hands off. They don't care about their well-being. They don't provide them food.
Let me also ask you, how does your let me ask you this question, please, if you permit me. How does your believers in Christianity, how do they see their pastors, their prophets? How do they see them?
But it doesn't stop them from.
Can you try to compare the whole of them together?
Midwest,
You're not
Midwest,
getting the
Midwest,
point.
Midwest. So Midwest. How far, Obota? That I already made that point clear earlier on that at the end of the day, both in the South, the pastors are trying to rain havoc on our kids too, on ourselves. But we do resist them. You know what I'm saying? If you go to the social media platforms coming out of the South right now, we are even trying to say they should close down all the churches, that so that we can convert them to schools. But meanwhile, the Northerners are just adamant. They are not making any move. They are very happy to be, according to Simba, this, you have
Mike,
children, you send it
Well,
to, you
Tony,
send it to one, hold on.
Sanusi made move
You
now.
send the children, to the Malam, who will go and lock them up in a certain garden and be using them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Tony, the Northerners are making moves now. Just like you making. Sanusi made a move now. Didn't he
But
make
we don't see them. We don't see them. We don't see them.
what's his name? I came to
see,
him. Is it Ribadu?
Mike,
Ribadu, he made
what
moves
is it
now.
called? I want to
There are
thank.
people making moves, Tony. Just because
Wait, I want to thank Mike because I've been listening to Mike since, and what he has been saying is the fact about the whole thing. It's just that because people don't understand the Northerners very well, the way we want to. These are the issue about this country. What we are talking has been there even before the independence. You can't just jump into people's culture and way of life, and you that is not part of it, and you don't understand what they are doing, the genesis of what they are doing, how long have they been doing it, what is the benefit of it to these people, they themselves, but you want to correct them. You see, we always end up in problem, and because we are not the same people, the differences we have, we don't even understand. Because we don't understand it, we cannot manage it. Like what Mike have explained since, masters everything. Even the Northerners, wait, Tony. The Northerners are already fighting these things by themselves. Sanusi did his best. Those who were with Jonathan also advised Jonathan to do more when he was there. So it's a matter of time because these people are used to this culture, they are used to this way of life, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they are not intelligent. This is what I keep telling people. The most intelligent people in Nigeria are the Northerners. But we cannot agree. We assume that we are intelligent. Look, my dear brother. Wait. Let me boil everything down. Wait.
My guy, nobody's saying that.
I'm into a point.
Nobody's talking about. Wait, my guy. Nobody's saying they're not intelligent. Stop when you're getting. Don't jump into an argument and try and take it off the point. Nobody said that, and somebody insisting on that. That is insulting.
Come on, man. Well, we say they are
we are trying to tell
Mike,
Mike, can you please give me a minute? Mike, if you don't
let me do it last land his point, and then you guys will come after him. Let him just go land his finish completely. Go ahead and finish. Midwest.
Yeah, he's gone.
Midwest. Not only Midwest.
But I was not on the line after Zita. You forgot.
He was talking. Let him learn what he's saying.
Okay.
I want people to finish their statements, so that way they are not taken out of context.
He's not talking again now, so let Tony talk. Whoever he's not talking.
Okay, so Tony, will come after you. Tony,
let me just land now because I was next.
Okay, go ahead.
On the line. Okay, so that guy is just coming in to come and talk whatever he doesn't know, nothing, that he knows nothing about. In the beginning, when the independence struggle was on, the Northerners categorically rejected independence, first of all. That means they already told you that that we cannot be together. And everybody told you tonight that it's going to take about nothing less than 50 years for us to educate these people or to bring them to that level that we so much desire. So I don't know where Midwest is coming into the topic by they say that these people are so intelligent. We're not saying that they're not intelligent, but let them do the things according to our own way, or let's say at the national level. No two laws, no Sharia laws for the North and the common law for us. Ajanuka already made that point earlier on that there should be a single system, a unified school system, a standard for everybody. Not be say you say that they do the other one for the other side. They do. So they didn't fight for independence. So they don't know the value of independence. They don't know the value of of development. So that are my people.
You see, one thing is this conversation was going at scholar level until Mike introduced some kind of diversion. You see, one thing is this: Ribadu was speaking very well. Kulata and everyone was contributing perfectly. We are not saying anything different from what the like of Sanusi
Wait, before
already
you
said.
continue, hold on. I just want to correct something. The body was the first that it was something derogatory that Simba, not like he purposely wanted to say like that. That he said that
I,
he, wait. Before you say I came in and diverse something, he said he made a comment that was kind of derogatory towards the Northerners, and Ribadu was expressing to him. He was really upset about it, but he controlled himself. That's why I came in to correct that. So don't say me I divert something or introduce something. It's just me coming to let you know. Listen, if you are not from that part of the country, if you speak something about them, it's something that's offensive, and you may not think it's offensive. And quite frankly, a lot of ways you guys have been talking all day was very offensive towards the Northerners, to be honest. As someone that lived there, and a lot of it is not because you guys are purposely talking like that. So you don't see it as something offensive. You just see it as a normal way we talk in the South. So don't say I'm the one that came to introduce offensive thing. You guys have been offensive towards them. Even Jafar was in the comment section typing.
I didn't say you introduced offensive. I said you
So
diverted
don't try to make it like me. I just came to. In fact, I came to balance it so they don't think us Yorubas are like that. Okay.
I said you diverted. I said you diverted it. You rechanneled it. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say.
Yes, for 28 students. For 28 students, because you cannot get into the secondary school without a combination. Yes.
Tony, please let me just add my own quota. You see, the thing is this: even some of the northern elites accepted the problem, and even for this guy to be building a Almajiri school, we know they are there. Whether we like it or not, it's not an insult when we say, instead of giving these people the right education for them to progress, they are not receiving the education. If people are saying that it's an insult, then we are not ready to move forward.
First of all, you can't say they are not receiving education. They are receiving education. How did Ribadu receive education? How did Jafar receive education? There are people receiving education. See, that's another generalization you guys do. There are people receiving education in the North. And they can find that very offensive too. When they are not receiving
diversion. This is diversion we are talking about. When
it's not diversion. I'm just you generalizing the people. It's offensive. Understand that.
Ribadu from privileged family. They already made that point clear earlier on that the Northern elite send their kids to London for schooling, but they don't only to deny
don't send their kids to London for schooling.
Tony and Mike, can I just talk my own and then
yes,
you can argue if you want. See, nobody is generalizing. I've spoken here today. We're talking about the elite from the North. But we are saying when we talk like this, we are talking of the percentage. So when you say something, sometimes don't go so micro and start saying, oh, whether we are talking in absolute time. No, nobody is talking in absolute time. When we are talking this way, we are talking in percentage, statistically. That's the point. We don't need to create unnecessary argument and try to be right unnecessarily. We are in conversation.
Okay, so, when Nnamdi Kanu say Yorubas are cowards, there's the same thing when I told an Igbo guy like, hey, that's offensive. You say no, he's not saying absolutely. Of course, he knows. Wait, I'm just telling you. Listen, he was telling me that no, it doesn't mean everybody. Of course, he doesn't say sure this person. So that's the same thing. But me, you can't expect me to just accept that. Oh, it didn't mean everybody. You guys need to understand these things, man. Come on now. You can't just say, oh, you don't mean everybody.
Mike, is Kulata still there?
Kulata is there.
Hello, Kulata.
I'm here. I just kept quiet.
You were saying this thing. They don't force their parents. So I've not heard that they force them to go to Almajiri school.
It's not force. It's culture.
So if it's not force now, it's something that has to do with control. It's not force.
It's not force.
Nobody goes to their houses and say you must bring your child to Almajiri school.
No, I doubt it. But maybe there's social pressure.
Like
That's
AI
why I say they garnished it. So when something is being garnished, you too, if they actually want it to change because it's beneficial, It's a heavy benefit to them. Forget all this one. Why wouldn't they say something about it? It's because it's beneficial to them. They made it to be beneficial to them. But if it's not benefiting them, they would have garnished it.
AI, you see one thing is this: all of us, I no, not all of us, many of us, we've accepted that control religion is a control tool. Even right from the Bible, you will see how Sadducees and Pharisees, they use religion to control the people. When these people, they will pull the the law of Moses, but Jesus Christ let them know that they are hypocrites. Whether we want to talk of Christianity as a religion, not as a way of life, or Islamic, both religions, they are there. Even the traditional one, they are all religions are meant to control people's behavior. Everybody claims the understanding of God. Nobody, see, anybody can say they understand God. I don't believe that people understand, that one person understand God more than myself. It's just the way you feel, it's just what you are preaching. It's not left for me to listen to you. You can say whatever you like. You can preach hellfire to me from now to tomorrow. You are just wasting your time because I have my own belief. But what we are saying is this: all religions you see, they are meant to control people, whether we like it or not. Like when we talk of Christianity now, I have my conspiracy theory about the British people, about the Western people. Just imagine a situation where the Indians and the Chinese, they were doing their own jeje. But immediately the British people discover iron at the iron revolution. The next thing is just to go and fight war with these people and conquer them. But with these people that you were enslaving over time, when you started enslaving people, and all of a sudden the like of America, they got their freedom, and people started doing what the British people were doing. They know that it's going to get to a stage that whatever they are doing will not be sustainable. Then, how do they sustain themselves? They have to bring some kind of ideology, some kind of control mechanism. I think that is where the Western world key into religion. Because slap you the right hand and turn the left. Someone be beating you, don't just talk, just forgive. You know, those kind of, when you look at all those stuff, they are just control tools. You won't find the complexity of religion among animals. Does that mean that animals they are not living their life too? So let's forget. But we are now saying that when the control get to the level now that you now take freedom away, you now take survival away from people completely. That is what we are saying. When you look at the Christianity, they are still teaching you, okay, they slap you with the right hand, the right ear, turn the left ear. Good. But at the same time, they are giving you, they incorporate some part of education that can make you survive. When the British people are coming,
which part of Christianity? Bible is telling you how to survive.
Mike, let me land. I don't want to go into an argument. I just
No,
want
I mean, it's what you are saying here now. Come on now.
I know I won't respond to you.
You're trying to make us
If
say
you don't want
Christianity
me,
at least
see, Mike, this is the way it is. If you don't let me land my point, I will not argue. Let me pass my point, please. Now, when the British, when the Western people, when they brought education, they were not just giving us, no, they were not just giving us religion alone. They were giving us religion at the same time. They were training us skills. They were giving us education, how to survive, how to do things. That's the way they package their own. Because they believe that if they change that orientation and they give us the education, we're able to survive. That's how they want to control us. And that will be forever will be grateful to them, and we are going to imbibe their culture. We are going to embrace their culture. That's the way to control, to change everything about you. But now we have another one again that all the focus on, I won't call it Islamic now because it's going to be an insult to Islam, because we have Saudi, we have United Arab Emirates, that they are not behaving like those people that are promoting a Magiri system are doing that in the area. So we have some kind of a system now that all they want to do is, although they are not doing some kind of slavery they used to do in those days, But they are doing this slavery in philosophically is a kind of ideology that, okay, they just give you a particular system that believe in this, nothing else. So, but as they are doing it, even some of their elites that are supposed to even liberate these people, they even lost control. They can't speak. Look at Ribadu now. He was even afraid of speaking out. That's how bad the system is. So it's a serious issue that we may like to defend. We may like to blackmail anybody that want to call it out that you are insulting the North. Nobody is insulting the North here. We are all fighting for our survival. That if you don't take care, if you don't solve the problem of Almajiri in the northern region, it can escalate when we have a bad leader like Buhari, for an example. But if we solve the problem, if they get the right education, they will not be a problem to us. That is exactly what we are talking about. That is why I said the other time that if these people will not even embrace, let us do what every other countries will do, and people will start doing japai from the north to where they can survive. Instead of allowing those people that are that enthroned that Amagiri system, that are trying to bring us backward to control everything. No, we should take our.
Ola, can I ask someone that knows the question? Because I think the problem, as I continue to think more about it, I don't think the problem is Almajiri's system itself. I think it's irresponsible parenting and maybe clerics that I would call it take advantage of kids. Because if you send your kids to learn about religion, all fine and dandy, but immediately now send your that kid to school to go and now learn about how they're going to make a living. So parents just abandon that later part, even though a lot of schools in the north are free, but they still.
That is why you have a government.
Tony,
you have a government.
Now.
Yeah,
Tony. Now I'm in the middle of my thought. Like because schools, the state schools up north are mostly free in most states. So assuming they were sending the kids to local clerics,
which school is it a government school?
The government schools are free. Yeah, the government schools are free.
Built by the northern government.
Yeah, a lot of the northern schools are they are free, like free education. So if I sent my kids to nearby Almajiri, then I can go grab that kid and now, okay, oh, you've done KU for the day. Now go and learn ABC 1, 2, 3. So they just kind of like say, okay, let the kid go to this cleric in one state that is far away. That's where the problem is. Then you don't know exactly if the kid will go learn normal education. You only know that, okay, learning the Islamic one. And that is not, the thing is, in this society, that is not enough. So I think it's irresponsible.
What about the government? The government role, the government in enforcing that policy that all children must go to school. Because you remember that back in our old time, the government, so the police can arrest a child that is found during the school hours on the street. Kulata.
Okay, Tony. So if KB says all KB kids must go to school, but I'm a KB parent, I send my kid to Almajiri and Bauchi, how does that help me?
Why can't the government go and stop that Almajiri school so that they can be able to send it to the proper school that are being built by the government?
Because it's their way of life.
I don't know.
That's what I was thinking, Ola. That's what I was just thinking.
Kulata, don't you think maybe there isn't enough? Okay, government are building school, but they haven't been able to build enough to accommodate the entire population of the millions of children. Because I think that's a similar thing we have in the South. Maybe
no, they have not even maximized the one on ground. That's the problem. So Kulata, you were right. You were not wrong. See, the thing is this: even when they were even giving us education in the West, you see,
hey, Ola, is Midwest there? It's like he's the one causing the background noise. Midwest.
Yeah. So
Midwest, can you mute yourself? Okay.
So the parent we are talking about, the story that is missing within our own Western culture, the Southwest, West is this. it's not as if our parents all of a sudden they just embraced education like that too. You understand? Not the, but there was some kind of incentive to those parents. Incentive, not incentive alone, both incentive and punishment. They so two things are those things went together. So Awolowo didn't just come with free education overnight. You know, when you put punishment there, you put incentives there. So the problem in the north now is
Like
this:
what?
the
Like what?
incentives. You said
Like what? What did they put in place in Southwest?
free education, and when you go on break, I don't know whether you have free education in
The
this thing. You
incentive.
know, when you have free education, you have some kind of free food, all those things. They give you notebook, all those stuff when you were schooling. You know,
Free food.
if you by part of a UPN free education, so so that you take the burden away. As okay, guys. So if you don't send your people, your children to school, you are going to jail. Even it's a serious offense here too. At the same time, you are not only saying they are going to jail, but you take the government take your responsibility, like well their notebook and some other things. You know, you have the parents just to put it. So if you have all those stuff, maybe some people cannot even give their children the uniform to go to school. That is where the government within that region, with the resources they are getting from the federal government, they should be able to sew these people clothes and go to school. They should be able to find a way to find them desk. It's not as if you just go and put them under the tree where sun will be hitting them and rain will be beating them. You know, even while we were growing up, even when the government did all those things, they through the type of education they were giving us, you're telling us that three things, they start giving you do some comparison, they start building your mentality to become a great person. You know, you say they will say Batariado Kugoka. So there's a way they put us that if you don't kawe, if you don't study, you become slave to your mates. You see, it's going to be a lot of efforts, a lot of strategy to put people there. So before we blame the parents, we need to ask questions too. What's the government doing to encourage the parents? I will give an example. Like if I should follow what my father would say now, for example, to my father, maybe probably Papa would not have even allowed him to go to school too. But we use a system. There was a system there that okay, the reverend people,
I remember that Matarian he just talk about they will say if Matarian do shake.
Exactly. They will say, Pusika, where have you been? I've been to London to see the they change your imagination. They create that.
Yeah, they brainwash you to go to school. Yeah,
exactly. The way they brainwash you that you are going to have 77 virgin. See, I'm a Christian, but don't tell me there's one hellfire that is waiting for me if I commit sin. I don't believe that. That's what someone here. Yeah, someone here.
No. The reason. I believe that. The reason.
Mike, I don't.
Hey, Allah, you better believe that.
See, Prince not even telling you.
Ola, don't allow them to delay. You've been speaking well, Jerry. Don't mind Mike and
Prince Daddy. Again, that's right.
Prince Daddy.
Mike.
Ola, let me tell you. The Christian
is not a religion.
Don't change. Don't change. He's not talking about religion. It's not. So Ola, please land your point.
So the thing is this. So we have to put effort, because the way they brainwash us religiously, we have to brainwash people too to become great. All those philosophers you see, if you can capture a kid brain, you know, I like making an analogy that if you buy a plain computer is basically the same, but it is a program you put into a computer with determine how the computer will function. Those are the way the kid is. It is what you program into their head, they will push up. But parents themselves, yes, parents may be lacking in their responsibility. But when you look at the parent of us all is the government. The government too should put its own efforts to encourage these parents. So I won't blame parents. The resources are located, because I like talking generally when I say human capital development. Those are the things. The resources for Buhari government to come with his GBT. I didn't do it. It would have been one of the best things in his life that I would have done. But it came out that even this guy that didn't even do the same thing, even perform better than him, Jonathan. You say you will be giving these people, these kids, these puppies food when they go to school. Because that food alone should be an incentive for anybody to put his children in school. What happened to the money? Because these parents, they are poor, but if you take the children to school, they will feed there. Honestly, they don't need to be carrying plastic and be looking after one influential person that feeds everybody on the street around them. So to
Ola,
me,
can I interject a bit?
Okay.
So, you know, what you are saying now is very correct, but the government have to enforce the mothers, their mothers, because, you know, in our own case, our daddies, they marry many wives in our place, and then, but it's our mother that are even pushing us, that if you don't go to school, your mates will go to school, and they will buy a car and come and pour for
But the mother doesn't have a say. The mother doesn't have a say in
that's where I'm going to,
that area. They cannot, they have to wait, even the mother to take decision on their own, except they need the husband approval.
I'm good there, Simba. You know, the northern woman, the average woman, they are not allowed to come out. So they cannot go and fend for themselves. So how can they take care of their, and there are no senior brothers or sisters to look up to as role models also. You know what I'm saying? And then you know that a 6 years, a 9 years old boy can take 16 years old sister like a slave. I think, according to their religion or their ideology. So teacher like me now, my senior sister can slap me if I don't go to school. Like what you saying, but you know what I'm saying? Whether you are Muslim, you are Christian in the south, in the west, or western region, old western region. But in the north, only the boys that are, allowed to, it's just too crazy that the government have to step in, then to direct to push the parents by penalizing them, according to my brother there, Ola. They have to penalize the parents so that the parents will make sure that they actually send the children to school. If our people say they ask you to go to school. Now look at that Shogule, the daycare center. 2 years old children. You take your children there. That's what I used to drive my cousins there. Small boys and small girls. But in the north, it's not like that. So we need to push them, ginger them up so that we try to civilize them. Like, we don't have anything to defend because we have already heard for the horse's mouth tonight. You know what I'm saying? We have already heard for the horse's mouth. Ribadu was a great guy. I really fell in love with that guy now. First time.
Don't fall in love with a man.
No, brotherly love. No, I even offered him a piece of land.
I'm just being sarcastic.
No, it's a very good note.
Thank you.
Tony,
yeah, thank you very much.
Why do you hate the Northerners so much, sir? It's like you're...
What about 8? Now, what is the 8 there? Ola, can you land your point? I will moderate. Mike, I will help you to moderate today if you don't want to moderate well.
Calm down, man.
Now, let's get the flow. Let me just beg and to.
Ola, continue.
So the thing is, we just have to use everything available. So don't blame the parents, because to me, I'm a kind of guy that believe it is always from the bottom down. Because when we have 10 people, I don't expect us to have the same level of leadership quality. It is the person that's happened to be the best in terms of leadership quality among us that's supposed to guide us. That is why today, look at it this way. If you see the religious leaders, see how many millions of people they control. If you have bad religious leaders, they are going to influence millions of people wrongly. But if we get quality one, they are going to influence us rightly. Awolowo was leading the Western region very well. Santa Amodu Bello was doing the same thing for the North. So, to me, when we are now saying parent, we are talking of millions of people. They are not expected to get things right. But that person that is the authority should be the one that should be flogging everybody. You don't flog them.
The so-called political leaders today, I think they are benefiting from the status quo. And I don't think they have that will to change it. I think that's one of the major problems.
Simba, do you know why? Do you know why? Okay, look at it this way now. You as a medical doctor, you position yourself very well. Nothing they shake you because you know that whether if you are in politics, you can still always go back to your profession. We've seen those people that have represented us very well in Nigeria and they've never been out of job since that time because they are well positioned. I give an example. Professor Soludo, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Batonaji, even Rufai that we see there, Ribadu, when they did something very well, when they were persecuted, Soludo got job to be consultant to the World Bank and IMF. The same way we know what's the name of this country that engaged Ribadu to come and give them some kind of architecture of how to manage some anti-corruption and some kind of strategy there. You understand? Because that's the quality leadership. Those are the kind of people we have during those regions that this guy, they needed not steal anything because they built themselves to the point whereby they can survive. But if you now look at our system today, those people that we are now inviting to become our leaders, majority of them, you cannot even trace what they've done on their own. When you are saying, this is not to castigate someone that finished with secondary school. Of course, you can have zero credit from secondary school. I'm not necessarily making jest of Buhari, but unfortunately, Buhari is one of them. That's one of the poor leadership, the terrible one we've ever had in that country. So when you put those people that they outside the government, that they can do nothing for themselves, those guys, they are always afraid. They want to survive. What they see is how to.
Hey, sorry, if I can interject, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah. The point you're making, the argument. I think studies have shown, you probably know that also, that actually in universities or perhaps high school also, the people that are more likely to cheat are the students that actually do pretty well, in school. Also, the notion that people that are maybe
can
educated
you say that
or
again,
have,
please? I mean that's your phone there, please. Can you repeat that again, please?
yeah, I said there's a study that was made that people that have good grades, for example, in high school or in college, are more likely to cheat more than students with bad grades. And to the point you're making about, well, if you have maybe politicians that have safety nets, that maybe doctors or lawyers or whatever, that if they get into leadership position, they are less likely to maybe embezzle or cheat. I don't think that argument holds water. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prince Daddy. Obaseki is one of them. Thank you very much, Obaseki. He was a financial expert, but getting to this state, no single road, nothing, no infrastructure, no nothing at all. Thank you very much, sir.
So yeah, so it can go both ways. So, now Buhari, and it actually shows him being maybe not so smart as a leader, as a president. Also showed in his delegation and execution of his duties, and I don't think though that would be the reason why he cheated or stole money. I don't think so. I think people like Saraki, for example, maybe Atiku Abubakar, he went to his PhD, he was well educated before that, and many of this so-called. So that's the thing with the Nigerian politics and politicians in general, because the people that cheat are actually well-to-do, smart, they're brilliant. But when they do something stupid, we're like, oh, they're not smart. They're not this and that. No, they're smart. They know exactly what they are doing, just like the obese lawyers. They're not stupid lawyers. They know they have no case. But of course, they keep pursuing the case with all kind of shenanigans, go to the Supreme Court. They're getting paid. They're not stupid. I just thought I'd say that.
Okay. Well, I just because of the lack of the proper analogy, I think that's why you get me wrong. See, I'm not limiting it to the micro part of education just like that. Among people that we okay, You have people that school together now, for example. Some may even make a first class and may not be an entrepreneur. And we see someone that is struggling, we just come and create something that will change the entire world, you know. But what I was trying to say with that analogy is people that have developed capacity. You know, when I talk of that, I'm not really talking of, oh, because you go and make a first class as maybe in mathematics and you're professor of mathematics, that automatically you're a leader. No, in that sense, I'm just saying the ambitious people, you understand, the ambitious people with the right capability, with the right capacity in that space, those are the things I was just going to make reference to. Like I said the other time, I can't remember, for example, how Satamodu Bello made PhD or whatever. I was going to say, so, but I'm saying, you know, the narration, the narrative of not well educated is just like look at the look at the story of the talent. When you gave someone one talent and just gave excuse, you only gave me one, so I will not do anything with it. But whereas you gave someone three and just turned the three around, so that's capacity. So to me, what I'm saying is that Nigeria is too complex for us to just give to just one opportunist, one person that we don't even know what he wants to do with the power. That's exactly what I was trying to say. You know, the like of Awolowo now, even before he got to that thing, he had a dream. When he was presenting his dream, people were laughing at him, it's impossible. And right under their nose, he implemented those things that people said it was impossible. Right? So those are the kind of things I'm talking about, not just that the grade or whatever on the surface. So the likes of Okonjo-Iweala of this world, they didn't rise to the level they were just because, oh, they were the best from Harvard or whatever school they attended. No, they did something differently. Because when you look at where those guys rose up, there were other people that were as well qualified just like them. But how did you move ahead of them? Whether you are creative, whether you are innovative, or you've done something special that just push you up. That is what I'm saying. Like when I was in the banking industry now, there are some people that every year they will get their promotion. People will grumble, oh, they were supposed to promote them, but they were not exactly the same. Some people were giving to the bank differently, while some people were just flowing along. So that said, like I said, we still need to identify some kind of leadership, not some kind of sweet talkers like motivational speakers that will tell you, that will deceive you, that will tell you story for what they cannot do. But when leaders are speaking, you should be able to look at this leader. Is he able to implement? Now, you say something, you say this, how you are going to implement that. We will be able to know that this guy has capacity. So it is leadership.
Quickly. So how do we identify these leaders? I mean, just like you said, people can talk. I can say I can do this and do that. Okay, fine. If a person had not done that before, how would you be able to identify that this person would do what he's saying or what he said? Or do you have to have a precedence whereby, okay, well, like Wike, for example, people talk about that, right? Okay, he did a lot of stuff in River State. Now he's going to Abuja. We've seen his antecedents and we know what he can do. Are you making a distinction when you say we need a leader as such?
Now the question is this: if you happen to be a hiring manager today, I want to hire resources that will take care of one of your department or one of your services. When you interview, are you able to identify a candidate can fit in at least, let's say 75% of the time? And will you be able to identify someone that will fit into what you want to employ for? Prince Daddy.
Hey, Kulata, are you still there?
One sec. To that question, I didn't know you were asking me a question. I was actually going to ask you the same
Kulata.
question. That you should answer the question, because what you're talking
Simba,
about
are you still
to
there?
me, what you're talking about to me
here,
goes
Mike.
beyond.
Hold on. Hey, Prince Daddy, hold on. Who's there? Kulata, are you still there? What about Simba?
It's me.
I'm here. Hello, Mike.
Mike
Okay,
Amir.
you guys are still there. Yeah, I want to ask a question, but let Prince Daddy land. I want to ask one question about that northern situation, but let Prince Daddy land, and I go ahead and finish. You guys finish that point you're making. Yeah.
All right.
Give me time to
So
say
what
something.
you, I'm glad you said.
Prince Daddy, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I'm glad you say you're a Christian. So what you're asking for, it takes, if I can use the phrase, special skills to be able to identify. Because many times, just like managers misidentify people's ability and their talents to be able to carry out a task. So there's something. Well, it's perception. I think the word is perception. The ability to be able to perceive beyond what you see. It's a gift from God. Not everybody has that. And that's one of the great quality of leadership or a manager.
Exactly. That is exactly what we are telling you. Okay, look at Asiwaju now. Look at Asiwaju now compared to how Obasanjo messed everything he gained for Nigeria up. See, when he was trying to identify Fashola, he gave Fashola that task to look for someone that will succeed him. Then when Fashola tried A, B, C, D, I not told he told Fashola, what of you? You will be the person. And look at how they be identifying resources for Lagos State. And up to now, what can we see there? Sustainability. But when you come to the federal, it's the other way around because they fail to do the right thing. The same way, when you look at those people that Awolowo brought under his own leadership too, just tell me one of them that failed. None. All of them performed. So what did Awolowo do that people didn't, that his own followers that were in different leadership position did not fail? And what did Tinubu do that those people that came after him, they are yet to fail till now? So it simply means that when we try to be objective in the way we want to go, when we take sentiment apart, you are likely to move forward. Our problem today in Nigeria is because generally it's quota system whereby we put aside merit and we go for politics just because we must favor this, we must favor that. That is why we are here today. And over time, when you introduce irregularity into a system, the people within the system, they learn that irregularity and they put energy into that irregularity than regularity. That's the problem we are battling in that country today. You and I know critically that in a normal country, a person like Buhari should never have come into that power because everything was so glaring. But just because it's our own system, it's just the way, it's just our own sentiment. If I go funny now, if I tell you now, for example, that people like Obi has no business in coming to that power now, just watch out for Obi, then they will come after me because we can see clearly, we can identify clearly why that position is not meant for Obi. But as it is today, people are still coming and telling us that Obi is the one that is going to do it. When every evidence is on ground points to the fact that Obi will never be able to do this. But we now allow sentiment to now becloud our reasoning. So that is why we are where we are today. So I don't think leadership is that difficult, really. And sometimes leadership can be so enjoyable and interesting and something that we will enjoy if your environment is right and you deal away with noise. Because noise is what we use to select leaders in Nigeria. When you deal away with noise, then we will be able to pick the right leaders.
So Allah, do you believe this scripture in the Bible, Ecclesiastes, about time and chance happen to them all?
Absolutely. Like I tell you, I'm a Christian. The only thing is this: don't introduce religion into Christianity. Christian is a way of life for me, because I so much believe in the principle of Christianity. Love your neighbor.
No, yeah,
love your God.
it's not about introducing religion, of course. So to that point,
yeah,
when it comes to leadership, it's just like I said, the race is not for the swift
Prince
or
Daddy,
the battle for the battle for the strong. So 1 second,
Prince Daddy.
Mike.
Yeah. I actually wanted to. I kind of want to throw one question at Kulata and Shima before they leave. So, you continue a second. Hey, Kulata.
So
On the issue of education, in particularly North that you guys are talking about, do you guys think maybe the language, the language might have something to do with it? For example, like English is not something that's eminently spoken in the North, right? And the language of education in Nigeria is English. Do you think maybe if they maybe translate books into maybe the Hausa language or
Arabic,
Arabic or something like that, maybe it'll be more easier for the people to just easily just what's the word, transmit from Amajiri to the actual education, regular education system. Because if you go in there taking these new books or with it written in a language they don't understand, which is English, and you're saying, okay, take this, take that, don't you think that it's kind of like something that's just enshrouded in a sense where they can't see it? So it's taking time for them to be able to see it and embrace it, compared to in the South where English is just something we all just, it's almost like you're quick, you have factors that make you want to learn English early on in life in southern Nigeria, because you have a bunch of different ethnic groups living in close proximity of each other where they are forced to speak either pidgin English or English. And then when you make the language of education English, it's more easy and quicker for people to just, okay, school, we get it, it's English and let's go. Do you think that may be one factor, in the North, that English factor?
So maybe if the so-called Western education is taught in Arabic, maybe it will increase adoption. But then it now creates a dual system in Nigeria, whereby what language? Because if you raise a generation of folks in Arabic, and then you have a generation of folks, you have like 13 or 14 states in the North that learn in Arabic, and then you
But isn't
have
that what we already have? The Amajiri, they're already learning Arabic anyway.
well, it's
It's
just
the
going to
same
make
thing.
it.
It's just a better version of what we are complaining about.
No, we have it in Canada though, French and English. So
But that's Canada, Ola now. Canada, now.
But
Like
Kulata,
if
don't
you
you think it will be a better version of what we already have? Because our complaint right now is
no,
that they
then
are
we
they are
can
going to
with
Amajiri
that
to learn Arabic.
we can as well just run northern government and southern government then, because
No, it will be
then
like just what we have going on. I mean,
That's all. That's
no,
all. Kulata is right. That's
no,
all. You cannot
because
have a
Tony
two
don't
system
come.
in one country. Yes.
Tony, eh,
Please also give me time to come if it's good.
You're breaking up. I can't hear
you're
you.
breaking up badly. You're breaking up.
Okay.
Midwest.
Okay.
You're log back in.
I check position that I will come.
We can't even hear a single thing.
I will check position.
You guys hear? I can't hear anything.
Okay, I will come back again. Let me check position. Then I will check. Yeah.
Yo, me, we can't hear anything you're saying, man. We can't hear anything. It's like you just breaking. We can't hear you at all.
So this is what I'm thinking. Like, okay, so imagine you have that system. Don't you think the people that got educated in English will feel more superior? So if ultimately we have Abuja, like you have a secretariat, I mean, you have a ministry, and then you will have some people, I mean, that got brought up in Arabic education and another set in English education. Like one will be looking down on the other. I mean, when we go, I mean, it's just going to be convoluted. We're not. That
So we
means
can
we're
put it
not.
like this.
We're not a country at that point.
Kulata. You really, there's no. To me, I'll be honest with you. There's no such thing as Arabic education or English education.
There's no such.
Wait.
You see,
you get what I'm saying?
okay,
To me,
you see, Mike. You know Yoruba people. Yoruba, because our language is so deep and ingrained in our skulls. Yoruba people struggle with English more than Igbo people, for example. You know that. So if you now complicate Northerners with Arabic, English is still the official language of the
but
country.
hold on. You don't get the main point I'm trying to make is the language of instruction, maybe being in Arabic. However, you can have a class. It made it mandatory that
In
in that
English.
same education
So it's going to be like
learn
India. It's going to be like India, whereby
India.
they teach them in Hindi, but they have English classes.
Let me say this, Pulata, Mike.
Okay.
I didn't know where you attended if you attended secondary school and primary school in Nigeria. In the 60s, 70s, even up to early 80s in public school, the initial language of instruction was actually Yoruba, not English.
I remember in
You
primary
understand? It's
school,
not.
Apapa Road, they were
Yes.
teaching us in Yoruba, teaching us mathematics in Yoruba.
Hey, so what is the problem?
And it was so interesting when I was learning it.
When I started primary school, it's not all English. They started teaching us English and teaching us mathematics and everything in Yoruba.
So that's fine, but for me, I went to school. It was all English, but it's fine. My dad kept saying that. My dad says that. Yeah.
The Simba said, did it say they taught him Yoruba and English?
Early instruction is Yoruba, language of early instruction. That's what it said.
No, he said he learned Yoruba in English.
That's not what he said.
No,
he said
mathematics primary one.
Primary school and maybe nursery school was Yoruba.
No. I was just joking. I was just learning Yoruba in English.
You're messing with it. So
okay, can I have?
You see, my dad had been saying one thing. My dad is like old professor. So he says, look, if you teach someone in the language they understand the most, in terms of like starting up, that they will grasp the concept of education. Then they will also grasp the concept of language as part of that education. And it will be easier for them to take that English and make meaningful, deeper thoughts on that English. And he gave a lot of examples. And I just had to agree with him. So it's more like when we think about educating, instructing, like I understand the concept. Then when I'm old enough, I now can use it to extend another language and still get those deep insights and those deep concepts. It will work. But Mike, the only thing I was scared of is, will they accept English as like a second language? Because they're going to be instructing them in Arabic, and then English will be a side language. How good would our English be? But from what I've seen from educated Northerners, the English is better than the English of the Southwest. I'm sorry for Southwest people, but I think the Northerners that are educated, they speak better English than us.
Because they learn English in class in as a subject. No, like, to be honest, Northerners actually go to English class to learn English. It's not something like it's an official language. That's why they speak it properly. But
it's a good idea. Arabic.
They actually go to class to learn English. It's not something they speak. If you go to the north, they hardly even speak broken English.
Midwest. If you are using Bluetooth, just yank it out and use your phone directly or something. It's not okay at all.
You see one thing that Mike really brought something very well, Mike, I give you kudos for that anyway. I like to hit you very well, but this one, I think I agree with you.
It's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, because the point is this, I intentionally mentioned Quebec in Canada. You see, like I've been an advocate of.
Quebec, look when you Quebec.
I said to me, so when we talk of Quebec and the way you look at it is this: they don't even care about when you even get to that place and you say good morning, someone that even understand English sometimes will just pretend, they will just ignore you. You will think they don't understand the English. No, they understand, but they just want you to speak. Who's speaking? So they just want you to speak their own language. Now, Arabic itself as instruction language is a serious opportunity in the northern part of the country that can even that one can even help us overcome all this Amagiri system, because when you start using that to teach people. But the question I want to ask now is this Arabic we are talking about, do we really think is as that vast in the north there? Are we not seeing that in
The
as a
answer is
normal?
no.
Exactly.
Ola, the answer is no. So
Me, I
if
think
Ola, wait, if they can learn Arabic, which is alien to them, so what stops them from learning
Hausa,
English?
Hausa is the best. Hausa is the best for them.
me, I thought
Hausa
that
is
I
the
was
best for them. Hausa is best like Yoruba.
Okay. No.
Midwest, we are not hearing you.
Hausa, because when you introduce Arabic, then you are not going back to the religion aspect again. You will be going back to the religion aspect, which we are trying to avoid.
So, Tony, you are not trying to avoid religion. We're trying to make sure people get educated. You can't avoid
In
people's
in
religion.
Hausa language, like you said now in the south now, when you go school, they will give you food, they will encourage you. Then they should teach you in Yoruba or Edo language in primary 1 and 2, and then like I said, then it progresses. They will be developing interest in going to school. You know what I'm saying? So it's very correct. So Hausa language is okay, please.
One thing that also confuses me about northern Nigeria. Okay, now you have states like Taraba that is not majority Muslim, so they don't have any Al-Majiri problems, right? How come
And they
they're
are well
not?
educated. They are more educated.
Are they? That's what I'm wondering.
Yes,
Like,
they are more.
why
They
are
are
they
more.
not? They're more, but are they like the South?
No,
Benue Plateau. Yes.
no, Taraba, do they have Emirates in Taraba?
No.
A few. They have. They do. They do. They have a few.
I think where the problem is where they have mostly the Emirates, because
Thank
those
you.
people, so those people
Because
that they are, I think, I'm not saying I'm right, too. I'm not saying I'm
no, you
correct, but
see, Adamawa too. It does have Emirates, but I think they have even majority Christians. I'm not trying to play religious game here. I'm just trying to say like the influence of our majority should be less in Adamawa and Taraba. So how come their educational attainment is not like what obtains in southern Nigeria in general?
Yeah,
that's why we are still talking
now,
of it.
my suggestion is good when we start up with the Hausa, because it's spoken also in the Benue Plateau, where the poor are highly educated. Also, they are using Hausa there, Plateau, Benue, Taraba, and everywhere in the north. So it's only that Arabic we should try to avoid, so that it can be African, truly African language. Because they also speak Hausa in some part of Ghana, Republic of Benin, Togo, and all this Niger, Chad. So let us limit it to Hausa.
Okay. In response to Kulata, you see, one thing is this: we have to look at all the that you use Christianity now, that okay, because they have Christianity in
No, I'm just
Adamawa.
using Christianity as
I know.
lesser influence on Al-Majiri, not because I'm not saying one religion is better or anything.
No, that's not what you are saying. I'm just saying that when the Christians, when they arrive with education and everything, there was a time that they were the one driving in through the missionary, through the churches, to educate. All of a sudden, government took over. But in certain part of the country, the government now use those religious body, they now able to drive it further, right? Now it got to a stage, the government took over all those schools, and that's where even now, why some government of a particular region manage it properly, the other government, they were not interested. They just they ignored that responsibility. So where they have high concentration of Christian in Adamawa, it will still not make a difference, because the people in control of driving the value in education now, as we speak now, is no longer the whether Christianity or whatever, is the government. So where government is not up to its responsibility, definitely what is happening to Amajiri It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or Muslim in the north, the same thing is likely to happen to you. Because it's top down, right? It's not bottom up. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying.
But I mean, if we say Almajiri is impacting this, and now we've taken out Almajiri factor out of some of the states, and
Yes.
we're now saying, okay, then we're now deflecting and now saying, okay, no, something else. So, I mean, it just makes even the Almajiri argument weak.
Kolata, there's another thing. Don't you guys think it's high time we change our approach towards, the idea of educating people? Because in Africa, we somehow believe that for someone to be educated, you have to get that person registered into an institution. Only an institution can educate you. What about the idea of self-education? I will tell you, in US, I don't know how it is in Canada and all these other places. It's almost like almost every half a mile or almost every community, there's a library. You understand? So they say it as, okay, people can self-educate themselves. I can say that, I can categorically say that probably 60% to 70% of my knowledge actually was self-acquired. It's not like I got it from an institution. You understand? So how about maybe you would take a different approach of maybe government just start building libraries in communities and just encouraging people to develop culture of self-educating themselves? Or maybe how about virtual classrooms? Like we create a classroom, recorded classroom, and download it to some kind of online, even a YouTube classroom. You understand? And then
Mike,
just put it out.
have you seen secondary schools in Ile-Ife first, or not to talk of villages? You're talking about online.
No.
I'm just saying, like different.
What Mike is saying is like exam success and then ICS. Well, when we were in secondary school, we do take all those correspondence courses privately also. Exam success. Mike, you remember? Mike, exam success correspondence.
You'll be go now, Mike. When you say now yesterday picking, you'll be
Mike, now young guy now.
So in our school for 1980s, well, the ICS, international correspondence schools, and then you know what I'm saying, like exam sources.
Yeah.
You can
Tony,
yeah. Yes, sir.
What Mike said on the surface is very easy. I understand. So some of us that will take online education, you need a lot of discipline. I'm speaking to you now. Do you know that I'm working, for example? Now, do you know the level of I'm working even though it is my personal right? But do you know the level of discipline you need to even attend school online? I did online program.
But Ola, you're saying online, and we're talking about remote rural areas. There's no online.
No. Wait. Let me put it this way.
No, Mike, I got you. You are now saying they should put library in places that doesn't see. Human being, if you don't drive human being, it's not. See, when you put human being down out of 100, maybe you can only find 2 people that are self-motivated. Some people you have to force them. If you like, go and build one.
All you are doing here is capping. Hold on. That's not what we are saying. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm not saying we want to force people to be educated. What I'm saying, for those that want education, they don't have access to it. You put it out, you put the libraries out there, they will go get it. There are millions of people that want to be educated, but they just don't have the access to it. They don't have the money, or they don't have the resources, all those things. But what I'm saying is, make it available for those, just like the Americans did it. They put it out there, libraries all over the place. They did rely on parents that want their children to be literate, to choose to whether they will force their children to read that book. That's what most responsible parents do in America. They will tell the kids, hey, I want you to read at least 2 books this summer or 4 books this summer. And some parents, what they do in America, especially the Indians, they would drive to the library, drop their children there, and tell them, this is where you are spending this how many hours, and you must give me summary of what you have read and what you have. You understand? So self-education, that's how their children become so freaking up. So what I'm saying is, When you listen. When you build libraries all over those communities, parents that want their children to get out of poverty, to grow up to get out of poverty, and they will just push those kids to go there and go and read books, read. How about government also say, listen, you can go and read this and this and this and this, and we can come and take an exam and pass on what you have read. You get this credit or you get this degree or whatever. In America, they got something called GED. GED means if you don't get your high school diploma, you can go and take a GED test. You can study on your own and come and take a GED test. We pass it, we'll give you a high school diploma. It's equivalent to high school diploma. The knowledge you acquire from self-educating yourself.
Okay,
How
Mike.
about we do things like that in Africa, man?
Let me counter your position. You see one thing, when you see education is not about you just go and read textbook alone. You need experience, you need analogy to understand some concepts. It's not as if because someone tell you, it's not everybody that will understand 1 + 1 is equal to 2 immediately. Some people, you have to give them some kind of analogy for that thing to stick. Why do you think, I could be wrong, correct me, but this is just my opinion. I mean, for someone that passed through the system in Nigeria and system A, I see big difference. You see, when you learn here, you don't need to push much time into reading like you will put like back in Nigeria, because you cram, you do a lot for you to pass your exam. But when you learn here, your lecturer, your professor, they give you some kind of analogy, what you can relate to within your environment. That is what you now go back and apply to what you are reading. Then they will give you some kind of assignment, some kind of solution that is really as good as if you are in the industry learning, even you are still in school. So
did you hear me say? Didn't you hear me say virtual classroom?
No, when you say people
didn't you hear me say recorded classroom? You heard me say that now. So what are you arguing against? Okay. Recorded classroom. You record, you tape a lecture. You in that library they have a computer there where that lecture, it doesn't have to be even internet. You can even and upload it on that computer. If you want to get a lecture, a live lecture where a professor is demonstrating it, you can go on that computer, open it up and read it, or whatever it is, or go on TV there. It's not a library. So everything is there, recorded.
Mike,
come on
I'm
now.
Still telling you.
So what are you arguing against now?
I'm still telling you it's not that straightforward as we are talking about, especially if you've not taken the online courses before. It's not that straightforward. The level of motivation you need for this thing is not.
So your argument is motivation.
Wait, let me talk to you. See, the thing is this: some people are able to do what you are talking about. What's the percentage? Some people are not able to do it. That is why.
So they shouldn't create it at all because some people are not able to do it.
I'm not saying they should not create it. After all, okay, go to EDS today, or you go to YouTube, you will see CS50 being led by this Professor David Malan from Harvard. You know, this is the largest computer science education globally, and people are there, they are learning. Some people learn their skill from that prof. But do you know why what Professor David Malan is doing? Do you know why it's different from other online courses? Because you will see all them on Coursera, you will see them somewhere. The thing is, because that professor, not only that he did some pre-recorded lecture, but it creates some kind of what we call office hours, that people will come on Zoom, they will be able to ask questions even after all the analysis, all the
well, you are talking about advanced education here now. We are just talking about basic education.
It's not even advanced. It's not advanced education. It's still applying to principle of teaching for people to
listen. What issue we're having in Africa is illiteracy. People don't have access to knowledge. Well, listen. Kulata, sorry. You have a point if you're saying people want to learn rigorous learning all those advanced things like engineering. We get that, but what we are struggling with, we're talking about Algeria. We're talking about illiteracy, stark illiteracy all over the place in Africa, and we're trying to cure that at least on that basic level. So that's what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about, oh, it's just create online degree classes. And that's not what I'm saying. That we understand that. Advanced education. Yeah. Okay.
I'm
But
not talking of the degree itself. Because I mentioned Harvard and CS50 doesn't mean that I'm talking
that's
of the
what you are doing
strategy
now
that the
because we're talking
tactics.
about Nigeria, taking us to the level of
Wait
Harvard
now.
and
I'm talking about the strategy and the tactics you are using. Because now this guy could have recorded it and said, okay, because you finished from university, you should be able to understand this. No, it's there to answer what is confusing people. You can get a pre-recorded recorded class. Yet it doesn't mean that everybody will still understand that pre-recorded class. They
we
will
know the
still want
Olodos
to
do not understand
reiterate
it
the
now. We get
instruction.
that. There will always be Olodo. Whether it's a classroom or recorded classroom, the Olodos don't get it.
Baba,
We
forget
get it.
about Olodo thing, no. Forget about Olodo thing, no.
Yeah,
Ordinary
you saying because
accounting.
of the Olodos, you shouldn't create libraries and all these things. Come on now. What is the
Ordinary
argument?
accounting. Ordinary accounting. After graduating from engineering, I know how many office session office hour I attended because I grasped some concept. This has nothing to do with Olodo. You can't get everything from the pre-recorded class. You still have,
I didn't
because
say we get everything now. I don't use your arguments there. You do strong my argument too much, man.
okay.
Nobody said it. I'm just saying some ideas. It's an idea which is great. I mean, in Nigeria, we don't have to wait for to create classrooms before people can have access to knowledge. And I'm saying people can acquire self-knowledge. People can educate themselves. That's what I'm saying. And the idea,
Yeah.
build,
Oga Mike,
make it available.
I just got something to say. I got one shot to say before my battery is going. So this matter of North and South, it don't tire me because it did not allow that schools are free. You know what I'm saying? But then on the other hand, in the South, schools are very, very expensive. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day,
Whose fault is that?
But why is it that we the Southerners are still more interested in educating our kids, you know, our relatives, etc., etc. So, I think that is just
How
to
do you know the Northern are not interested in educating their kids? I mean, there are many of them.
but the schools are free. We learned that today, and then this guy, this everybody told us that these guys, those people that hold the power there, they don't want the thing to change. That any of them that they're the system. You know what I'm saying? He said that he was just kind of like tempted to just attempt to say something that that doesn't want to step on the people's toes. You know what I'm saying? So
but
you see
Tony,
that
the problem, their problem in North does not have anything to do with your own issue in where you are in the South. They don't. Their problem there. I mean, they're not stopping you from doing your own. That's the thing.
but they are holding us back as a nation.
How are they holding you back?
Yeah, because they are consuming most of, you see, most of the money. You see that do you know how much it's going to cost to maintain all those military bases that they are building in the north? To counter this Boko Haram and the banditry, and whereas our roads are looking so dilapidated in the south.
They are giving money to whether this money is not stopping the allocation coming to your states now.
No, not enough money. I mean,
so you need
terrible.
more allocation. So the money coming to the states is not enough. We want more.
No, let us make it regional or regional level. That's all.
Yeah, so but you already have state level now.
You don't have state level. You don't have state level. It's a unity system. Like Ola was saying now that in Canada they can learn with 2 languages. That is possible because of the system through federalism that they practice in Canada.
Yeah, but it's not the Northerners are stopping us from changing.
Look in England. They have 4 central banks. Every region they print their own money, their own currency.
Okay,
Tony, why can't we just separate?
See, this point you say, I agree with you. Okay, so why are we so-called Southerners? Why are we not advocating for this? What we do,
because we are stupid somehow. 99% of us are stupid.
So now why are you blaming Northerners if we are the stupid ones?
You can say that. You can say that.
Come together to discuss this thing that we need. What we come together to do is
my brother Mike. Just imagine this evening now. Can you imagine that somebody coming from the north was saying everything as it is, and then only for us to be arguing, making some nonsense defense? You know what I'm saying? Even though that the guy that came from there is telling us the problem that he said that it's going to take us probably 100 years or at least 50 years before we can go to change their
Well, that's
mindset.
their
Their
problem
mindset.
then. Now.
Okay, yeah. Allow me a quick interjection, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just I want to address Ola quickly,
Okay.
tangentially. It's a little bit off, but to what you were saying, Ola, in regards to, I think we're talking about mode of instruction or method of instruction is key to learning, and also I know you kind of challenged Mike when he said a load of people, because I think that's the problem we face in Africa and many third world countries, I would say, because people that you think they can learn a certain concept doesn't mean they have to be that they have a different way of learning, and they too tend to have a lot of creativity. And you agree? Is that what you're talking about a lot?
Hello.
It's broken off, probably,
Prince Daddy.
It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah,
The
I can
network
hear
is
you. Did
gone.
you hear what I said? Did you hear what?
No,
No,
come back
can
again.
you
Come back
repeat
again.
that?
Yeah, I was saying what you were talking about earlier. Method or mode of learning is key to learning, and that people that we call a lot of people are not necessarily dumb. It just happens to be that their way of learning is different from the standard way of learning, and they too have a lot of creativity and innovation in them.
Exactly, Prince Daddy, because I am a living testimony. I'm a living testimony, right? Like what I mean by the living testimony is that my performance back in Nigeria is totally different. Not that I was a failure in Nigeria, but I was just like a normal average person, a person that could not actually normally dream of saying I will be a first class person, right? Back in Nigeria. And even despite more effort you put in, you were not still going to make it. But you now find an environment whereby you just attend your class, you see some kind of analogy within your environment, and everything just keen, So it's a way, because like when I said it, for example, now a person like me now, when I still refer to what I learned in secondary school, some people will be telling me that how come that you still remember a lot of doing. It's not that doing, but how did I learn it? That's just the problem. Because today I will still go through the first Newton law of motion from first to the third one, and you will be wondering, how do you remember? It's just because the way I learned it, there was some kind of analogy, activity principle, the analogy that I use to learn all those stuff. So, and whereas some people they just learn and go and pass the exam straight away. So you need different methodology to teach people. You need some teachers. A person like me now, I needed a special teacher for me to pass my English, not the type of teacher I had in my secondary school those days. Because my teacher in secondary school was just doing grammar, but was not giving me the technique of passing the English language. I engaged another teacher that said, "Oh no, look, why question we have at least two parts. So when you give the general concept, then you tell how that thing affect the society. Then you talk if there are any problem you identify, you put it there, and when you put the problem, then you now give solution. When I started scoring like 30, 28, 30 in English language, my friend will say, "Oh, the teacher was deceiving you." Not until all of us we saw the result and they now said that this was never a joke. You understand? Not that I could speak English better than any of them. Not that my English is that very good, but because I knew that technique of passing that English, and I passed it. So this is where teaching is important. Teaching is very important. So, but the type of education we have sometimes people think is for us to just go and read and pass. No, when you can read what you are reading, if you are able to apply it directly from that immediately you are reading, then that means that is what you call it. That's the type of education you need. Not just for me to say, "Oh, before I can say 1 + 1 is equal to 2." That means I've learned. No. How does my 1 + 1? What is the application of my 1 + 1? If I know the application of my 1 + 1, then I can remember better than just saying, "Oh, 1 + 1 is equal to 2." You understand? So there's a reason some of us love calculus. There's a reason some of us love statistics. Not just because, oh, you just go. No, because we were able to apply. We were able to apply. You know, when you are told, oh, confidence interval. What is confidence interval? You just go and do. So to me, when you say, when these Oyibo people will say, okay, you may go and have your bachelor degree, master degree in something, but they still don't want you to handle the education until you have that degree in education. They are not stupid. Go and look at what those people that are education major learn there. You know that there are techniques to learning. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know whether I'm even talking to the air or someone is listening to me.
No, we're listening. Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy, intercepted me. Oga Mike, are you still there?
Yeah.
And so make a land now. So don't you think? Okay, so this is a question to everybody, every Southerners here tonight, that or are Northerners. Why is it not that the Northerners are the one pushing to catch up, to improve on the educational whatever, to so in order to catch up with us, so that they can be able to be with us.
Why caught up with you now? What are you talking about? You know how many Northerners have acquired advanced degrees? They are highly educated. We are no longer in the.
No, at the lower level. At the lower level now, why are those qualified elites not? Try to, agitate or do something in order for them to catch up with us. Why is it that we are the ones here arguing a case for them that they should prove so that they can be able to be with us? Well, that is so complicated. Why can't we just concentrate on our part of the country and then continue to do what we know how to do best?
Our part of the country, we are not even on the same page. One side is doing Biafra, another one is doing another one is doing confusion.
Yes.
So which part of the South that you're talking about? There's no South, man. There's no one South. I mean, what is this South that we talk about here? There's no such thing. There's different agenda in the South.
And then there was one guy that I wanted my brother Ola to speak on. Ola, are you still there? So about Donald Duke. I mean, how do you find that guy? Don't you think that's a very good leader? Donald Duke of
on the surface, I would say it's a very good leader.
Yes, because when he was carrying out all those projects, all those Tinaba projects, all those Obudukato rather was abandoned for 100 years. He was always on ground to monitor the progress. So and then look at how Calabar was. At least we all were proud of Calabar now, the carnival that he attracted to the Nigeria space. So right on, sir. Because when you're talking about Okonjo
based on my experience with him, at least I would say, I would say it's on the surface it's a good one, but I've not really followed the Cross River politics to see how his initial leadership has influenced his successor. So
no. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Only that one, which is just typical of African people. Black Africans, they never, no sustainability. Yes, that's but it is very, very painful, very sad.
His successor will be the yardstick, because the thing is this: if a leader will come out and you do something and everybody talk about you, and 10 years down the line, the country is worse for it, or the state is worse for it, then it's a big deal. Even if the country is better for it, we should be able to trace the success to the foundation that leader has laid. So, to me, I say Tinapa, is it Tinapa, right? And Obudukatu, right?
With the cable cars. A lot of powerful projects that he commissioned. Even though that the oil wells were taken out from Cross River, as a sort of a boundary, adjustment. So all the oil wells were cut off from Cross River to Akwa Ibom. But despite that incident, but he was able to still manage the tourism and everything. He was able to. That is a very great guy. After Awolowo, is the next politician that I respect in Nigeria. I'm very sorry to say. I'm not talking of Tinubu or Fashola or anybody, but Donald Duke is second to Awolowo as far as I'm concerned.
So no, the next question I will now ask now, how is Obudu Cantora performing now? Tinapa, then there are supposed to be some kind of, I think, Nollywood village then, if I
Yes,
remember.
thank you very much. There's no
So
light now, no power now, no power in the country to move the cable cars. No power, no nothing. My brother.
Okay.
The country is just too painful. I mean, for the fact that we can't even refine our oil, you know, that's why I'm really be happy that I learned that the current administration is trying to make sure that by December we are able to refine our oil. I don't give a damn, you know, about the price of a liter. You know what I'm saying? But at least let us refine it and then get the byproducts. You know what I'm saying? You know.
So because one thing I'm demanding from Tinubu is, I don't, not only that I want him to even restore the country economically, I want something like a sustainability that in America today, if you find the like of Buhari in power, the country somehow will still survive, right? So I don't want a scenario whereby we find the type of Buhari in power tomorrow that the country will not go back to square one. So to me, so why am I saying this? All the issue of state police and the issue of resource control,
yes,
and all those resource control, yeah, and many things that we have. When we say resource, sometimes too, I won't limit it to natural resources. Even our education system too should be part of our resource control.
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
how we can do that one, that they make it independent of Abuja, that matters, because if Abuja is failing, I don't want my region to fail.
But you know that it's know that I'm a very wrong address to discuss about that, because what I'm concerned about Ibadan, Lagos, Benin, Akure, all those places. I don't care about the other side of the country, you know. So I just want to see that we have the regional government, and then we can be able to control our respective spaces, you know. That's all, you know. So that everybody, I mean, they already have gold and everything there, and they got the oil now. So let everybody just be on their own.
That's the way it should be. Do you know one funny thing? The way I live is this: I care about my city. I rarely care about my province.
Yes.
Because my city is the one providing me a job. So
Yes.
before I start thinking of my province, that means that maybe the city has lost it, that the province is the option. And before I start thinking of the federal, maybe my province is unable to take care of what they are supposed to take care of. So that's how it's supposed to be.
Do you see how this system? Do you have this system in Canada where the states they collaborate, like in Germany here, like those state and those state now they will be having some kind of work together. Do data they work together. Then do Kogi, you know. But you know, I don't know what kind of people we're having in government in Africa. You know, like myself now. I mean, if I'm a governor of Edo State or Ondo State, I will make sure that it's like 50-50 with the neighboring state. You know, people can cross over to go to school at the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know what you are saying, but unfortunately, there are some situations here in Canada that you will think that Nigeria is even a million years advanced from Canada. Now, look at it this way: the province I live, we have oil. We call it sand oil.
Okay.
Do you know that a province like British Columbia, they are blocking my province from moving their oil from, because they have sea, they have ocean in their area. So what we want to do here now is to lay pipeline, to expand the pipeline from here to their side so that we can export more of crude oil. Do you know that BC, British Columbia, they are blocking Alberta from doing that? And this same British Columbia will tell you that, oh, we are protecting our marine environment, we are wildlife, we are trying to protect that. The same people that are telling you that they are protecting the environment, they are importing oil with vessel from Saudi Arabia.
Oh my God! Instead of taking oil from you guys,
instead of our own province.
So that is what we call a true. That's what we call a true federalism. Exactly. That Chief Nahuru wanted, eh? Exactly.
You know, this guy, they were importing they were importing oil from America using tanker. But they are telling you that lay pipeline, they will tell you that, oh, it's going to destroy the marine environment. You start wondering. The one they have since. How many times has that one even busted to even destroy anything? Nothing. No incident recorded. So you will see those level of politics. And if you know, it's just like Niger Delta. If you know there's what they call equalization fund here, if you see what my province is contributing to the federal government, those people that are even benefiting more from that equalization fund are even the one blocking my province. Even sending those. So it is. That's why I'm telling you that sometimes some advanced countries, sometimes the way they behave, sometimes you will say no, these people are not advanced because politics is politics everywhere.
Yeah, we had that also. I had that last year here in Germany, where because some states were trying to expand on their wind energy projects, and then they had to. They said no. Then the state said no, they don't want that, so they have to be importing light from the north of Germany. So we don't have much industries, but southern Germany, that's where they manufacture nearly all the cars, all this BMW, Mercedes, all of them. So they have to, but they have no water to export it. So they usually bring them with this goods train, and that is so most of the time at 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock, you see when those goods train are passing by, I will be shedding tears. Why we not having that kind of goods train, in Nigeria, this Nigeria matter don't tire me, my brother. So
no, I'm funny enough, I'm very hopeful. Honestly, I'm very hopeful because I think Tinubu will get it right, but not Tinubu getting right is not my problem. If Tinubu decide to say, okay, I'm going to use one tap and leave in 27.
But the way he's kicking off, that people are just dying of hunger. Have you heard that people are not going to Buka? They will just stand outside, so hungry that some of them are even dying. That's what I just learned. They can't even have it. I mean,
you see, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we don't learn in that country. Because many of us that remember how the country was when Obasanjo arrived.
Oh my God!
So we were shouting that. We were shouting when they were bringing the like of Buhari that, because some of us were alive to when Buhari took over power the first time. And we've always looked at antecedent of Buhari, and we know within the system. See, if you put Buhari under Obasanjo, for example, to work, he is likely to perform. He's likely to do wonder. It's because it's under supervision. But this time around, you are putting Buhari in charge of deciding about your economy. That's where the problem arrive in reality. So
which now lead me now to that conclusion that it seems that that black people cannot actually govern themselves or even do business or even run the country anyhow without under the supervision of white people. It's a pity
not true. Not true. Not all the Igbo countries are doing very well too. Not all the Sha people are doing very well. So this thing is not limited to the black people.
But some of them, at least majority of them are doing it. But it's like we black, we lack love for each other. If not, what you do? You go and buy 40 mansions abroad, like in the case of Ekoremandu, or this Senator Akpabio, who did participated in the primary, is now the Senate president. Like people like Oshomole, who just stole their money to build mansions, and then he's in the Senate. So how do you think this one will let a president work?
It's a function of institutions. See, if Oyinbo see the loopholes in our country in their own too, they will see. Even with that thing, Oyinbo they Galileo, Oyinbo they see where. The only thing is if you don't understand how they steal, then you would think they don't steal. See, there are some things we do in Nigeria that we think Oyinbo don't do. They do.
But they don't show it. They don't show it. A minister can be living close to you. You wouldn't know. You go to the pub, you meet a minister. They don't move with convoys.
Someone that want to take contract from you now, we say it's forming friendship with you. We'll be paying for your vacation. We'll be doing a lot of things for you before the D-Day. Maybe it's targeting 3 years to come. They will call it relationship. So the thing is, what we call we are only crude the way we do our own. Why these people, they are coded,
Yeah.
they will call their own relationship. They will find a way around all those things. See, maybe I told you that I'm at work. If you see some kind of word the way I normally get that one, we will laugh, because you will look at the same job that you can contract me directly, but the job will now be spreading among like 7 companies, and the Asian companies will be the one even in the middle. Company A will get the job from B will get the job from C will get the job from D. They will scatter it around. Maybe along the chain of that business, maybe about 5 companies that is Indian will get involved there, and they know how to spread that money. What do you think they are doing along that line? You think it's not corruption? Not until you see the detail of what is happening. But just because they use it to build the system, and once government collects its own tax, it don't do. You understand? So
I get you.
The thing is,
I get you.
I
get you. Look at Austria. Prime Minister. He has to resign because of 130,000 euros that was donated to his party during the campaign. You know what I'm saying? So and then they have to resign. Honorably. Look at the British Prime Minister the other time. He said that no, please, the way it is like that I can't continue. You know what I'm saying? And then he had to, but what is happening with our people? They want to die there, and then they have driven all of us away. You know what I'm saying, sir? Look at the brain drain. I mean, how do you think that we're going to make it? So any government that is coming to into Nigeria, like I'm still expecting Tinubu to make that announcement, like, okay, all Nigerians come back home. All Nigerians come back home.
Those African leaders you are talking about, they are doing that in collaboration. So some of them, because number one, they are greedy people, and you have someone that they are collaborating with. So that is why it is very easy for them to do whatever they are doing. I was still reading. I was unable to finish reading, so I don't want to misinform people. I was reading something about this uranium that all these French people they are getting from the Niger Republic. If you see the amount they pay per kg, per kg of uranium, you will laugh, and you, in fact, you will immediately you will want that the president to just be dealt with brutally immediately, just to be put behind the bar immediately. You will see why French people are fighting. Now you not ask yourself question. Because the leader in the Niger Republic would like to sustain himself, before the leaders in other African countries would like to sustain themselves, they are getting behind. Because of that, they agree. The French, France is using the greed now to blackmail them, to support them, and to help perpetrate them in power. So that's just the situation. So it's not as if we cannot govern ourselves, but the thing is that those people that conquered us, we are still here to get ourselves free.
But I learned from my father, from my dad, direct. He taught me how Awolowo fought for the free education for us, that the Western countries didn't want Awolowo to carry out those policies. Do you know that? That had to take the Western countries to international court. They said Awolowo have to, that is love for your people, love of his people. That is why Awolowo was able. That's why you cannot compare any other political gladiator that had ever lived, in Africa. You can't compare. Look at UCH. Look at Cocoa. Look at NIFO in Benin. Oil palm research. It will locate any part of the Western region. Okay, then this Benin city, it has a lot of palm, whatever. Then Ibadan, they have cocoa, and then they have cocoa, and then we also have palm something cocoa also in Edo State and Odo State. So it's okay. Let us locate. That was what we're talking. The other day I was just taking a look at a cocoa house. I couldn't believe my eye. The way, if you look at it, it's like bendy. I can't just understand. So why can't we just all unite if we want to stay together in this country? I say, okay, let's start teaching the pupils, that's from kindergarten, the life and times of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. You know what I'm saying? So, because he has to take the international community, all this so-called country. Why is it that he didn't allow the Western country to be telling him what to do or how to take care of his people? Why is it now that our leaders our rulers are doing that? That they be listening to
Tony,
to British.
I don't know what they want to listen to them. That's why they make sure he went to prison.
Yeah, yes. Can you imagine if Awolowo was having that coal that was available in the eastern region? Can you imagine what Awolowo could have turned our place to into? You know what I'm saying? But Awolowo started from the scratch. Awolowo started from the scratch. He got to all those places.
The Oyinbos, they didn't like what Awolowo was doing. That's why they used
Yes.
They were using Azikwe against him. They used
Yes,
Azikwe
and then they have
put
to
him in
jail him
prison.
with his vice, Chivenahoro. Now before the war, and then when Chivenahoro died now, Awolowo that did not give them a national burial. That is why you see that I'm not going to, that's why I will always be against one Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Because
they gave Ojukwu a national burial, but they won't give now Awolowo
yes, I will
that's
never
the problem
forgive
in
them.
Nigeria. We do things backward. We don't know.
I never forgive this Nigeria project. I'm not for. I'm not for it. Now any platform when I go. Today I'm lucky that one man not did it to say, okay, Tony, don't do now. Make a which more. Yeah. Awolowo. No, my God. Let's start teaching about the life and times of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. How he set up all those Okumagba estate in Warri. How he set up all those Ikoba Hill estate in Benin, Molete, Agodi, Eleyele, where as students, during vacation you can go and walk. Ola, do you know Ibadan? You know Tulia Plastic now, Niger March.
Tony, make a point.
All those Ikeja, Ikeja estate, Ilupeju estate, where all those this cassette company, chemical companies, they are there. What are you telling me? Let's start teaching about the life at times instead of talking about Mandela. You know what I'm saying? What is Mandela? What did he, do for you? If you go to my mother's village, you see have these other Awolowo schools that are built inside the bush. They call them modern school. They said back then, but nobody uses them now. They usually build them far away from the town, the villages. But later now, so they have to face them out. But that is where the kids, it's kids playground right now.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You're spoken well. Mike, I won't close, Gary. I won't.
Okay.
Move, so
All right. No wahala.
See you guys later. Yeah.
Now, okay, I should go Odaro. I've been a car already. Now a car for here for Germany. Yeah.
This guy here, they compare Ojukwu to Awolowo. Some people don't get sense.
Who? For comment section, I'll be waiting.
Yeah, the comment section. This one.
They're the Chris now. You don't say they're the Chris now. They don't know say are they here.
Say Ojukwu also for restructuring. Ojukwu will destroy regional system.
Look,
Well, Ojukwu will destroy regional system. Man.
My brother Mike, silence is the best answer to fools. You know what I'm saying? Silence, okay, is the best answers, okay, to those fools, okay. So no need to even explain or the.
Yeah, he said,
they know inside deep down, deep inside them that what we are saying is correct. All those refineries, they are all work of Chief Awolowo now. All the refineries, all the petrochemical projects, Ajakuta, all those are his program. The 5 years development plan. You know what I'm saying? So people need to read history. Me, I read book. I read book too much. As a teenager, I read too many books, especially these columns from BC Ogubadejo on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? from The Guardian.
They read like that.
Man, now there I learned about North-South dialogue, how all this Abuja came about, that it was actually a mission to fulfill Ahmadu Bello's wish never to legislate in the South again. You get me now? So Murtala Muhammad have to carry that out. I read many things, many books in the 80s, a lot of books. I know these people. All my senior sisters, my cousins, they always buy me these Sunday papers, to read.
Yeah. Oh, Allah,
So
no.
nobody there. Yeah, nobody there online again.
Where say somebody went Midwest, one corner. No, I had them.
Okay.
Now, see, you understand me? I just said I tried and it look not too good.
Like say, you see the break. Oh.
I don't know what to do my network, so I take or road and they go out.
You don't power down, you don't power cycle your device. You know, say sometimes that device you go need to power and down, one power and back up. Sometimes, you know.
How do they power and down?
Which now for you they use?
Yeah, na phone.
Okay, you go power the phone down, like off and completely, like power down all the way, and then go power and back up. So you go refresh the phone, the brain of the phone, you know.
I did do that. I did do that one, but I just seen a network that they weak because I did road not
I don't think a network. I don't think a network. Now, okay, they use Bluetooth. They use some kind other device. Because it's not like
I know they use device, but once I'm
the thing is not, it's not a network thing. It's not like you're breaking. It's just that your
If he's listening to my voice right now, let him go buy a Wi-Fi, make a contract. You know, that's all. Because like me, I can use. I'm connected to about 4 gadgets here.
Tony, what's the population of Nigerians in Germany? Sir, we're not plenty for them.
No, we're not plenty. No. The people when come from Southeast, there are very many. Very many. But our people know they plenty here. Those Yoruba, Edo people know they plenty here.
Like which part of Germany everybody they concentrated?
And around the middle, where they call this North Rhine, there you see some Yoruba and Benin people there also. But now Igbo plenty pass for Germany. Igbo, about 80% or 90.
They say I find good there. It's not they find good Germany, sir.
Yeah, easy. You have to be very tough because the paperwork, no, all this tax, any small thing at all.
How they allow now for Germany? How will the white people for there allow now to stay with their countries?
You mean women? No, now the women like us where? The women like us.
The women go like now. How they want us? How the men when they allow now they stay there?
Yeah, but easy. But now Italy not good. Italy people they are very friendly. They are African friendly. Italy, my God, please, if you see any Italian man, I beg you, make you embrace her like your brother, okay? You already know them. You know that. Look, Italians. I knew them when I was a little boy, like 17 years old. When I did for Ibadan, when I did school, you know, they work for this kappa, the bed,
When I they watch football, this is in Italy they do racism pass now. And they cause Balotelli, they do other things.
No. All those propaganda when they make, should not be this Italian prime minister when they call her racism, and not be they expose France. So, how France they cheat Africa. Italians are the best people. You remember now, if you grow up in Nigeria now, now if you go to Ibadan, you show those Italians now. Where they walk now. You don't forget all those. They do all those roads for Okado. Now Okado now the office there. Okado.
I think that Germans they fix roads for Nigeria. Julius Vega people now.
Yeah, but all those Germans, they all they mix up with black people now. Now. I don't forget this one. A charter taxi. Then we take charter taxi for Lagos. But but Italians, they work out with Lego. If you go to Ibadan or if I go Benin also that time, you see them because they run all those plywood companies. Waiting for Benin, all those plywood companies.
So now Italians they friendly for Europe. I don't know they racist.
No, they are not racist at all. They are just like black
most racist for there for Europe.
Okay, I don't know. Did you grow up in Ibadan? Sorry, have you ever been to Ibadan before?
My mother is from Ibadan. I didn't.
You're supposed to know now. So if you go to Okado, you'll see them. If you go to recreation cluster, you see them. They are very friendly with you. And then if there, they get one
plywood. They're friendly with you for your country now, but they talk about it for Europe, for their own country.
They are the best. Once you learn Italy as a black man, they give you 5 years. But you know that in Germany here, people that are even born here, all those Turkish, they don't even have papers. Turkish people, white people, they're not talk less of black people. So
the Germans, they racist like that.
No, make no serious. They're not just they're not. They just don't want to mix up with black. And they divide Africa. Now they divide Africa now. I mean, you don't know. Now they divide. Now they cut Africa.
Berlin Conference.
Yes, this they are Bismarck, that man. Now, in fact, they say, "Make una come, we go." They don't discover British don't see the play. They don't want to do anything now. You know, they were already having something to do with the Benin Kingdom since 50 something or
So
40
Italians are
something.
more friendly than the
Italians, Italians are Africans. You know, say when would they meet like this now online? We have to be knowing who are African friends. Okay, please. If you see any Italian person, I beg, whether an old man or whether a young man or whether a boy or woman or girl or embrace them. See him or her as your own relative. You know, they are, even if you have a cutter with them here also, if you see them here in Germany, they are very friendly with black people because even they said they even have problem. You know, you know that not all clubs that you can get into in Germany as a black person, not all clubs. So and Italians also they are also not allowed. So only,
Italians not allowed. Italians are Europeans too now.
no, they don't regard them. You know, they are black hair now. You don't forget, say most Italians are black hair, unless the German Italians. You know, they also have a German-speaking part of Italian. Now that play now that play 90 day hard also for Italy. Or those
Oh,
not.
Italy border Germany. I think France they border.
Yeah, no. German people, the tribes, they are spread across Europe. Oh. If you go to Belgium, they have I tell you about 1/4 of Belgians or 2/3, I don't know, are Germans. Then if you go to this Switzerland is German. It's German country. You don't know?
I
With a little
know
bit of French. With a little bit of French, but official language is German, just like Canada then you go to this Italy, you go to this Poland, you have Germans in there. You have if you go to Hungary, Hungary also, they also then Austria. Austria is German 101% Germans with German names. Do you know how they name street here? You know this platform is for me. I want to educate you guys today. So like people that fought for independence, men like Awolowo, like Chief Nauru, the person who sponsored that something. Those are the names you found in Germany. So every capital city, every city, the same name, the same, all the whole names are the same. Maybe you are people like Fela, you know Fela Kutina, Sonny Okosun, Sonny Ade, Victor Waifu, those kind of names now you receive for that street here. Nobody say you receive those kind. You know, see names like governors or like how they say Buhari will just say that I go name a bridge after my name, or just go say good Lord Jonathan Road. Whether you were president for, but at least you must have done one special thing for the country. You get me now? So being a president is not enough for you to warrant a street naming after you. So they always go into history, made like a.
That's why I like Oyibo. They don't just give you anything. You must have done something great for the society before they recognize you.
Whether as an artist, like Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, they will be having their names. They will have their names in every cities and villages in Germany. You see the same name. You know, you hear like Friedrich Ebert Strasse. So when you go to that Google, you constantly go to that Friedrich Ebert Strasse do. Maybe then invent a diesel engine. You see diesel street.
Now run our own great man. They don't name any one single thing after an hour for that Nigeria.
No.
But you go see
like,
when you name things after Ojuku.
No, not like you're supposed to talk about those. All this Amadu Bello. What did Amadu Bello do? Amadu Bello that did not fight for independence. You know now.
I don't even know why they like. I understand Tafawa Balewa, but why did they name places after Amadu Bello?
No. All of them did not participate in the independence struggle. My brother Mike. Don't forget. Go and read the history.
Independent to me is not something we're proud of, to be honest. Like that.
But they said they don't want. They said they don't want independence. For example,
was it not a good thing? No, I mean, they don't want Nigeria now. They don't want to be part of Nigeria.
They wanted they wanted British to continue. So that is why let's wonder we're having.
No. They didn't want Nigeria really. They say they're not sure they want to be. They want Nigeria with the South, which was
anyway. In other words, all those kind of
Tony, they don't want British to continue. They were afraid of the Igbos. That's why they say they don't want. Are you get me?
no, before the before the creation of the country, there was a struggle. You know about people, about riot, the women riot that the British also massacred, like Soweto now. So many things. Can you tell me any part of the north that the British massacre people?
During the formation of the country, nobody died for eastern part of Nigeria. The people that really died are beings. The Benin Empire people and Oyo itself, so part of Oyo, and the Calabar people. None of other person. Now when they govern us, it is when they started governing us at the time some people started rising up in the east where you have a power with riot. We already under them, ready.
But is Germany here? Is Germany here? Hold on. We are not hearing you.
What we are suffering.
You never declare. We're not hear you at all.
Just wait like 10 minutes. 10 minutes ago, I go into the house.
Okay, try again. So, Brother Mike.
Okay.
Brother Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
So, like Opobo, King Jaja of Opobo, this Aramean, you hear now, Aramean, this Oduduwa, all this Akenzwa, those are the names. This Adeyemi, like the late Alafina, all those kind of names. So those kings that were in Germany before the government come and dethrone them, they still keep their names, okay? They only name the street after their names, okay? All the kings, the ex-kings of Germany, or whatever their ruler back then, now. That's why they hear this Kaiser, Kaiser.
Tony, let me answer this guy in the comment section real quick. Okata, whatever his name is. They asked me, say, what did you can go and went to Aburi for? They went to discuss their problem. The problem the coup that they do against each other. And they didn't go there for restructuring. They went to discuss to iron out their differences between the northern soldiers and the
Forget about those guys. Forget about good. Tell they say that was the aftermath of what we are discussing right now, because the genesis of the problem is what we are tackling right now. Why should this problem allow to even surface at all? You get what I'm saying? So that is why we are talking. That's what we are talking about. How they were forming the government with Amadu Bello, who said that he hate the Igbos, but only for Azikiwe to go team up and form a government with him before independence. You get me now? And then after independence, and then only for Azikiwe to go and form a government with Shagari. You know what I'm saying? You hear me now, Mike? Those are the problems. So whenever they are talking about that, then you just tell them that say that if my father tell you, say, I send you a message, go to this road, and you tell and say, oh, fire the burn. My father say make you enter, fire no burn you. But if you say you want to take the other way, now you're wahala. So before the formation of the country, Awolowo and the Nahuru said that this is what they want, but the people say no. So whatever comes out of it, out of that agreement, you know what I'm saying? So now they are thorough with that. So let us not go there at all. We are talking about the street, naming of streets, in Europe. Like all those their past kings, artists, now all those theater people like them, Chino Achebe, people like them, Odia Ofemu. You remember that guy, Odia Ofemu?
I know. Yeah.
This is another Awolowo guy, So the other day this guy was coming to this world peace. He was telling you guys that the Asian people don't know how to do politics. Now Asian people. Those state that's how those state now Asian they control the whole south. Abia the Manini, the Brusali, all those names. Yakilome, the police commissioner, I remember. So, I mean, what do you want to do? Yeah, the Asian all those Akigbe, all those Akomu. Man, even this guy, this Tommy Kimi.
Back in the days, the Asian people they were doing, but today the Asian they just a fuck up, man. I don't know which level they're in.
No, you don't say.
The Asian guy is today, man. I just say this one, you just say the Asian. Me, I've known people like now on Asian, correct people like that. But today, Asian, I don't even know today, man. They just behave like Igbos, man. I don't even know what to worry them.
No, they not. They no. These are those people. They are they say they carry weight over politics. So they
That's
carry
not
weight.
honorable. They just a fuck off, man.
They are like the Yorubas now. You know that they are like Yorubas now for South. I think you know they are too powerful.
That's not.
For
That's not what they
politics.
fight with governor for. Do when I
Uh,
know
for,
I no grief
yeah,
for them.
for politics and all those kind of things. So my brother, I beg,
They
make we not
insult
listen
them.
to the
They go they insult king. That's not people they
who.
fuck off.
No, they not. No. That guy no be a sound now. Original Benin guy be that too. Hey, that guy no be a sound. Hey, that guy na from Orumo local government. Na from Benin City there.
So
You
you
know
be
they have.
Abi?
No, they have this. They have several local governments. In Benin, there they have I don't know how many local government they have in Isha. I don't know, and this Auchi side, I don't know. But this guy went. Those guy went. The king. The king is highly respected by the Esan. You know, say Esan and the Benin, and they are the same. They are the same tribe now. They are all from Ududuwa. You know now. So they're not they attack each other.
That's not saying be Biafra.
No. I mean, maybe now one guy, maybe one person will just go talk for you or I beg you. It's not been you know, if you spread now, but don't forget, these people they are together. You know, even though they
Why
say
not
that
they
all this
fight? Why they fight Benin people for those states? But they
never,
follow
it's
my
not
politics
Benin,
already.
they never, you know, they hear they'll say it's Bedu. Benin, it's some people they are also the even worry. These are the very people that are very close to the king. You know, they are from the family now. They are from they are the same father. You know, they are the same father. That is, forget about all the social media people. You know, they don't get wahala for those state or those tribal something on day. Not just politics. Okay, those forget they talk. Hey, look, the politics in Edo State is very, very complicated. Okay, so you know, very, very complicated. You don't know this about just wife?
Which one?
Stella
Stella.
Now from there also now. All those people, all those yes, I'm Brusali. That one I'm from Ekbom also now, most of them. Urumi, what do you want to tell me now? They get people there, but they are Benis. They are original Benin also. Benin City, Esan, they are one, they just the same people, the same language. It just be like you go to Jebu now and Remo. I think you get me now, But they are all Jebu. You see, and you have a Jebu Remo, you have a Jebu.
So the language not the same.
Yes, almost it's the same thing, no difference, really. You know, but Somisha, they are close to this Agbo some in the boundary there, so they mix the language, you know. But Isha is the same language with Benin now. I do now. Even Owan also where this guy come from now, Patrick Patro, the same thing now Benin now. Owan local government. Then it's mixed up with Benin and Yoruba. You see, they go to Akoko Edo, now Yoruba and some Benin people there also. You see, they mix up together. But those one, they are all, you see, Akoko Edo, Issa, and then they are Benin people, okay? They just call the states, They just call their states. They know they fight each other, never. You know.
What about the Auchi ones? Those one, their language.
Auchi is different. Auchi is like a lorry, okay? You know now, so you already understand. When you talk about
Islam, don't Islamize. No, the Auchi, this Aisha Yusuf come from.
Yes, and they come from. And then most of when they come feature for this place here, for your platform here, also they are also from there. You know, I don't want to make a big call name because of one man making number the verse, but most of them, if it's anybody when they make wahala, when you know they like a do like that guy when he say that when Pansat they deal with here, you remember that guy? I don't know his name. You know the guy when I call him a fake do. You remember?
They Pansat they deal with.
Last week, yeah, I think it was almost a fortnight ago now, or maybe about 1.5 weeks ago. You know now, Pansat and Pansat with this guy, they were real. I mean, almost 3 hours. they battle for here. Late hour show. Thomas was, was the boss that day.
You talk about Tunaja.
No, not with Tunaja. Pansat.
You say who Pansat is battle?
He was battling with one guy from Edo State. last week. I think they probably I saved the show. Sometimes I do put them into some archives, just in case I want to make any reference. I will check it out, But if you want to get my number, if you want to get my number, so that you can get my number from a party, because I don't have to be putting it here. Because once I put it, when I put my number on the online here, people go and mess up the number, my phone. So they just come pour, all those haters now. They just come, I don't know what it. Then the chick can just make me to suffer for almost a week or 2 weeks. So, but if you want to get my number, because I believe that you must be having a Patrick's number, Abi. You have Patrick number now, Patrick.
No, I don't get. No.
You don't get the number. Hey. They send you so many videos or whatever. Come join us now for this now for for Nigeria Watch group WhatsApp group. Come join us, Dana. DOG was there. DOG, he don't run away again.
That place, that Nigeria Watch, they know they want
No. Now, look, that say that's not my home now. Say here now my leakage.
They don't want to hear anything. When to be obi. Even if you be obedient, if you don't talk.
No, don't forget say the way they verse everybody, it invests me too. Why they not upload that thing electronically? Mike, don't forget, please. You are in the USA now. Please, say I don't talk about that enough for here also now. What thing? And then somebody's coming in as a president, he got to increase petrol to 700, where people are under tax. Look at we in abroad, we can't even export anything again. My brother, I don't lost almost about 70,000 euros investment. Okay? I have to be discarding most of my I beg, they just block everything for us. Would they happy say our people there for custom? Now they just come block everything. People don't get work. You want to set up emergency industry before you start to tax people. I think you say your mother is from Ibadan. You have to understand Ibadan. When I say Ibadan, you don't say now more Ibadan I the so. You know that. Yes, Ibadan. I think you not be Ibadan. People say Ibadan. All those are foreigners. But we. We know how to. Midwest. Your dish is not good though. We not hear you. Say you come back 10 minutes. We not hear you at all.
You don't get another device. You don't get laptop or something else. Whatever device they use, no good.
Now Wi-Fi me they use the Wi-Fi. I they pay contract. Prepaid, and then it's very powerful. So I don't need all this. All these are contract phone. They know they work for Germany too. They know they work. I'm using Spanish provider.
I don't know how that is. That Germany, all those European countries. I don't know how I feel for there. Me, I go be second class citizen. I don't know if you do that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, we are second class citizen. But what him will do now? That's why I say not make me the other talk through. So say that how can you go increase petrol from? I tell you just and I say that going to secondary school or go to polytechnic, you have everything. Now, so you can go to those Tulia plastic. If you know about that small now, all those companies in Molete, Agodi, everywhere. You can go and do some menial jobs or Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola companies. Just something to assist your parents or to assist your senior sisters or your uncles that are sponsoring you, so they don't have to be too dependent. You get me now? So you can go to place and work. Niger, you hear of Niger March now? Niger March. Abi, don't forget. So, but now, not there at all. So how can you be taxing people that you get 1 trillion in 2 months taxation? Look at people going to tow vehicles that are parked in private parking lots. You get me, Mike? You get me?
Mm-hmm.
So, because as I see you, me and you here, we are very considerate every time, in our submissions. We don't choose any side. We are very free-minded, now. You see the way we discuss about Dupoli just now. You know what I mean? See what they discuss about it. The same thing. If they say, upload electronically. Upload it instead of, it's just like you now, Mike. You are in the USA. I'm in Germany. Okay, I want to come and pay you a visit. Now instead of me to use aeroplane, then they will pack an aeroplane for my city. I will say no, I want to use leg. If they get me now, maybe that when that INEC man go commit. You see now? You get me now?
So because they don't push that thing for.
Yes. So it could have, douse all those doubts, douse all those doubts that are in people's mind today. You get me? They will know exactly where we are going.
But Tony, be honest, it is say Obi if you win that election.
No, I don't say we'll win. I mean, it was okay. Why was our people afraid then? Let's do it.
The thing where the thing where me I see reason why I know they doubt that election result is say for I don't think Obi go win North. The North, I just don't say no go win for that North. I don't know, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so long we don't say
I don't mean like say make he win completely, but I still say he go perform well for North.
Correct.
You have to do well in North.
Yeah, we already know that. We already know
Exactly.
that. We already know
the
that
fact
now.
he no perform for North. I mean, that's why the guy lost. He has to go and, the guy needs to go and build bridges with the North. Like
why the need for the INEC to do that? Why was this electoral act enacted or activated? You know what I'm saying? So I just ask you a question. I just use an analogy. So for example, I want to travel now from Lagos to Benin or from Lagos to Ibadan. I get express road when I will take. I will say, may I go use bicycle or may I go use leg? They go Ibadan.
Now I get to do
the thing just paid me. It paid me. Then already the post, the election post was already Tinubu was leading. You know now, going to the election. You know now he was leading in the national poll.
We lost. Even so you can't talk. Now obedience behavior, not all obedience. Some of them, their behavior is just too bad.
Mike, are you people hearing me?
Okay, I'm way better now. Finally, why don't you?
Okay. I greet Tony and I greet you. What I want to say is this. You see about the election. You asked Tony a question whether Tinubu win. Me and you were there here. We don't feel say, oh, say we really win. But we know Sanek not declare best. We know as Nigeria be say things are not really,
But this election was different though, compared to the past. It was different.
Yeah, we know say Mago is there plenty for Nigeria issue. But the second one be say you see all these electoral act, all those writing, where they write for that. Now they cause your confusion. And if they leave them and they not address them as Tinubu the power, everything in that constitution, the entire South will suffer it. The way I'm saying it. That 25, thank God say that 25, it started before Tinubu. George don't already rule over and
you talk about Abuja?
And that 25% for Abuja. Because
Midwest. Sorry, so the team they be say, so today's topic now about the northern something. I think you have to ask this guy because we just went to that because we're talking about how they name streets in Germany. That's why we go land for that kind of place. So he was asking me how would you survive. So let's forget about all this the electoral something result. Go into make Oga Mike tell you the topic for the day. It's about the educational backwardness of this of the North. How we're going to
I follow the topic.
So you can contribute to that one. Forget about this.
I see Mike's submission as the only submission where I really learn something. But the rest people, the same highs we Mike talk about, where we did they look those not. You don't already enter many people head, you don't already enter many people mind, and we they like to address everything about them as primitive.
Yes, I'm one of the group now that
okay. It's okay, my brother. Look at it from this way. The British who met us, who fought to put us together, it took them 14 years. Now, when they put us together, 14 years is not a joke. Now, when they even put us together, they never made mistake to say one central will come and control all of us, because they saw a very huge differences within these 14 years. Even the South where they talk, you know why South not they exist? They also saw differences in the South. And that's why they Bucanize it. Although most of the reason was to weaken Benin. They Bucanize into East and West. It was like, let's conquer Benin totally. And but it didn't work that way. Now, each region where the British create, they make sure, because they were careful, putting Benin with Yoruba, they know it will work. You get what I'm saying? And
we are the same now. We are the same now. Yoruba and Benin.
yeah.
You see, Yoruba is not a, hold on, sir. Yoruba is not a tribe. Yoruba is just a language.
It's a language. It was a language from the beginning. So
no, hold on, sir. Sorry, sir. The Yoruba is only a language formulated for us, the people of the Western
the
Nigeria.
Western people as a whole, the whole West.
Yes.
Of that
But inside that Yoruba people now we'll say now people now. We have Ijebu, we have Edo, we have we have Benin, we have Owan, we have
not that one go. Even if
we have everybody inside. Right on. So we're
not that one go.
Now who be the senior? Now who be the senior?
The people from the beginning, they don't want to put the history record straight. They can't cause confusion for all of us. Yeah. But nevertheless, many Yoruba, if they research, they see this truth. Because history of Ife and Oyo Empire, Benin Empire, is quite different from all these languages they are using to describe us. But nevertheless, what I want to say is that there is character and similarity of people. That's why they created that Western part. And there was no problem. And because the people in the Eastern part, somehow they still have to create that East. But the East, the language of Igbo was also for the East. It wasn't even a tribe too. It's the same thing. And they use it to also manage them.
My brother. There's no historical link between the Igbos and the Calabar people. But for us, we and the so-called Yoruba, we are the same mother, the same father. Only with the Aju who be the senior. It's quite different. You know, our journey now. Oduduwa is our son. Yoruba say that they say that.
Why I go to that history? The white people allowed the Northerners, you know that their culture with them, but they do their own. That is where
hold on. Go to any Yoruba platform apart from here. They are talking that they say Benin Empire, that they were there, that Lagos, Cotonou, right up to Ghana. Go to Sankofa, go to others. No, there's no Yoruba platform that is not. They are not angry with us. Even when we say that now we Lagos, they're not quarrel with us now. They're not saying that we are the same brother.
Let me put this one. Not be. Even if we argue, we still have chance to go and meet, or even when we quarrel and settle our differences.
We're the same family now.
That one is different. That one is a quite different something.
So what I'm saying, you cannot compare that to hold on. You cannot compare that now to the Easterner with the Igbo. So those people, the Calabar, all these people, they are even more closer to their door. All those Pobo people,
that was the mistake then. That was just the mistake. Everybody understand that those people.
Yes.
So we will not go that history. I want to go for that school where you talk. So the Northerners were able to manage their culture. The British knew very well if these people don't manage themselves, there will be a problem. And that's why they allow every one of us. Now we are now on that state. It's like everybody's now looking onto one man, president. When your tribal person is there, you hope he will know the pains of his people. So you feel a little bit relaxed. After all, this my brother. But these people are just politicians. Once they are there, I don't really know. Only God. May God let us have the rightful person. And may Tinubu, God let her feel work. May God give her good health. May God give her good people.
My brother. No, say, I'm with you. I'm with you in your early appearances back then. I know the wave. I know the waiver. I tell you, say, now through separation, we can live together as a fellow African countries. Now we say, because the powers that be is too much. Okay, I don't want to mention them. The power when you get with the power, the system is just too bad.
See where the problem lies at, Tony, for that school where you talk. The Northerners are advancing with that school. Yes. They are the only people that will fought some area in that school, know what to bring in, know what to remove. And I think that was what Mike was speaking to. By the time me from the South is not trying to tell the Northerners, no, you are using this school to make your people dull, you are insulting them. because this thing is something that they are attached to culturally, spiritually, morally. And that is why I don't like to, every time I come to this platform, people open mouth, they want to insult the North, and I always go very angry.
Yes.
Because
You notice that
in the beginning,
Midwest, like the way they were talking, and they think it's normal. Like I'm like, you can't just be talking about people like that, you know, like they don't understand. They think it's just normal. That's the same way, like the Easterners do it a lot to the Yorubas, where they be talking, like just be talking down on Yoruba. I'm like, it's just because we say your father.
Do you tell me, see where our problem really lies? If somebody want to help Nigeria, we should go back to a regional government.
That's all.
And start making a better platform where we will do things in a formal system.
Answer your papa name. Yes.
Not even if nobody can answer his papa name in that as we are, even though they separate us.
I mean that the Northerners have to work their way towards us to be able to be together like they do in Europe. Yes.
Tony, listen, if we share Nigeria, you will be surprised that the Northerners will be able to put their people together and move forward than people you think they can do better. See, let me tell you the problem. Why I don't want people to be interfering in the cultural heritage of those people. Let's talk about we Benin, or maybe Edo Delta, go reach west. Why do you think Awolowo was able to work? Many people don't know. You just think because Awolowo was good, so everything good happened. No, it was in an era where a child lie is a disgrace to his family. Where somebody steal, you are a disgrace to your family, to your generation, to your community. Your family, everything, if you steal. This is culture of Yoruba, this culture of Benin. It was rooted in these people, honestly.
That's true.
So it makes things to work for them. As this culture is dying, bring Awolowo today and see whether it will not fit. This is the real. So the Northerners who are trying to secure their culture, they want to control their people. We that thought that we know much, we are coming to have our children today are losing track. Why are they losing track? Our leaders are now moral bankruptcy. Culture, tradition of Yoruba and Edo. Edo is still stronger with the house. You see what Obaseki wanted to do? Like Yoruba land and a governor called the make king.
Yeah.
What do you think will come out from all this one? Let us be sincere.
They can't try that off for Edo State. They don't fit try.
Is Obaseki not doing it? You don't see paper where he goes and make all those chips sign for Edo South.
He just the do, you know, if he do anything, he just the do.
Okay, we know say no go fit do, but if we generation we know those things, you go ask yourself if you not continue, you are Tony now. Why me and you they talk? We not read our history.
Wait. That guy a wicked man. I know. I mean, you know the list of one man when two Benin people will come here, they talk nonsense. They said about a kid a good man. You know now. And I know that time the platform will don't full. I know if you enter no space. I mean, never hear that. You know that. Hold on. You know when they fight our Yoruba brothers here, when they would defend Edo, when enigmatic said that Edo State is dear to him, and many of them all of them, they say, why? We want to see a good Edo. We don't want to see somebody be the governor of Edo State and then Edo State have no single road. You know now, they tell her the other thing that make see then Akim they tell her make it concentrate on the with a word peace. Since that day, at the verse for two of them. What did they call it?
See, my brother, I know say Akim, I don't know for this platform, he has been supporting Obaseki right from that. But what I want to say is this, let me not deviate why I just mentioned that song.
With what peace also? What peace?
Okay, hear me now? Okay, look at Edo Central, Esan land. As this guy Mike asked just now. Do you know IPOB is penetrating our place? Some people of today go to some platform, they are insulting Edo people. They insult our king.
Are you sure there is, sir? Are you sure there is some people?
Wait to make you not defend anybody. Edo people doing it. Now this Obaseki 10 on I start. Do you know some of these people have been paid?
Thank you.
By the government network.
You are correct. Now
you know what the government was trying to do? He want to use propaganda to destroy the cultural heritage of the Benin and weaken the palace because he's so strong for him to penetrate.
God bless you. When so
now,
people people from outside, my brother. You know, say people from outside now, they'll say Naisha. They don't say now people from Oriomo, local government, and they invest where, and then Ovia, because they don't get anything. Benin City itself, they don't fit developer. So people from Ovia, people from Oriomo, they invest where now. And the people they take
Oriomo. Now Oriomo people, now they respect our me. I'm from Oriomo. Now
but most of them they invest now.
Wait, everybody they invest. Nobody will they happy. Yeah. But the thing is that does not mean that verse I not will respect my elder or I will not respect my king. He is not the one making budget for the education. Not be company that they are work together.
Our king now they hold us together, you know what I mean? So
it's only just to use peace to hold us together. So that thing is that's the pain everybody is having. Now, why are they paying these people? They are trying to weaken that institution, whereby the governor will not be the one that will be giving matto to the chiefs and the Negi. And in that process, they will destroy this culture completely. Now we have a very cultural bankruptcy in the south. Yes. The Northerners have it, but not a degree like the one in the south. Yes. And we are saying, oh, lose everything. Just lose it, and it will be good. When they look at us, they laugh.
My brother, look at my brother Mudiane. Look at the land grab you went for Benin, where people you buy your land, they will come kill you, or the government will come demolish all your buildings. You know, see?
Okay.
You see that cutting for Isha, when they buy one land, even their whole village, they will declare for that when they will come from America, from everywhere.
No, we are all the same. See why it be like that. The level of demand for land in the south, in the Benin, yes, in proportion is very high compared to Edo Central, Edo North. Once it is high in Edo Central, with the way government let it loose, the same thing will be happening. So that is the government.
Oil and gas, they come from Oriomo, number one in Nigeria, number one local government in Nigeria, but they don't get post office. My brother, I'm going to talk through. So
and from Oriomo, we not get state government, we not get state government project. We not get local government project. We not get federal.
Yes.
And at that Oriomo, they carry Benin, they work for a very long time.
Now the number one local government, now the number one local government for Nigeria, if you don't know, the oil and gas when they go to that place, and then not did they at all. But look, look.
See the most painful aspect. Wait, Tony, the most painful aspect.
Go to Abudu, go to all this Ozanowa and all this place. Nothing did there.
No, the small land where they take the farm, the governor when they chase the people where they plant Pakane for that land.
Yeah, for see.
Okay, this is a land where Ogbemudia days carry expatriates. They come study the topography and they told us, look, never you put Pakane in this region because this land is too fertile. Imagine a land where you go plant corn in front of your house, you go chop am.
Yes.
That in case of food security, they can plant rubber. They can plant
already fertilized. We are already fertilized with our leaves. You know now, all the whole Edo State.
Not be that side at all. That side was a forest and some good land for farming and everything. That you plant rubber or you do everything because
I know that was sprayed. They said they use helicopter to spray this fertilizer and what they call this a bawolo. You know now this Awolowo leaf now. You know this Awolowo leaf now. Also, it fertilizes the whole western region now.
See, Tony, let us still go back to that school. If we restructure this country and we do it good, Nigeria will start progressing and everybody will love that country.
Thank you. You be on your own.
Every region will start learning from another. You as
there's no interference. No need to force people to come and go to school to come and be like us. It's not possible.
They will adjust. They will even do. We will learn things from them. They will learn from all this. We learn.
Look at they have to do their own homework. They will do their homework and try to be like us.
Okay, Tony, see railway for Lagos. You see blue line, blue railway. Okay, small time now, people will start crying. Oh, they're taking gas from Edo State and they are developing their place. But it is good for our people to cry. But let us also ask ourselves a question. The NDCC, with the form for all this year, with the money where they don't plan to, what stopped them not to link? Tell me one reason why they were not able to link the entire state, Niger Delta, or your producing state together with the blue rail line. It's just to share the money and abandon the whole project.
What do you think
is
about
what.
the Blue Ray Line? The governor of Lagos just.
Yes.
Huh? Okay, what stop other Niger Delta state with NDCC money for all these years? Tell me one meaningful project. And that is why that word SASAP, I don't know, it's a deception. I prefer to call myself Midwest person, and that is the, I bear the name. I don't believe in that SASAP project because those deep riverine people, I don't understand how they see things and the way they do their things somehow. It looks somehow for me.
Now, so much to go. You don't say for a place. I don't say I'll go down with a drink in the morning.
Okay. When Jonathan was there, NDCC was already there, and he pumped a lot of money to it, even to the road where link up Jonathan village, a town, it not be tie road.
Yeah.
As we speak today.
If they go to tie the other side now, make a no mention.
Okay, not to talk of say one railway link Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, go Lagos, Port Harcourt. Imagine the economic benefit it will bring for these people. Nothing like that. Apart from the we award contract, they will share the money. And
Ondo, Ekiti, to Lagos, to all this,
okay, to get our better railway for all these places. Don't you know the benefit, economic benefit to our people in terms of infrastructure? Why are we not even having like that data, electrical power? Since the money is coming.
Talk about the state first. Talk about the state first. Talk about the state first. That
Edo State situation, So the only way we talk about Edo State is very unfortunate that having this Obaseki that Oshomole introduced to us is the worst mistake. Oshomole that people used to say is bad. Oshomole is not a bad, complete bad person. Though he may act like a Nigerian politician, but he did a lot for us as Edo people. We can't just...
But I never blame Oshomole, because it's not from Edo State, so I don't care. It's not from Edo State. He just settled there, so it's not a problem. It's not part of anybody for me to blame. I can blame if Osumbo did a bad thing, I will blame Osumbo and Lucky Benedium.
Now Obaseki, now you did talk.
And Obaseki. But I know they blame Osumbo because it's not from our state. You have to be a son of the state.
It's from Edo State.
No, he settled there. It's settled there through the family of Philip Shaibu. They brought him from Kanu. They brought their family there. You see, the mother's name is the mother's name is Kudirat. Then the brother's name is Sheidu. So it's not from Edo State. We don't, the people of Auchi, some of them they bear Benin names, so they bear. Oshomole is Adamu Aliyu. I think you know that already. Adamu Aliyu. I think you know that's his original name. Adamu Aliyu. It's not from Edo State. So I don't have to blame him if he refused to perform, because he had to send his money back to his grandparents or his roots. You don't have to forget his roots. But Lucky Benedium and Obaseki, these are the problem we're having. Oh, this guy you're already off the line again. We did be time ourselves.
This is time for Germany.
Man, I can't believe it's already 9 o'clock or 9:17 a.m. A.m.
So this guy, this guy is saying is 9. Well,
9:17.
So this guy is in Europe too. Then Abibi, you're in Europe.
I don't know.
Whom are you talking to?
Oh, he's probably.
Are you in Germany? Are you in Germany? Oh,
me?
Italy.
The guy comment section says 9 a.m.
I live in Sweden.
Okay.
So you say you in Europe, Midwest.
Now Scandinavia, I did.
Go a very rich place now. You are living in a very rich place. A very nice people. They love black. They know the Fatuna there.
Those Scandinavians.
They're very nice people.
Anthony, you all know everywhere. Say they're not a such person. Who tell you that one?
No, but not be direct. Not be direct. Not be the one they'll say. Not be your face like this. But if they do on corner. But for here now. But get yourself this O2, not O2. What is it? Yeah, O2 from Spain. this hotel mobile. You can pay 30 euro a month. They will give you 90 gigabytes for Wi-Fi.
For my side, now they talk.
Yeah, you can buy it there also now.
I get network where they use. I don't know if I go out, but they work, I know they work well. So now they use and they manage them.
Okay. Yeah. It's not so expensive.
You say what?
I mean, it's not so expensive.
No, it's normal now. I think it's expensive for Scandinavia now, for here. So, but
I mean, for my house, I'm paid 30. I get 30 euro for my almost for the gas for the whole compound. I will move 50 meters within my residence. Within, I would inside garden. I would everywhere. I would see the work. But if I did for road, I put 10 euro for this mobile when I tell the waka. For this normal data, maybe it's very expensive here. So then I know they go online when if I'm outside, if I'm in my office, I don't go online. When I get home, then I'll go online. It's too expensive.
That Germany I did watch one video online. One German bus driver they treat one Nigerian woman like that. The woman, well, that Nigerian woman, she crazy for him. I said they follow rules for that place. I go carry on Nigerian mentality go Germany.
I told they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay the bus I'll be waiting or the train.
I think it was during COVID. The woman don't want cover. She don't want wear face mask.
Okay. No, people see I see they wear. They wear.
They go soon deport all of us without our behavior.
No, for your personal safety, you have to wait because when I say people they die. People they die from this injection now. Now I can say no. I begin to wear them. Today I see they wear them.
Which injection?
The mask. They wear corona mask too.
When I say they wear mask for Germany.
No, it's not compulsory. It's not compulsory. It was compulsory until recently when because the war between Russia and Ukraine. Now they not call it control again. But myself, I see the way
I know they fear for that place.
It depends on your job now. My job is I do service all these their washing machine. That's my business, washing machine. So I have to be going to many hotels and then a student hostels to fix their washing machines. You know what I'm saying. So I don't want to be exposed. So I always wait because they can't just stop it because the government was still hammering on people wearing the mask as at 6 months ago. But when this war started to go tougher, they're not going to control. They just say, I say no, you protect myself. It depends on the type of job you're doing now. Even the police will do. Yeah, police will still do wear it. Police still wear it.
For Sweden, now waiting we enjoy with that. We not day lockdown. We not enjoy mandatory. With nobody force us to wear mask.
No, but here, why we have to do it because you have to be 60 and above before they can let you without wearing mask or without anything. But if you are a young man,
because our scientists here say that thing, they not confirm and say they prevent it.
So for us that are still young. So if you don't if you don't take that injection, you are going to be fined 3,000 to 4,000 euros. Okay, for not taking that injection. You get me now? So or you have to be wearing mask. So, but once you are 60 years, then they will exempt you. You see? So, but the young people, we have to wear it. So that's it. If you know that you are under
Tony, we don't see talks more, but I think the North education we have underestimated them, and to change that mentality is becoming a challenge.
My brother, Ribadu spoke very well tonight. Look, Ribadu spoke, and then today now, I've changed my mindset about the Northerners. Okay, say before I know they already talk.
Tony, make a round of what I want to try point.
I did talk anyhow to them before, but today, listen to Ribadu. Man, I know say that guy is a very good man. God bless him. I love this guy. I like him well. So as a result, that's why I say that the Northerners have to buckle up. They have to organize themselves. We cannot force them to go to education or choose for them what type of education that they need to embrace. It's not our problem. But if we must be in the same country with them, let them catch up and cancel this quota system. That's all. Right on. You already got that.
My brother, now they cause that problem. You see, the thing is, all this when the North don't rule, power must come to start. All this thing. My brother, if to say we run regional government, can't reach that federal level, and there is a platform for we to contribute to that federal, and there's an agreement how the federal will also, how you will use it. There are things how they will save for the country, and percentage compulsory they will save, and laws on how to borrow. It's like all the region must agree, or maybe sometimes you have to involve so many legislative something. My brother, nobody can just throw us into debt. It's totally impossible. Everybody tells you, no, we are not interested. We have to manage it this way.
Throwing us into debt by building railway to other countries, and then his village is like a small London, where the rest listen. I beg you.
So now that is one. And two, most of the places those people for North, Tony, you have to learn from them. Their mindset is far better than your people of the South of today. Just have that one in your mind.
They love their people. They love their people. They love their people.
They love their people.
They give them good roads, railway links all over the villages. When there was money, the scarcity of money, they use lots of buses to share money to them in the villages. I get you. They are accessible.
Okay. Yes. See, they support their local farmer directly. They do go to school.
Mechanized system.
Capital human investment. They invest in the people. They support them to the best they can. In the South, you hardly see this. A certain person, the governor will look at all the village elder. He will see them like pieces toilet. And among those village
that is why we clamored for a certain president now. So if Tinubu stay there or become there, we are still going to get all these developments. That leads me on to this question. That leads me on to this question. How long are we going to be waiting? Are we going to be waiting for 200 million years that when your local government man become president, he will come and fix your city and your village? They wait the other time again, 8 years. 2 million years. Now would they wait until when somebody from a place? So let's say that system not work. Either you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a this. What kind of system is that? Why can't the best candidate just come out and rule the country and make everything good for us?
Then how do you now measure the best candidate?
No, by not saying that. No, by not saying that somebody has to come from South. It is turn of the South. It's turn of the West. It's not okay. Okay, it's turn of
Tony. That thing is the only thing that is saving our lives. You have to know that. It just, if you allow, for example, just take for example, all these years now somebody from the West, not just the rulers. We can't be like this.
It don't matter. If I get the 20 I want, if my road they link to Benin, if I get water for Ibadan, it's okay. I don't care.
Tony, make a round up and they go somewhere.
Yeah.
Now the rule. Nigeria can't make jaga like this. How do you think the rest people will look at the situation?
They will vote him out. They will vote him out. Another person will come in again.
Wait, get what I try to point to. I go round up. You go get with and they try to tell you why I say that thing they save us. Me, I know they pray for bond down. I not be that type. By people. No, I don't see life that way. That doesn't mean we can also say the truth. Now, you are from, let's say, they say we are from Niger Delta. We never produced president. We have produced. He ruled 5 years. Not be where we did. Look at the western part of Nigeria. Now what Tinubu contact. That time Obasanjo was there. Not be where they did. Okay, look at the north. They don't still produce. Now where they now they. So if to say they really allow this power that they flow around, Igboma don't still do. We did where we did. All these they are nonsense where they talk. If you not let they talk am. Sasa people know if to say Jonathan non rule at all since they don't say this thing will come get as it because the way the country be, where they take structure and where they take put us together, there is no formal system to ensure accountability. One woman can't talk here before, whether Rita is her name, I don't know. He said we don't have institutions. And that is the fact. When you don't have institutions, you don't have record, you don't have data, you have no data to formulate policies. You
No
don't
police,
even know what is,
no police,
you don't even,
no local government, no nothing.
you cannot even run your police. They have to go and buy their uniform by themselves.
You have no police now. You have no police now. Only one man control the road. You have no
Yeah,
police.
you don't even know how they pay them. You don't know. The army themselves, you cannot even manage it because no institutions.
They are hungry. They are hungry.
Okay. The country now become a place of only politicians. You see what Tinubu is trying to do today? He is trying to please everybody. He have to increase the number of ministers. He carefully look at everywhere so that everybody will be involved. If we fail together. A tree cannot make a forest.
My brother, I don't believe for our politics. I beg. I'm against the election system. I don't believe for say black man free rule. We have to organize ourselves. No way. Unless we have to go back to the country. The black people that are living abroad will go back home. Otherwise, those waiting for that place now, they don't do anything.
You wait there abroad, where you want to go home. Do you know what is happening in Nigeria today is what we did not prepare for? We only prepare that when we have little wet there,